Mark champion Rick Mahorn Pistons beat the Magic last night. Cade Cunningham with an eye-popping stat line. How about this? A note. Cade's the first player in NBA history with 30 or more points, 10 or more assists, 3 or more steals, 3 or more blocks, and 0 turnovers in the same game. That's a little cookie cutter. But it's a way of pointing out the guy had a hell of a game last night.
Yeah. I'm never going to complain about a win. Something to keep an eye on is just the fact that in every single game they start slow.
Yep.
Some holes they're able to dig out of, and obviously some they haven't. So if they could find a way to start a little bit quicker, whether it's defensively, whether it's putting pressure on teams early on, or just simply hitting their shots early in games.
3-2. They beat the Rockets, the Celtics, and a Magic team that everybody thinks is going to have home court in the Eastern Conference.
Right.
They're good wins early in the season.
They are.
I don't know what they're getting from this like bench replacements from last year to this year, but we're 5 games in, so I'm not going to make any sweeping judgments. What we have on the ticket text are a bunch of judgments to the Dear John questions.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and someone who, by the way, thought that Heather was onto something, 100% thought about having a monkey as a pet growing up.
That one blows my mind. Like, I thought that was sarcasm. And then I could tell on your face that was a real question, which is why I asked.
As a child, though, like, you imagine having all these exotic pets. I did anyway. I always thought I'd have a monkey run around with a diaper on. Yeah.
Someone said you watched too much Friends in your formative years.
That is true. I sure did.
Honey, I didn't cheat on you. I caught an escaped monkey with an STD.
Yeah. Yeah. See how that
classic.
One goes over. Yeah. Classic.
Who hasn't? On some of the Dear John stuff, the only thing the guy did wrong on the date was pay the bill. I'm all for being polite and paying on a bad date, but that crossed the line.
Yeah. Someone says you're not a real man. I'm sorry. I'll pay for mine. You're on your own. Insert adjective, bad word.
Sure.
And this person wants to know, that's the question on everybody's mind.
Was she hot?
Yeah, but I think she crossed the line where it doesn't even matter at that point.
I got a text from a bunch of buddies that were asking me why I didn't ask that question. And, I mean, there's a certain level of hotness to even go out, right?
Yes.
To be there.
But this is the first date they hadn't even met in person, so you're kind of always a little unsure about that.
But as soon as she goes off like that and then turns on you and says, why didn't you say anything? You're not a real man. All right. I don't know that it really matters at that point how hot you are.
What did she want him to do? Like berate the waiter, go back into the kitchen and whoop some ass? Like they screwed up the order. Maybe. Let them fix it.
Right. Mistakes do happen.
I get the idea of, hey, I'm not going to pay for your half of a meal when you behave that way. I'm also of the behavior of, I would pay that half of the meal to not deal with this woman ever again.
Right, just to get out of the situation.
Yeah.
Yes. Money well spent. Sunk cost.
Throw money at the problem.
That's right.
My wife says too often.
You also get to walk away with your head held high. Like, I did everything right. I even comped her stupid meal.
Yeah. That one, that's a bizarre one.
More ticket text, 248-539-9797. I've sold cars to friends and family in the past. It's so nerve-wracking. If anything goes wrong, it becomes awkward. Tom in Flat Rock. As long as you're honest, and it sounds like in this story they were, like it's a cheap car. You know it's got problems. You're rolling the dice. Best of luck. And Heather, I think you made a good point. Like, you can take it through for a test. Take it to a mechanic. Have someone look under the hood.
If you're buying a car for $3,000,
I
don't think you're buying it thinking that it's going to go 10 years, 100,000 miles.
No, you might have a year if you're lucky. You might have a week.
Yeah.
In this case, it was like 6 weeks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you knew we'd get one of these today. It is the needle in the haystack. We talked a lot of Hutch.
Yeah.
Tech says that they would not have paid Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
And says they wanted to see a full, healthy year. Says, I wouldn't have paid Hutch that money for fear he could be re-injured. He was paid millions last year and only played 5 games. Great player, but you have to see this year's performance.
So I'm not going to completely throw them under the bus. And the what you don't get if you wait until next year is the ability to spread some of that onto this year's cap.
Right.
And so you lose a year, and it just now, in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking at 27 saying, wow, it's going to get really tight. But if we do it now and we can get Hutch and company to agree to it, we'll be able to spread that out over a longer period of time so the pain is a little bit less down the road.
I'll just say, I don't understand that ticket text. His leg wasn't amputated. Like,
No, and it wasn't.
I had no doubts he was going to come back and be a hell of a football player.
Right, it was broken bones. To my knowledge, it didn't involve the ankle and ligaments, and it didn't involve the knee and ligaments. So, bones heal.
And he's been incredibly productive. Like, to sit and look at how he's bounced back and say, boy, he's got 6 sacks through 7 games. Number 1 in the NFL in pressures.
Yeah.
He plays the run, plays every down.
Yeah. And plays every down hard. Doesn't take plays off. So, yeah, I mean, no issue at all.
To be fair, it's the only text I've seen today and what has been just a chorus and an applause. Hey, good for him getting paid. Good for the Lions for getting it done. Good for everybody involved. Continues to do what the Lions have done, which is draft, develop, extend. And you're right, John. I think spreading that cost out over more years, allowing you to keep more of these guys, getting it done early.
Well, and plus Hutch gets his money early. So it's good for the team. It's good for the player. It's good for the team. I mean, it's good for everybody.
Broke on Carson Anderson yesterday. As you guys were processing it in the moment, how'd that go?
It was great. It was actually hysterical because Two Cuts gave the update at 11 o'clock. And
Is that what we're calling him?
Yeah, because he plays Two Cuts, which is awesome. So, Shabath.
Yeah.
Brendan. So he gets, right before he gets ready to do the update, he goes, man, I was sure we could use some breaking news. And we're like, and Doug goes, why? He goes, it's just boring today, man. And then he does the update, and like 5 minutes later, the news breaks. We're like, well,
Hey, called your shot.
yeah.
There you go.
So what do you think the numbers are going to be tonight? You know, but yeah, and it was welcome news. I think the vast majority of Lions fans are thrilled with this. When you see the numbers come out, and yeah, it's a ton of money. It's the second most money paid for an edge rusher. He didn't set the market. That's fine. You know, they didn't save a ton of money.
No.
But I also don't think that Hutch is necessarily Micah Parsons. I think they're really close. And I love Hutch. I think it's great. But it was strange. We got a weird reaction yesterday. There were, again, I think the vast majority of Lions fans are thrilled with it. But there was a segment of people that complained about this.
What was their biggest complaint?
That maybe they happened to, you don't have to do this right now. You can wait until after the 5th year to pay him. Or some people just said he's not worth it. He's not elite. And we're like, okay, I don't
You're watching different
understand.
football than I am.
Yeah, I mean, so I surmised that it was probably Spartan fans that would say that. And me being a Spartan fan, I don't care. Once they get to the NFL, if they're on the Lions, I root for them.
Yeah.
You know? So
Taylor Decker went to Ohio State.
that's exactly it. So these are the points you brought up. And again, I think it's a really small segment, but it's
Yeah.
a vocal group, right?
All it takes is a couple texts and then a phone call, and you go, really? Is this what people think? And no, it's not what most people think.
No, it's not at all. I think most people, like I said, the vast majority of people have to be thrilled with this because you got the Lions' best player is locked up for effectively, 6 years here?
Yeah,
Or
through
5.5?
2030. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the rest of this year, next year, and then the extension. So I think it's a pretty great contract that they got, and they just keep signing their own guys that are worthy of signing. It's not they're just signing their own guys. These are all Pro and Pro Bowl players that are getting re-signed and going to stick around here for a while, and they're managing the salary cap very wisely. This is not a team that goes into the offseason and hands out free agent contracts willy-nilly. You know, they're very calculated to who they bring in, what kind of fit they are, and how much it's going to cost. I love what Brad Holmes has done.
What's the plan for Carson Anderson today?
Well, we have the blitzing at 10:30. We got Are You Going to Eat That in the 11 o'clock hour? We'll talk Lions throughout and other stuff as per usual.
Stuff per usual.
Stuff
Carson
per
Anderson.
usual, yeah.
It's next, 97.1.
Hello and good Thursday to everybody. It is Carson Anderson. I'm Doug Carson. That's Scott the Gator Anderson here on 97.1. How are you today, Scott Anderson?
All right, Doug.
Yeah. Exciting last night in the Gator household?
I was excited that Toronto beat the Dodgers.
Okay.
That was exciting for me.
Yep.
Got a couple of insurance runs late in that game. Got a nice double play turned, and I like when the Dodgers lose.
Yeah, they're easy to
really
root.
like
They're easy
when the
to root
Dodgers
against.
lose,
Yeah,
yeah.
they've become. I mean, they have been for a while here, but I mean, they're Yankees West. Is what we're talking about
Right.
here, right? You got Yankees East and Yankees West. So that was good. Pistons with a win. We'll get into that coming up in a few minutes. Anything off the court, Gator?
Not really.
No.
No. I kind of kept the sports last night, and then went to my phone, and next thing I know, it's 12:45. I have a problem.
What has happened to you? You used to be so against this, and now you're going down wormholes on the. On
It's
your
just
phone.
lazy. It's me not wanting to get up and go to my computer. I just have to be sitting. Here's the phone. So it's ridiculous.
You're disappointed in yourself.
I am disappointed in myself. I don't like being a slave to these things.
No, in fact, you more than anyone that I know is not a slave to it. My wife has gotten into a bad pattern with Instagram. Where all of a sudden we're getting. Now, I did send you something last night from Instagram that I think you thought was funny.
Yeah, you did. It was hysterical.
It was one of Gator's favorite things and one of Gator's least favorite things. It was a dog and a kid, and there was
one of my least favorite things.
the kid. There was like
That's
baby
not
powder all over the place, and the dog actually sneezed, and the baby powder flew in the air. And then the baby who was sitting there,
Laughed and now
And
covered
then-
in baby powder.
yeah, and then let one go, which blew baby powder up into the air. It very well could have been AI, but I don't even care.
I don't
I
care.
thought you'd appreciate it.
No, there were a couple of poots there from the child, and it was hysterical. And then through my doom scrolling later on, I came across the same video again.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
It's a great video.
It's a good one. It's a solid one. I mean, you get puppies and kids together are always going to be adorable.
There's that possibility, yes.
And then when you get the baby powder all over the place and the puppy stomps on it and then sneezes, dogs doing normal things. I should say puppies doing normal things, even dogs. But when puppies sneeze or yawn or even just look at you, it melts your heart. It's awesome. Then you throw a little baby in there too, and the baby laughing with the puppy. It's the best.
Okay, there are trends in sports that are hard to believe. You want a trend that's hard to believe, Scott Anderson?
I'm sorry. What's that? King was yelling something.
Oh, it's okay. I said there are trends in sports that are hard to believe. Do you want a trend that's hard to believe?
Do I?
Do you remember when the Detroit Tigers opened their season and they went to Los Angeles and they got swept in a series?
I do remember that.
Yeah. Question: how good are the Dodgers?
Well, Dodgers are really good.
Yeah.
They're playing for the World Series. I mean, they're down 3-2 here, but they're really good.
Question: the Detroit Lions opened their season at Green Bay and got beat pretty soundly. How good is Green Bay?
I think Green Bay's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That addition of Micah Parsons makes them a really complete team.
Best team in the NFC. The best team in hockey right now is the Montreal Canadiens, who the Red Wings opened with and lost to. And now in the NBA, the team the Pistons opened with, the Chicago Bulls, are 4-0, the best record in the East. So we were laughing last week that our teams all got pummeled in their openers and then bounced back. But now the trend is continued to hold that all the teams that we played in our openers actually might not be that bad. Now, does that have anything to do with the price of tea in China? I don't know.
Oh.
But that was an old reference. It sounds like something my grandfather said.
Aren't they working on that right now as we speak?
I'm sure it's going smoothly. Anyway, kind of wild, huh? All these teams we played have all actually have pretty good resumes.
Yeah, no, it is a weird coinky dink there. Mm-hmm. I'm going to guess it's not going to hold for the season like the Dodgers did.
Right.
Or I think the Packers could hold pretty strong as well. But yeah, I'm not going to bet right now on the hockey or NBA with that. But nonetheless, if we're talking about how we like our teams playing right now, having faced the best in the sport,
Right.
I like where they're at. Obviously, the Tigers ended up making the playoffs, winning the division, winning that round, the opening round, and then going ahead and competing for the to get to the ALCS. They just missed out by a game again, but pretty good season from the Tigers. We love what we're seeing from the Lions.
Yep.
We know what the Lions still aren't a complete team because they've got guys out, but as you heard in the update, Two Cuts telling us that they're getting guys back. Guys are getting healthier, getting closer to returning. That's encouraging news. We know that Lee McNeil is already back, and in one game he looked pretty impressive and played only about 3 times as much as I thought he was going to play. I mean, he had over 30 snaps in the game. It was crazy. So I'm very encouraged by where the Lions are at. I'm very excited to see how they do Sunday at Ford Field against the Vikings and against a quarterback who's, been out for so long. So we're in a good place right now. The Red Wings playing tonight. They're 7-3 to start the season. Cade Cunningham is playing through a black eye last night, icing it down and doesn't care, going out there and just making shots. Has a 30-10 game or whatever, how many assists he had.
He was really good.
He's a great player. He's a great player, and he's on the precipice of becoming a superstar, and I love it. I love it.
So Red Wings trending, Pistons trending, Lions trending, Tigers good year, and there is another trend though, and I'm gonna put my foot down. I don't do this very often, but Doug is gonna put his foot down.
What's coming down?
Enough already, okay? Enough. Something needs to be done. We will get to that today at 10:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and the deals right now are unbeatable. Start with employee pricing for everyone on every 2025 demo in stock. You can get a 2025 Silverado or a 2026 Equinox for $299 a month with 0 down. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has got you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent, and we're talking huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Not at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They're going to have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments are necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Or go to sarahchevrolet.com. And together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. I'm putting my foot down, Scott. Enough.
About what we just talked about?
No, I was trying to negotiate there. The first quarter. Quit digging yourself a hole in the first quarter, Pistons. Every game. Last night was a season high. They've only played 5 games. Okay? The 5 worst quarters they have played all year, once again, adding to it last night, all first quarters. First quarter last night, 36 allowed to Orlando. The first quarter against Cleveland, 33 allowed to Cleveland. The first quarter against Boston, 33 allowed to Boston. The first quarter against Houston, 33 allowed to Houston. And the first quarter in the opener against the Bulls, 35. Those are their 5 worst quarters of the year. I mean, come on.
I'm laughing because it is funny. It's funny what's happening.
They're digging a hole in every game.
Yeah, at least this time they dug out of it quickly.
They did.
Then they scored 36 themselves. Outscored them 36-28, 36-28, and 34-24. That's answering the bell.
Dude, it's what's going on, though? I mean, it's not like I'm some sort of basketball savant and I'm the only one that noticed. Everybody notices. Do something. Like what?
Yeah, sometimes you feel sluggish until you get like a burp. And then you're like, I feel great now. Let's go. Maybe that's it. It's just they need to be burped.
They need to be burped. The Pistons need to be burped.
Yeah. You know how it goes.
Do I? I'm not sure I know how that
sometimes
goes.
you're not feeling so good. You're like, I don't know what I think I got to drop dirty. And then you go drop dirty and you come back. And you're like, I feel great now. Maybe that's it.
You think that's it?
Maybe they just got to, take care of business before they can take care of business.
Well, there's got to be something to this. This is not a coincidence, is it?
No, I don't think it's any coincidence. Once you move your bowels, you feel better.
No. The first quarter thing is not a coincidence.
That. It's 5 games. I think right now it's a coinkydink.
Okay, but
10 games might be different.
5 games, 4 quarters a game. They played 20 quarters.
Uh-huh.
The worst 5 quarters are all the first quarters.
They start slow.
I mean, they got to do something about this because you can't keep digging yourself holes.
Well, you can if you continue to dig yourself out of holes. I mean, their opponents are probably saying, why can't we play for 4 quarters? I mean, in basketball, invariably, you're going to get down by a dozen points at some point in the game.
It kind of feels like it.
Right?
Yeah.
And whatever.
I guess if you're going to do it, the quarter to do is in the first quarter because you got more time to dig.
100%. Yes.
But come on, man.
It's okay.
Yep.
I mean, did you feel threatened?
Did I feel threatened? Yeah,
like
I was watching a game. I did. I wasn't like the guy who called yesterday and said, I don't even want to watch him because of the first quarter thing. What do you say? I don't want to even take my girl to the game anymore because of the first quarter.
Right, something like that.
That seems like a bit of an overreaction.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
But I've put my foot down and I'm calling out JB Bickerstaff. JB, do something! You can't keep living this way. You can't keep living this way. Do something about it. In the meantime, they did battle back.
They did.
Yeah.
They took down Bane and the Magic.
So a couple things about that game. One is, the Cade block on Suggs was absolutely awesome. Suggs looked like he had a dunk, and Cade went all Trey Burke on Peyton Siva with the block of the dunk, and it led to a run-out 3 for Duncan Robinson on the other end, and part of the comeback. And Cade was tremendous. I mean, he was tremendous. And that run late in the game, he had a couple of and ones that helped them kind of put away Orlando as they were trying to make a run. He had 30 points in the game. And the other thing that I want to pay attention to, am I the only one? I'm not the only one. What was going on with Tobias Harris and Banchero last night? That early in the game, Banchero's shooting free throws and he's talking to somebody. And they had a tight shot and he's talking to somebody. And it doesn't look like it's friendly. And when they pulled away, I'm like, I think it was Tobias there. Well, then Tobias got hot and Tobias took Banchero into the lane and made a little pull-up jumper. And then he was talking smack all the way down the court. I was like, oh, things getting feisty, things getting personal.
Spicy.
Yeah, I was kind of enjoying it. A little fight from our Pistons, but it was a fun game.
It's okay. Let them talk it up. I thought it was entertaining.
Yep.
With those two. I like seeing that on the free throw line. You know, you kind of wish you had a microphone right there and so we could all understand what the conversation was,
Dude,
what it was about.
It would have been great. That's when you wish the games were streamed and they could say whatever the F they want. Hear what they were saying to each other.
Find out greatly disappointed when you find out they're talking about Halloween costumes.
Might have been.
Hello Kitty is so last year. You know? It is not. It's always in style. No, it's not. What are you, Carmen Sandiego? Where the hell is that? I don't know. Trouble.
Well, it was a nice win to get behind early. And like at one point, Orlando, I think they said they were 4 of 6 from 3. It's just like, how can they be doing this again? Now, the other thing is going on is Duncan Robinson starting to kind of integrate himself into this team.
Yeah, as long as he knocks down shots, 100%. I thought that it was interesting during the broadcast, as Special K was said that a lot of people think Duncan Robinson comes in here to replace Malik Beasley. He said, no, he's here to replace Tim Hardaway Jr. And I thought, okay, interesting. I think positionally probably correct with that statement, but in what you bring, it's a shooter for a shooter the way that I look at it. But, you know, Tim Hardaway Jr. was knocking down some shots last year too. Just thought it was an interesting observation. But, yeah, Duncan Robinson is a guy that you bring in. He's been a dead-eye shooter his whole career, and you need guys like that, guys that are unflappable. Throw him at the free throw line. He's going to knock down at least 80% of his free throws. He's going to knock down close to 40% of his three-point shots. Is he a liability to defensively? I don't know if I can say that, but I like having a guy out there that's just another option that you can kick it out to the wing and he'll knock down that shot. Tobias is off to a pretty good start too. We had a great game last night. You know, you can't just always expect Cade Cunningham to throw 30 points. Batman needs a Robin and needs more than just Robin. He needs, you know, more help than that. The whole Justice League can come out there. But, you know, there's no question Cade's the leader. And other guys stepping their games up. You know, Jalen Duren is off to a good start here. And Asar Thompson is really taking a different role with this team now, and so is Ron Holland. And, you know, those two guys I still think are the key to this team. If they continue to take steps forward in their careers, I mean, Asar really looks like he's taking a big jump, and so does Ron Holland. And Ron Holland's just really at the infancy stage.
Well, after the 0 for 5 to start the season for Duncan Robinson, do you know what he is shooting from 3?
I would guess, like, I know for the season, I think it's like 32 because that's what I saw last night, but he was 0 for to start the season. So he's probably 45.
Since the 0 for 5, he's 46.1% from 3. And that will suffice. Last night, 4 for 6 from 3. A couple of them weren't even like, you know, when he's wide open, I expect it to go down. A couple of them are covered. So, look, it was, I'm glad they battled back. I'm getting sick of the first quarter deficits, but hey. At least they are battling back. All right, so NFL trade deadline stuff. We are moving in on 5 days to go here. So the Lions obviously have a game to play. The phones have been worked by Brad Holmes. We had discussed yesterday. We were kind of getting into it when the Aiden Hutchinson contract story broke. So we got a lot more to get to on that front, which we will. We also didn't get a chance to revisit what Dan Campbell told the morning show yesterday. So we always like to pull the most interesting stuff, but we had breaking news yesterday, so we kind of went that route. So you'll hear that in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson. But as usual, on Thursdays, we got the NFL Blitz thingy. That's coming up today at 10:30. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Upload it or download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show anywhere in the United States or any of our shows. Same thing to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan posted Champ and Chump a day late, but it got posted yesterday if you want to check it out. Also, you can stream the show with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat on both those sites. When you go to Twitch or YouTube, go to the search bar and type in 971 the ticket, and bang, there we are. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. The Blitz thingy next on 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to phone calls and feedback coming up a little bit later on, but every Thursday at this time, we do the Blitz thingy. So yesterday, Gator, you deferred. I went first. You're up, my friend.
All right.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Kang.
Hi, King.
All right, question number 1. In week 5, Vikings kicker, Will Reichard missed a 51-yard field goal versus the Browns in London. It appeared it may have hit the wire above where the camera is, you know? The NFL says that was just an optical illusion. But Reichard's agent spoke to someone in the NFL, and he says allegedly they admitted that it did hit a wire. Did the ball hit the wire or not?
First of all, I think it's funny that these people in the NFL are having problems with loose lips. Unfortunately, not going to sink any ships here. But, yeah, do I think it hit the wire? After watching it again this morning, it hit the wire. I think it's clear as day it hits the wire. You can see it, kind of move a little bit. They've got this camera up there on the wire so they can fly it all over the field, which is great during, normal play. But the second that a kicker or a punter comes out, get the damn camera out of the way. I don't know what the deal is, but 100% I think it hit the wire. I get it. You want to get all the camera angles possible, but you don't need that camera in that place when it's clearly out of use, because if it were in use, you'd see that it hit the wire.
So, side note, before I answer the question, I think it's awesome that Reichard's agent called the NFL to try and get him to get them to change the stat. He didn't want him to be credited with a missed field goal. That's the reason he called the league, which is kind of hysterical. The video evidence available on the internet, 100% that ball hit the wire. So when you ask me, did the ball hit the wire, and there are pictures on the internet and video of it hitting the wire, I will say yes. I'm sure it hit the wire as sure as anything that is out there that's posted on the internet.
Oh, boy.
I didn't watch it live.
Yeah,
if I watched it live, so Kang, you know about the internet, it looks like it hit the wire. I don't think there's any doubt if that video is accurate, it hit the wire.
I just want to add one thing, though. It was a 51-yard field goal. I mean, it fell short is why it was on line. It fell short. NFL kickers don't let 51-yard field goals fall short unless something else happened.
So I didn't watch it live, but I saw the replays and all that stuff, of course. I'm really not sure. It kind of does look like it hit the wire, but I'm not sure. But since the NFL is adamant it was an optical illusion, it definitely hit the wire. They're liars. Why would you believe anything the NFL says? What they always say is everyone must protect the shield, right? And no one protects the shield more than the NFL.
Facts.
All right, Chiefs, Bills this Sunday. I know the Colts are the surprise of the season and playing great, but is the winner of the Chiefs-Bills game actually the real team to beat in the AFC?
No, they are not. I believe in Daniel Jones, and I believe in the Colts. The reason is they have defeated two teams that currently hold on to playoff spots, Denver and the Chargers. That's a resume worth believing in, my friends. And if you don't think so, keep in mind that the Lions have only currently beaten one team that is in a playoff spot. So I believe in the Colts.
Look at you.
Yep.
You believe in Joe Hendry, too? Don't answer the question. You don't even know it. I will say that I hate to do this. I actually agree 100% with Doug. I wasn't a believer in the Colts at first. They're 7-1. They've beaten some good teams. I believe in Jonathan Taylor. I believe that team's offense is humming along and it's well balanced. I believe that team has enough good defensive players out there, and I truly believe in a team that has a 116-point differential right now through 8 games. I think it's insane. The Colts are out of their minds right now, and all roads are going to have to go through Indianapolis. That is a tough place to play. I think Indy's is for real.
I got the winner of the Chiefs-Bills, still the team to beat in the AFC. The Colts are a great story. Of course they are. But there are also some really other good teams, too. The Broncos, oh, my God, man. Bo Nix and Sean Payton, that combo has worked really well together. But in the end, it's because of Mahomes and Josh Allen. Those are my main reasons why I think whoever wins this game is the real team to beat in the AFC. Regular season, one thing. Postseason, another. We obviously know what Mahomes' record is. And if Josh Allen can get over that hump this year, clearly they're going to be, that's what their goal is. And they've always been right up to that point. So I still think it's between Mahomes or Josh Allen. The road goes through the AFC goes through one of those two guys. All right, what team needs to win the most this week before the trade deadline hits?
This is really tough. I'll just say I think it's Baltimore. They're 2-5. They're getting Lamar back. They need to make their run, but they also have maybe the easiest road to get there, despite the fact that they're 2-5 because their division is bad. Pittsburgh leads the division, but they're only 4-3. I'm still going to stick with it because it's a 2-5 team that has to get on the winning trail again. They won last week, which is a good start, and they did it with a backup quarterback and using Derrick Henry. But this week, I think you're going to see a different Baltimore Ravens team.
So I'm always looking for teams that need to define themselves, teams that could go either direction. There's one team out there that has a lot to sell, but they also have a lot of capital to buy. And they're in a precarious spot. They're a game and a half out of the playoffs, and that team is the Houston Texans. If they could find themselves come Sunday 2.5 games out, and if they decide to sell, there's a lot of players that people would covet on their roster, including you've mentioned Will Anderson, the edge rusher. You'd like to see the Lions pursue.
Yeah, it won't happen, but
but if they decide they want to buy, they have 9 draft picks. They got a bunch of extra draft picks in this coming draft. So they got the capital to go buy. So if I were a fan of a team, I'd want them to define themselves before we got to the trade deadline, and that is why I'm going with Houston.
Yeah, Houston's a good team. I think the Bengals are another one that, because whether we agree or not, they're trying to make the playoffs and get Joe Burrow back and have a shot. Those aren't the two teams I would pick, though. I'm going to go with the same team you chose, Gator, and that's the Baltimore Ravens, because they were actually my preseason pick to get to the Super Bowl and win it all. They have real Super Bowl aspirations, and this year obviously has not gone the way they wanted to. 2-5. And as Lamar Jackson said this week, it's almost do or die for them. You could not continue to fall behind with that record. The good thing for them is, though, speaking of the Bengals, that division is not that strong. So they're fortunate there. They really have no margin for error moving forward, though. But Lamar's coming back, and that's huge for them. And you could easily see them going on a run because he's that type of player. All right, rank the 6 quarterbacks taken in the 2024 NFL Draft from best to worst. There were 6 in the first round.
Yep. I'm going to go with Drake May 1. His stats are near the top, but he's getting the ball downfield. Jaden Daniels 2. I'm sticking with the skill set. Bo Nix 3. He's good, but he's dinking and dunking. Caleb is 4. He's not taken off like Goff did with Ben Johnson just yet. Penix hasn't done much with the opportunity. He is 5. And J.J. McCarthy, I will put 6, mostly because he gets an incomplete because he's played in 2 games.
This is tough because I think the top 3 quarterbacks are all really good quarterbacks and for wildly different reasons. So I'm going to, despite your compelling argument, I almost wanted to switch this around. I'm going to keep what I have here. I've got Jaden Daniels as number 1. I mean, he took his team to the NFC Championship game last year. Obviously beat the Lions. The skill set is for real. I got Bo Nix number 2. Yeah, he dinks and dunks, but Bo Nix is a leader. When he has to take off and make plays with his feet, he does, and they're massive plays, and Denver really leans on him. Drake May has been really freaking good, and I've been wildly impressed by him. And if we ask this question maybe another week, I might change my answer, but I think it's really tight between those 3. The last 3, Caleb Williams has more talent than the other 2 guys, and sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't, so I have him next. Michael Penix, I'm just not sold on. I don't know if there's a fear of who's lurking because Kirk Cousins is there or not, but I have him there. And then J.J. McCarthy is at the bottom. I'm not sold on him as an NFL quarterback to begin with. He had a really nice second half of a game early in the season, and that's all he's done.
So one of you two nailed it. I mean, the hard part is I think it's the first 3 quarterbacks. How do you order them? Like the last 3, we all got the same. And Gator, you nailed it. I got Jaden Daniels 1, Bo Nix 2, Drake May 3, Caleb Williams 4, Penix 5, J.J. McCarthy. Obviously, this is a real tough question for me. But Jaden Daniels, I can't take away what he did last year, and it's the injuries that obviously hurt him this year. Bo Nix, I was wrong about him. I wasn't so sure he was going to make it. An older quarterback from a program that kind of just puts up numbers with whoever is that quarterback, but he's been really, really good.
Like Justin Herbert?
He's a winner. Hey, he could be good too, though. So... Your time's up, though, Gator. Drake May is 3. He actually could be the MVP when it's all said and done. That's how good he's done with the New England Patriots. And the last 3, we all had the same. The NCAA Division II and Division III management councils have joined Division I in allowing college athletes to bet on pro sports. This is going to be delayed, but it's probably going to happen. My question is, but why?
I think it's dumb as hell, but I can only come up with one reason why, and that is fear of litigation. I think they're afraid someone's going to file a suit and say, well, what do you mean we can't do this? We should be allowed to. Are we, as long as we're old enough to bet, we should be able to do anything anybody else can do. And it's that fear of litigation that allows for this to take place. Otherwise, Congress would have to step in and change things up. And the last thing that I want is for Congress to stick their nose into sports.
I think they're going to reverse this unless the apps allow for you to register as a college athlete and that app doesn't have access to college games. Because this seems so simple. Somebody's going to bet a bunch of money on the Cowboys to cover. They're not going to, and they're going to try and make it up by betting a college game that they have influence over. I think the reason it got delayed is because I don't think it is going to happen. But if they can make an app where college athletes can register and then they can't bet on college games, that would be the only way I could see this be feasible.
Yeah, none of us like this, of course, but I think it does happen because all anyone cares about now is money, and more than ever before. No one cares about the integrity of the sports or purity of sports. The owners, the leagues, the conferences, whatever, they all have their hands in sports gaming one way or another, and they're trying to get that money back, whether it's in player salary, NIL, or whatever it is. I really, really wish we could go back. Obviously, we can't, but this thing needs to be at least be more regulated. All right, last one, guys. Some unfortunate news this week. Former All-Pro running back Adrian Peterson was arrested in Texas for a DWI and unlawful weapon charge. It's crazy to think, though, he was actually a former Detroit Lion. Which player that was a former Lion, to this day you still can't believe, wore the Honolulu blue and silver? Please do not rattle off a bunch of names. We know there are a lot of them. Just give me one that sticks out to you the most.
Dante Culpepper. I can't believe he was the Lions quarterback for 13 games, spanning 2 years. That guy tortured us. And by the time we got him, he was a shell of what he was. Dante Culpepper's my number one guy.
This is a strong one, King. You're right. There's a million of them. I'll give you one. 16 years in a league. Almost half of those were spent as a Pro Bowl player. A few of those were all-pro first team. 125 and a half career sacks. None with the Lions in the 5 games he played with them, but it's Dwight Freeney.
Wow, that's a good one, man.
Remember Dwight Freeney? Yes! Played for the Lions. He finished his career as a Lion.
Wow, that's a good one. All right, I'll give you another one that ended his career as a Lion. Do you guys remember a player by the name of John Jansen? Doug, you may have. Because your knowledge of Michigan football, he went to Michigan. I don't know if you knew that, Doug.
Yeah, I remember it.
Most associate him with playing with the Washington Redskins at the time, but his last year in the NFL, he was actually a Detroit Lion. That's right, John Jansen. Crazy to think about. Seriously, though, in the 1999 NFL draft, I really wanted the Lions to draft him, but they took Aaron Gibson instead, and out of Wisconsin. We know how that ended up, and that Jansen fella, where has he been?
Yeah, and there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Hey, every Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you could win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off, and if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take a shot at the jackpot. It's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of the $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split evenly amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I just want to revisit something from the Blitz thingy there.
Yeah.
The last question was about Adrian Peterson, who's kind of hard to believe he was a former Lion, who's somebody you can't believe was a Lion.
Do you want to read the last sentence of the question?
Sure. The last
Kang
sentence,
wrote?
yeah. It's crazy to think he was a former Detroit Lion. Which player was a former Lion? I deleted that part because I didn't think you'd read it on the air. I thought that was just for us. You have it. You read it. Yeah.
Please do not rattle off a bunch of names. Just give me the one that sticks out to you the most, which I thought was a direct shot at me, which is fine. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I went with Dante Culpepper. You?
Dwight Freeney.
Kang went with John Jansen, kind of joking. Kang, tell the people what just happened back there.
Yeah, we're getting texts and calls that say, I can't believe you forgot somebody. Or you forgot this guy. We only named one person each that stuck out to us. I'm sure we forgot a lot of people.
Hundreds of former Lions.
Got a bunch of them.
It's one thing to say, this would be my guy, or this would be the guy I can't believe. And feel free. We'd like to know who's somebody that you
participate. I think this is a good topic. I'm dying to hear the names.
Was a Detroit Lion. 248-539-9797.
I couldn't wait to hear what you were going to say and what Kang was going to say, because yes, there are a bunch of them, and I want to hear another name aside from the one that I was going to throw out, which I knew that we were going to hear other names.
You brought one up during the break that I completely forgot about.
Henry Thomas.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle from the Vikings in the 90s, who was an outstanding defensive tackle. Spent 2 years with the Lions and actually had his highest sack total of his career with the Lions. He had 10.5 sacks in 1995. He was, I think that was the Scott Mitchell really good year, the 32 touchdown pass year. Henry Thomas was great.
Damn, I don't even remember Henry Thomas. I feel like I
forgot about him.
Yeah,
I
don't even know that's real. Wow. That's a good one, Gator. I thought your Freeney one was good.
I'm pretty proud of the Freeney one.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting texts, of course.
He did play for the Lions. Yeah, 5 games.
Yep.
I mean, first one that came was TJ Lang.
Right.
Someone text that.
Yeah, but that is another one. I like it.
Anquan Bolden.
Yep.
Reggie Bush. I think we all kind of remember Reggie, though, but it's
yeah,
surreal to think about,
it's still,
though.
But it's surreal to think that he
Yeah.
was there. It's like Chris Chelios is a Red Wing. I was like, what? Paul Coffey was a Red Wing. What? Wendell Clark was a Red Wing. I got a bunch of Red Wings, but the Lions ones, which what we're talking about, there's some great names out there, man.
There really are. So if you want to participate, who would you put in the category of I really can't believe at one point this guy was a Detroit Lion? The Dante Culpepper thing, I mean, I remember thinking he was like some sort of new age quarterback. Like it was a little bit different back then, and the Lions could never tackle him. They could never stop him.
He was a mountain. The guy was you could not take him down. And he had a cannon for an arm.
And then he ended up as a Lion.
Yeah. At the end when it didn't matter, but yeah.
And I was like, well, this is weird. And he was a shell of himself.
Can't believe Ndamukong Suh was a Lion.
Well, it's funny is part of that. I was tempted to say Barry Sanders because we were so fortunate to see Barry Sanders. I can't believe that we got to see Barry Sanders, but
he didn't play anywhere else either.
No, he didn't. Which actually is, there's a purity to that. I still will appreciate to this day, even though I wish he didn't walk away from the game when he did. But yeah, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Marvin in Birmingham here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Marvin.
Hey guys, a two-parter if it's possible. Hey, Desmond Howard, back at the Yeah, I think he was at the tail end of his career. I thought that might be a good one.
Yep, it's definitely a good one.
Yeah. I think he was at the tail end. His claim to fame was with I forgot what team.
Well, he won
a Super Bowl MVP
with Green Bay.
Yeah.
He was a Detroit Lion for his last 2 years, 2000 and 2001. He caught a total of 12 passes as a Lion.
Nobody's going to believe this, but at the time, I remember he was here, and I said, you know what? That guy's going to be on the air when his career's over, and we should hire him.
Oh.
I was trying to get him to hire it. I was hoping we'd hire him here at the ticket.
Look at that.
He had other plans, apparently. Eddie in Fresno here on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Love the show.
Thank you.
Big Michigan fan out here in California.
Sweet.
Love Jim Harbaugh, love the Wolverines. I can't believe Jim Harbaugh was a Detroit Lion. And I saw an interesting stat the other day. I don't know if it's true or not. Jim Harbaugh has more rushing yards than Bo Jackson.
Okay, Jim Harbaugh was not a Detroit Lion.
I believe he was.
You are incorrect. He was not a Detroit Lion. He played with Chicago, Indianapolis, Baltimore, and San Diego.
So his Wikipedia page says he spent the 2021 season with the Detroit Lions, but there's a little asterisk next to it, and it says off-season and or practice squad member only. So he never got into a game, but he at one point was on their roster, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and I did see that.
That's my book, guys.
Yeah, I did see that stat. I'm going to have to double check it. His career rushing.
His career rushing yards.
2,787. Do you have Bo Jackson's?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Just 1 second, sorry.
Because I saw that too, and I haven't had a chance to go verify it. But
Bo Jackson. How great was Bo Jackson?
Bo Jackson was unbelievable.
Yeah, because Bo Jackson didn't play long. He played 4
long.
years and had a total of 2782.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh ran for 5 more yards than Bo Jackson.
Wow.
Insane, right?
Yeah, pretty insane. I saw something recently about Bo Jackson. It was Harold Reynolds talking about Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
And they said, well, what's the greatest thing you've seen athletically? And he goes, I'll tell you. Bo Jackson, he goes, one time I'm taking batting practice where I'm playing with Seattle, and here's Bo from the other team. I think at the time he was playing with Kansas City. And he says, Bo comes up and he starts talking to me, and he says, get out of the cage, because he wanted to take some extra BP. And I'm like, whoa, what are you, a switch hitter? Now get out of here. And so Harold Reynolds basically challenged him. He said, what are you, a switch hitter? And Bo says, I'll show you. Bo hits left-handed. Harold Reynolds said Bo Jackson hit a ball in the 5th deck of the Kingdome, left-handed. and he walked out of the cage and says, Bo knows hitting. And left. Something to that effect. I'm probably totally butchering the story, but I just saw this the other day. Bo Jackson stories are legendary.
I saw Bo Jackson throw out a runner at home plate from third base on a base hit to left. It was a base hit. He fielded it and threw the runner out at home who was trying to score from third.
Let alone the 300-foot throws that he would make to throw guys out.
The runner was on third. It was a base hit to left. He threw him out at home.
Crazy.
Dave in Ann Arbor, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
What's up?
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the Detroit Lion, can't believe he was a Detroit Lion, Pat Swilling.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I mean, prior to coming to Detroit, he was a 4-time Pro Bowler. Right. He was like first-team AP All-Pro. Defensive Player of the Year 1 year. Came to the Lions. His first year with the Lions, he was actually a Pro Bowl player with the Lions, despite only having 6.5 sacks. Followed that up with 3.5 sacks, left the Lions, and then had 13 with Oakland the next year.
Right.
And, of course, the Lions gave up the first-round pick, which the Saints turned into Willie Roaf, which turned into,
that era's Penei Sewell. Barry in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Barry.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
Great
up?
Show.
Thank you.
Oh, man. I think he stunk up the place, too. Jeff Garcia, bro. Oh, my God.
We just talked about Jeff Garcia off the air last week, right, Kang? You, me, and Evan were talking about it. Yeah, Jeff Garcia spent 1 year with the Lions in 2005. He went 1-4 as a starter with that team. He was terrible. Here's a true story. So I was hosting the morning show at the time with John Lund late in that year. And Mark Spindler and John Lund had hosted the show together for a while. And they had Garcia on. And Garcia started off by saying, I heard what you said about me. You said I was a terrible quarterback. And John Lund said, yeah, I did. Because that's what comes. People say you're a terrible practice quarterback. And Garcia had no comeback for it because he just wanted to confront him about it. But John's like, yeah, you're a terrible quarterback. And he was terrible for the Lions.
What was his record?
He was 1-4 with the Lions.
One of us was at the one. I went to the game in Cleveland. He won 13-10.
You went to the game in Cleveland?
I was at the game in Cleveland.
Why were you at the game in Cleveland in 2005?
Why weren't you? Hello.
Well, I was doing the morning show. Well, at the end of the year.
You could have.
2005 was a crazy.
Because our buddy Keith
Yeah.
had tickets to that game, and I took my then what year was it? 2005. My 3 or 4 year old son, depending on when the season of game was. I think it was 4.
That's a mistake.
Took my 4 year old son to that game.
Stay for the whole game.
Stayed for the whole game. Keith didn't.
Oh.
Keith got ejected.
True story. What? For what?
They cut off beer sales at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
But they have a little area where you can stay and drink,
Yeah.
but you can't take them back to your seat.
Gotcha. Sure.
If you try to take them back to the seat, you get ejected.
Not pour it out, sir, but you get ejected. Did he get lippy? Was he?
I don't know what happened. All I know is that he was gone for a long time, and then he came back in because somebody gave him a ticket stub, and he weaseled his way back in.
Yeah. Garcia was 12-4.
Probably shouldn't use his
Niners.
real name on the air. We'll use the name Keith to protect his identity. A couple more of these, Kang.
Yeah, last few we're gonna take a test to wrap this thing up. Danny Amendola, remember that, guys?
Wow. Yeah.
I don't.
See, yeah.
Very vaguely. Yeah.
Larry Foote,
You remember Larry Foote? Yeah. Another guy who came in and did shows with us.
Yep.
Haloti Nada. Yeah, that
they had-
happened.
they had
Yes.
Haloti
Oh
Nada?
yeah, that happened
Yeah,
for
it
sure.
did.
Yep. LeGarrette Blunt,
LeGarrette Blunt was good for the Lions.
John Kitna.
John Kitna.
Yeah.
Look at here. I could drink a quart of vodka and take care of John Kitna.
Azakim, Stoney Case.
Guys, I can't believe it. They were actually Detroit Lions. All right, let's get to some trade deadline stuff. Next hour, 11:20, we'll have the latest. In the meantime, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Red Wings are 7-3 to start the season. That's their best 10-game record in 15 years. Most recently, the Wings took down the Blues 5-2 in St. Louis. Dylan Larkin credits a mature third period in Tuesday's win.
Actually, it doesn't offer up players. It's just sort of the state of where they are.
Tonight, Detroit looks to repeat with a strong performance against the Kings out in Los Angeles. Puck drop at 10:30 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan hosts the pregame show at 10:15. The Lions take on the Vikings at home this Sunday. If you're going to the game, get there early, and you can get an Amon-Ra St. Brown bobble butt, courtesy of Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Amon-Ra's head won't bobble because it's on the ground in this figurine, as it recreates St. Brown's famous headstand after a touchdown against Green Bay last season. He has a bobble spring separating his upper body from his lower body. Speaking of the Lions, first year.
Do his hips lie?
I don't think they do. We've seen that earlier.
They don't lie, Doug.
Speaking of the Lions' first-year D coordinator and LSU alum, Kelvin Shepard was rumored online this week to be a potential candidate for the head coaching vacancy in Baton Rouge. Moments ago, Shepard told reporters he has not been contacted by LSU, and if you cut him open, he's a liger, half lion, half tiger. Shepard said he's following LSU but focused on his current role. Quote, I can't be interested in something I have no idea about. I'm interested in beating the Minnesota Vikings, unquote. And Morgan Wallen announced he'll be playing 2 shows at the Big House in Ann Arbor July 24th and 25th next summer. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Get to some NFL trade deadline stuff. Lots to talk about in the update there, including Kelvin Shepard not being contacted by LSU yet.
He's a liger.
He's a liger. But first, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh.
All right, guys, are you familiar with Jennifer Aniston?
Yes, very familiar with their work.
Okay.
Yep.
And do you like high-protein foods?
I mean, I have nothing against high-protein foods. I eat protein all the time.
Well, she told Elle Magazine that her go-to breakfast is a high-protein version of oatmeal. She adds egg whites to her oatmeal. Quote, right before the oatmeal's finished cooking, you just whip in an egg, and it kind of gives it this fluffy texture that is delicious. It's one of the secrets, she says, to her diet. The Jennifer Aniston egg whites in the oatmeal diet. Gator, are you going to eat that?
If you're telling me Jennifer Aniston is going to make me breakfast, and I think that's what you're telling me, hell yeah.
I'm not telling you that. I'm just saying, will you do this on your own?
Probably not. I'm not. I don't need to take the time to separate the egg white from the yolk. I happen to enjoy the yolk and the egg.
Well, you can buy like the egg beaters.
I'm not interested in that. I mean, egg beaters I buy, but I wouldn't buy the egg white egg beaters. Don't need that. So, not likely.
So this is a no for you?
Well, unless it's. So you're saying the scenario is not taking place where she's making me breakfast?
No, she's not.
I got to shoot my shot.
Hey, man, I ain't mad at you.
I got.
So you would eat it, though? I mean, you would have, like, at that point,
She made it for you,
Yeah, she
you'd
made
eat
it for you.
Yes.
Okay.
Just about
Yeah.
anything.
Look, baby wants 14 lemons. Baby gets 14 lemons.
It was like 4. But, yeah, I know what you mean. I can't. Yeah, it doesn't sound appetizing to me, like, at all. Like, I've never thought putting raw eggs into oatmeal and cooking them. And
cook them, yeah.
I know, but.
Well, she said cooked, right?
Yeah, well,
Well,
when the
you put 'em
oatmeal's
raw.
almost done, you put the egg
Then
in
it
and
cooks.
then it cooks. Gives it
Yeah.
the fluffy texture. It's 100%.
I mean-
yes, I'm going to try this.
No.
This sounds great. I like oatmeal a lot.
How do you make your oatmeal?
I like to make, well, usually I make it in the microwave with milk because I'm
Exactly.
out of time. In the morning, I don't have a lot of time. But
You make it with milk
yeah,
instead of water.
yes.
Okay.
I like it with milk more than water.
He loves milk, man.
Well, everybody does it different. I don't like because I have lots of oatmeal at home, and sometimes go through phases where I have it. And when I do, I mix the packets with water, throw it in the microwave, and then I will top it with milk, like it's a cereal.
So it's a no and a yes, huh? All right.
What a shot!
Next up, Johnsonville. It's got a collab.
I smell another no. Yes, and no this time around. Yeah. What do you got?
They are in a collab with Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper in Johnsonville?
A Dr. Pepper sausage. According to a food blogger, Snackolator on Instagram, the collab was revealed at this year's National Association of Convenience Stores show.
My kind of people.
Kind of want to talk about that, maybe.
Yeah.
Sausages come in standard lengths. It's a new iteration. It'll be infused with iconic flavors of Dr. Pepper, a Johnsonville Dr. Pepper sausage.
Absolutely. Hell yes, I will try this. First of all, Johnsonville brats are great, sausages, whatever. They're all great. You're going to find other ways to flavor them. I'm probably here for it. But with Dr. Pepper is used in cuisine as like a glaze. So yeah, I'd try this.
So normally I would be no.
Man.
Hold on. Normally I would be no. I don't like mixing pop and sausage, but I've always said Dr. Pepper is like flavored barbecue soda.
There we go.
All right, so this is basically just barbecue sauce on sausage. So I'm in. I think it might be actually be good.
Doug?
Well, I'm a no because of the sausage, but if they made like a turkey or chicken sausage with this,
I'm sure for you they would.
I think it sounds great. So
just like Jennifer Aniston would serve me breakfast.
Next up, Arby's has come up and brought back their deep fried turkey gobbler sandwich. They made some changes though. It's a 1/4 pound thick sliced deep fried turkey, crispy fried onions, melted Swiss cheese, stuffing, cranberry spread, and mayo. The addition of stuffing is new for Arby's sandwiches. Previous renditions came in a round bun. This is more like a sub sandwich. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Hell yes, I'm going to eat this. I'm going to eat the hell out of that. And let me tell you something. I have been waiting a long time. There was a company that folded. I don't know what it's been, maybe 12 years. Capriati's was the name of the company. They were a sandwich shop. And Capriati's had a sandwich that was basically a Thanksgiving leftover sandwich. It was turkey. It was the stuffing. It was little of gravy. It had the
I think it had cranberries sauce,
in it. It was absolutely delicious. One of the best sandwiches I've ever had in my life. And I was sad to see that they just didn't make it here in Detroit, which sucked. So would I try this from the great folks over at Arby's who have the meats? Yes, I will.
Can you?
Gator loved that sandwich, Doug, if you can't tell. He had it at his Gator Palooza.
I did.
He had a whole catering of these sandwiches.
I did. Yeah, I had. Yeah, there were several different sandwiches I got from Capriati's. That was like the third Gator Palooza, I think.
Yeah, I was there. Doug refuses to go, but I'll be there.
Football Saturdays are a little tough for me.
I usually try to plan it around it, but it's okay.
No, but I'm in. I enjoy that. I enjoyed that sandwich. I'm thinking I'm going to enjoy this one as well from Arby's. Doug, you got to be in. It's turkey.
There's a giant hole in my heart due to the demise of Boston Market. This can help fill that hole in my heart.
Wow.
Thank you, Arby's.
Lucas on board.
Thank you.
With superfluous bread, Doug's on board.
I miss Boston Market desperately.
I see a tear. I see a tear welling up.
Like someone in my family passed. I have to tell you that Boston Market was my favorite fast casual or fast food place of all time, and I can't believe it didn't make it. It didn't make it because I liked it.
Didn't make it because you had to wait around and lines got too long.
Because it was so popular?
Yeah, because you had to wait in line for like 20 minutes. That's no longer fast.
Next up, Dairy Queen's 2025 holiday menu is here. I won't read it all, but I will give you this.
All right.
Are you interested in the new Holiday Nog Shake? Dairy Queen's Holiday Nog Shake is made with Holiday Nog syrup, blended with soft serve and milk, and garnished with whipped cream and nutmeg.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I would try this. Eggnog is interesting. I feel like it's an acquired taste. When you're a kid, you try it, like, ugh. And then when you're an adult, you're like, okay. And then obviously if they throw some rum in there or whatever it is, or rum chata, whatever you want to throw in there, it makes it different. The shake portion of it, I had some like eggnog flavored ice cream before. It was delicious. So I would very much try this.
There's a yes. Can you?
Yeah, I'm just not an eggnog guy, so I wouldn't try this. But I got to tell you, eggnog, everyone says it. I don't think twice. When you just say nog, I'm like, what? Nog? That sounds weird by itself, right?
It felt weird to say it.
Yeah.
I got to be honest.
Nog?
My rule on this is no captain, no sir. put some captain in that, I might try it. But
Well,
and I could mix
you
it
can
with
do
it.
that,
Yeah,
yeah.
I could, but I'll just make my own eggnog at home. And finally, excuse me, have you heard of Dave's Hot Chicken?
Yes, I've had Dave's Hot Chicken.
Dave's Hot Chicken specializes in chicken tenders, a lot like Raising Cane's. And they have come out with Dave's Not Chicken. Not Chicken bites are simply florets of cauliflower. You get that crunch that you would get in a normal chicken tender and a texture that's compared to the density of chicken. They're more like eating popcorn chicken, but inside it's cauliflower.
Why would I do that?
Gator, are you going to eat that?
Well, explain to me why I would do that if I can get like chicken nuggets? Why would I go with
Maybe you're just in the
cauliflower
mood for a healthier alternative.
Is it really
of-
healthier?
I'm
You're
not
still
sure.
deep frying
I'm
it
not
with-
sure. Maybe you don't eat meat that day.
Well, I'm not Catholic, so yeah, no.
Okay. Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm out on this one. I don't know how they're going to make it the texture of chicken. It's cauliflower. Like, how tough does this cauliflower have to be?
I don't mind cauliflower.
No, I actually don't mind it
deep
either,
Fry
but-
it's fine, but let's not. I mean, that's like an appetizer for my chicken.
They're not saying this is just deep fried cauliflower. They're like trying to make it like chicken, right, Doug? It's like a.
Well, no, it's deep fried cauliflower.
all right,
That's all
well,
it is.
then I don't know. I don't want it.
Given that I very much like the Buffalo Wild Wings cauliflower wings, yes, I will try this. I'll have it as a side to the tendies. So I'm in.
Think about as a side, I get it. You were selling it as if like, would you get this over chicken tenders? And of course, I would not.
Well, you can get it as a side too if you so choose. So it's a no and a yes. All right, and there it is. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Coming up, let's get into some NFL trade deadline stuff. As some reporting out there, what might be going on, and I think I might know what's going to happen. I think as I zero in on this thing and I look at the big picture, I'm going to make my prediction of what they're going to do before the trade deadline, and it's not like something earth-shattering. We'll get to that next here on 97.1. Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. All right, trade deadline. The Athletic put together sort of a trade deadline primer. ESPN's put one together regarding the Lions. Actually, they did it for every team in the NFL. I want to get into it a little bit as we are 5 days out. Today's football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Okay, so look, Colton Pouncey put it perfectly. Last year when we got to the trade deadline, Brad Holmes was trying to essentially stop the bleeding. Now, this year, and I thought that was a good way to put it. This year, they're looking at, I would say that they're trying to beef up the resume. It's a different approach.
Yeah.
An edge opposite of Hutch. Like Hutch is in the elite category, right?
Yes.
And then what are the rest of the categories? Good, average, bad, and terrible?
I would say elite, great, good, average, below average.
What would you hope to get in terms of production for the edge rusher opposite of Hutch?
I think what they've gotten from Al-Qadim Muhammad is right on par with that. I mean, that's he's got 5 sacks.
He's top 20 in the NFL in pressures. He's top 20 in pass rush win rate, and he's top 12 in sacks.
So they have 2 of those guys.
I mean, I wouldn't say that Al-Qadim Muhammad is elite.
No.
I'm not sure I even say he was great. He might be north of good, though. And, if you want somebody opposite of Hutch, or you want a depth guy, or you want somebody so you can spell Hutch and Al-Qadim Muhammad because you're trying to stay as healthy as you can for the postseason, I'm down with it. But can you add a player? Yes. Should you approach it like it's a crisis? No. There's always the chance to go big if the price is right. And we all know the players that the names get kicked around. I don't think any of them are going to be made available. So we can fantasize about it, and it feels like there's reporting every day saying they're not available. But Al-Qadim Muhammad right now is producing better than a lot of people that, others say, well, you go get Arden Key. He's done more than Arden Key. He's done more than both the guys. He's got more sacks than both the guys down at Miami, right? So, you could add. That doesn't mean you don't add. But let's not forget that what the Lions have right now, he's got twice as many sacks as Kayvon Thibodeau this year, which some people would like. The guy they have right now is getting the job done. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to continue to get the job done.
Right. If you look at the sack leaders in the NFL and you get down to the guy, like the top 15 guys or whatever, you get down to the guys that have like at least 4 quarterback sacks or whatever. There's a lot of names on the list. You're like, wow, I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Did not expect that. So I think water will find its level at some point. But I think some guys just benefit from playing in the right situation, and Al-Qadim Muhammad could be that guy. I mean, this isn't dissimilar from the production we saw a couple of years ago from James Houston.
Yeah, do you remember a guy named Kerry Hyder?
Yes.
I mean, we don't need Al-Qadim Muhammad to be a long-term solution. We need him to be about a 15-game solution here. The next 15 games they're going to play.
Yeah, because the rest of this season into the playoffs, and hey, we'll see
How
what happens.
many games that would be?
Yeah, they played.
I think my math is mathing.
7 and 10, and you get could be 12, 13,
14. Yeah, because they play the first round. Anyway, cornerback. They basically played much of October without their secondary intact. Guys have been dropping like flies, but they're all expected to come back. The front line: Reed, Arnold, Amik, Branch, and Kirby when they're in their nickel set. I would go so far as to say that's not a weakness. I go so far as to say it's a strength.
No, I to start the season, I said I think the secondary group might actually be a strength of this team. And then we saw the season unfold, and DJ Reed got hurt. Terry Arnold has been less than spectacular. He's been less than good. I mean, let's be honest. He's been a disappointment to start off. It's not that he can't correct it, because I thought last year he made a correction and was a plus player by the end of the season. We need him to get back to being that guy. And now that he'll be back healthy with this team, hopefully he can take those steps forward. But clearly Meek Robertson loves the role that he's got with this team, and he's got tons of confidence, and a healthy DJ Reed will make a difference. But can you count on guys staying healthy the rest of the way? It would not stop me at all from exploring getting another corner. Just because they're getting healthy doesn't mean that I should feel safe about it.
No, but then it brings us to, how do you feel about Rocky Ya-Sin, Avonte Maddox, Thomas Harper, Nick Whiteside, Arthur Marlette, Eric Hallett, a.k.a. the Legion of Whom.
Legion of Whom, yes.
Who just held Baker Mayfield to a QB rating of 66.1 in that game against Detroit. And Baker Mayfield going into that game was being talked about as a leading contender for MVP. And they made his life difficult. Those guys are pretty good depth guys. This is just like the edge rusher. Could they add? Yes. Is it a crisis? No, it's not a crisis. Their depth guys got the job done, which is what you want from your depth guys. Could you add another one? Sure. And could you add a great one if the price is right? I don't mind upgrading from Terrion Arnold if the price is right, but there's not a necessity to do it.
I would say that I tend to agree that it's not the necessity. However, my gut is telling me that you need to explore this to find if it's possible to land a top corner. And if that's not possible, then that's not possible. And I'm fine with that. However, it should be possible to find upgrades over guys that you have on your practice squad, or maybe guys that are the last corner on your active roster.
It's Rocky Ya-Sin, Avonte Maddox, Thomas Harper, Nick Whiteside, Arthur Marlette, and Eric Hallett.
Can you find an upgrade over one of those guys? And those guys performed more than admirably they were awesome last week, but I'm not counting on that every single week. So if I could find another corner that is better than that group, I'll get them. I'd go for it.
That brings us to offensive line and offensive tackle. And it really comes down to, we know the starting unit is great. I feel like this is the most attainable thing at the trade deadline, is an upgrade over Skipper or Cochran. I think that's the kind of thing that you can get and can get for very little, having to give up very little. And so is it a crisis? I mean, I wouldn't call it a crisis, but they're really thin at tackle right now, considering that they've already lost Jamarco Jones. Giovanni Manu's banged up. I mean,
he's an IR.
Yeah. So you're looking at this. This feels to me like where the bleed is. And I think it is the most predictable thing that they're going to do is they're going to add a tackle.
I think it's becoming, I don't know if it's painfully obvious, but it's pretty obvious if you're looking at a spot that you can improve the team, that you would look at the offensive tackle or offensive line position, maybe find somebody that has the versatility, but it's for a key backup role on this team. And someone who you would have to feel very strongly, if needed to be pressed into starting duty, that you wouldn't feel bad about it at all, because you're looking for somebody that can either supplant Skipper or whomever else is on this team, or at least create competition for that. Because I'm not sure how healthy Taylor Decker is going to be the rest of the way.
And it'd be nice to have somebody in there that you feel pretty good about to play, maybe even for a few weeks here, to give them a chance to be healthy. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Matt is in St. Clair Shores, and he is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Matt. Matt, are you there?
Matty.
Matt?
That's not nice. Normally, Matt comes on and says, "Hey guys, how you doing?" Nice.
No, it doesn't. Not today.
Matt's not around.
I might be. Matt, are you there? No, we lost Matt. Bob is next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Bob.
This is the Bob who you dragged through the mud last week when I was complaining about the Bengals-Lions game in the 2-minute drill, and you proceeded to slash me apart with facts. So I'm back for another.
I don't remember the call. What was your complaint?
I didn't think the Lions did a very good job in the last 2 minutes of the first half. And then you proceeded to show me why I probably shouldn't have called.
That's okay.
Yep.
Round two, Bob. What's up?
Yep.
But now I'm
All
back
good.
for another attempt. I don't hear anybody talking about, I think we need a better backup quarterback.
Interesting.
If Goff goes, everybody's kind of assuming that Goff's this Iron Man and he's never going to get hurt. If he goes down, I think the season is basically lost. I don't have any confidence in the backup quarterbacks.
If he goes down for the rest of the year, I would agree with you. If he goes down for a few weeks or a month, how can you survive that month and still make sure you make a playoff spot? There are teams out there with excess parts at quarterback. I'm intrigued by Russell Wilson with the Giants. Last time I saw him, he looked awful. I'm not saying that's the Russell Wilson I want. I want the Russell Wilson that's got weapons all around him, that has experience, that might be reinvigorated being a backup in Detroit. Now, if they're going to give up Jameis Winston, I'd take him first because they got the 3 quarterbacks there. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Bob. I don't know that we can possibly have any idea if Kyle Allen could get it done if called upon.
I think the big problem is that there are other teams that legitimately need to get a quarterback right now, and those teams are going to be the ones that'll, contact the other teams for the best, remaining backup quarterback, if you will, that's out there. I guess I'm crazy here. I don't have a problem with Kyle Allen right now. I mean, if I could get Jameis Winston, would I? Would I rather have Jameis Winston? I'd rather have him, but I don't necessarily want to spend the resource to go get him. Because I will bank on our quarterback being healthy, knock on wood here, because that's what all good teams have to do. Of course, every good team is one hit away from, look what just happened. And some teams are in better shape than others. Kyle Allen impressed me a little bit the last couple of preseason games that he played. I thought he was so much better than he was the first game. That first preseason game, he was awful. And I was like, this is a bad situation. But then he kind of proved himself and always playing with the backup players. I have no idea what he looks like in practice, but he looked pretty good with backup players. How would he look with that offense with the good players? Probably a lot better. So maybe I have more confidence than most in Kyle Allen.
Well, one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to walk out on that limb and make a suggestion and then you chop the limb off and I fall 50 feet.
You go
Bob,
ahead.
you're always welcome back, buddy.
I mean, I'm always interested in what quarterbacks people think is, look, trying to come up with somebody that's better than Kyle Allen or more proven than Kyle Allen, I don't think it's that difficult to do.
No.
I just kind of like Kyle Allen.
Your point, though, like let's say, for instance, Atlanta makes Kirk Cousins available. I've already seen people saying he's going to end up back in Minnesota. Is there going to be a team that's more motivated to go get Kirk Cousins or more motivated to go get Jameis Winston? There very well could be.
There's also a money factor with him.
That is true. That is true. And when is his contract expire? Well, I don't even want to get into it. He's not coming to Detroit.
There are guys that I've always liked. Taylor Heineke is a guy I've always liked.
Yep.
So you can find other quarterbacks, but are they appreciably better? Did they make you feel more comfortable as a security blanket than Kyle Allen
Yes,
would?
there's plenty of them out there that I think should be available. Well, I shouldn't say plenty. There's a few.
There might be a few. And like I said, there are other teams that are kind of desperate for a quarterback right now. They're going to look to add that guy.
I think on paper you would feel better, guys, but really backup quarterbacks are backup quarterbacks in this league for a reason. They're not that good. I think a few weeks ago I asked you guys who the best backup quarterback is. I said Marcus Mariota. Look how they're doing. Not very good. I think Gator, you said Carson Wentz. Look how they're doing.
Well, now he's out, yeah.
These backup, I forgot who you said, Doug, but these backup quarterbacks, they can only hold water for so long. So if Goff goes down, you're screwed like any other team in this league that loses their number one quarterback.
Matt in St. Clair Shores. What's up, Matt?
That wasn't nice, Sterling. Listen, the idea that Bob Muhammad has 5 sacks, so we don't need an edge rusher, is the same conversation as the Tigers lead the league in scoring, so we don't need another bat. I just feel like they're very parallel, even though it's a different sport. So
you think that Water's going to find its level with Al-Qadim Muhammad and that he won't be as effective the last 10 games as he was the first 7?
Yeah, just
Okay.
like Trey Sweeney, just like Zach McKinstry.
No,
These
that's
guys,
fine.
like,
I don't hate your analogy, man. I don't hate it.
Well, here's my question. As the rest of the defensive line gets healthier, and they are with the addition of Ali McNeil in the middle of the defensive line, which collapses the pocket, which spills people towards the edge rusher, I don't know that I agree with you. I think the production's going to be there, maybe even more so.
I just think we need, if we're going to be a Super Bowl team, we need to have a better than decent average over our franchise star. And my thought is, you call Tennessee, you give them a first-round pick, you see if you can get L'Jarius Sneed and Arden Key, and if they've got anybody as an exterior lineman, like an outside lineman, like you're mentioning, and you go one-stop shop to Tennessee. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. They need draft capital. Let's throw draft picks at them and win the Super Bowl for a change.
It'd be interesting. I thought of L'Jarius Sneed as well, who's defensive back, but he's hurt right now. And I'm not sure how severe that injury is, but that's definitely a guy I'd thought of prior to an injury. And then I'm still thinking about him because if somebody's going to return in a week or two, I'd be interested.
He was just placed on injured reserve, which I think means minimum 4 weeks. Yeah. So that doesn't mean his season is done. What he just proposed is the kind of trade. I mean, I wouldn't hate that.
No.
But I go
like
back
the
to
one-stop shopping. Sounds good.
It's not a crisis. This team is top 10 in the NFL in quarterback pressure rate, top 6 in the NFL in quarterback sacks, and I think it's only going to get better with the addition of Ali McNeil. However, if a deal falls in your lap that's really good, I'm not saying no. I mean, the one thing I can't help but shake is Brad Holmes. I'm sitting here predicting he's going to get a backup offensive tackle, a depth piece at offensive tackle. I'm not convinced. He just is looking around for talent everywhere, just like he does in the draft. Best player available. Best player available at a price tag he can take. He might surprise us. I don't think he's taking a running back, and I don't think he's taking a wide receiver. I don't think he's trading for a running back or wide receiver. I'm not sure everything else isn't on the table. If he sees a guy at the right price that's talented, I think he might take that guy. 248-539-9797. Coming up, the best of what Dan Campbell said to the morning show yesterday, if you missed it. Some really interesting stuff from the head coach of the Detroit Lions. Got to talk a little bit about the World Series, of course. The Toronto Blue Jays might take down the Dodgers. They're up 3-2 and headed home with a lead. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Twin Peaks fans, what a time to be alive. Fall is the best time of year, and it doesn't get much better than right now. They are in the middle of their Halloween costume party. They got October baseball, the start of pro basketball and hockey seasons, and of course, tonight, Thursday night football action. Imagine sitting in a comfortable lodge has TVs up to 98 inches featuring all the action you crave, while the beautiful Twin Peaks girls are serving up all your favorites. We all talk about your favorite drafts, and I love the bone-chilling 29-degree drafts. They got the sophisticated craft cocktails like the Casamigos Spicy Margarita or the Bullet Rye Old Fashioned. They got the house-smoked ribs and brisket, the hand-smashed and sear burgers, and cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders. If you're not going there for food, well, they got the drinks, they got the TVs, they got the girls, but they do have great food. Come see the difference at your nearest lodge today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. get back to your feedback in a minute. You missed this a couple days ago, Gator. Kang saw it. You know the workstations out there that we sit at?
Yeah.
There's 3 workstations that have access to editing bays and TV monitors and computers. 2 monitors there, and do most of my show prep there. Kang was sitting in the workstation next to me, and he said something like, check this out, and I started to roll the chair over, and I just fell out of the chair. I just fell out. Like, I went to roll sideways like this.
Yeah.
The whole chair,
and you fell.
The whole chair toppled over.
Yeah.
And down I went. I had that moment where I thought I was going to save it.
Yeah, it's not the first. It won't be the last.
No,
I'm not even mildly surprised.
I just fell out of the damn chair.
Damn, shots fired, Gator.
Well, I mean, come on. You've seen Doug sit down in a chair. Is there anybody that is more careless in a chair than Doug Karsh?
First of all, you're correct about that. I'll give you that much. You're definitely correct
If it
about
doesn't
that.
have wheels, I'm immediately start to tilt the chair.
But I've always wondered, like, I'm like, when I find out like an old person falls down, I'm like, how does that happen? And then I saw it happen.
Right. oh, no.
I did it once. I've told the story
There's
in
a
the air
difference
before.
between watching Mitch McConnell walk through Congress and then seeing
man.
Doug fall. I mean, come on, Kang.
I hope there's a difference. I just fell out of the damn chair. Like, the chair just tipped over and I went down. I'm like, I have no idea how I did that. I don't even think I can recreate it. Like, it was just sliding the chair over this way. And
It honestly looked like it was someone did it to you on purpose. That's the only way that could have happened, but it didn't.
But there was
just,
nobody else
There was no
there.
one there.
Well,
He
hold
just
on.
fell.
Did anybody give thought that maybe it was a spirit?
like a ghost?
Yeah.
I gave that no thought because I don't believe in ghosts. Although Kang does. Do you know why Kang does?
Well, I brought it up this morning. It's Halloween right now. And I don't know if you remember this. One night, I was up. I don't even know if I was up or not. All of a sudden, I went downstairs at like 3 a.m. The TV was on. For no reason. We definitely turned off the TV before we went to bed.
Little poltergeist action?
Has that ever happened to you, Gator, where you just all of a sudden
There are
something
things,
was...
yeah. Like I swear to God, I turn that light off, and then you wake up in the night and the light's on. Yeah, it's interesting. You're saying this, and then I put 2 and 2 together with Doug, and my Facebook photo came up the other day, and it's one of my favorite pictures that comes up, periodically. Hey, on this date, remember? But now I'm thinking about it even more, and it gives me little chills. It's a picture of that I took of you and Jamie Samuelson together at a Pistons game, and you're both wearing like plaid shirts, plaid sport shirts, if you will, or collared shirts. Is this Jamie's ghost getting back at us?
Could be.
Is Samuelson messing with us?
If there is a ghost that would mess with me, it would be Jamie.
It would 100% be Jamie.
Oh, man. Yeah, I just fell out of the chair.
Maybe didn't just fall out of the chair.
Yeah, but we didn't even have a short show yesterday.
That's when Jamie would
That's
do
right.
it,
That's
yeah.
when the ire would really come up.
Well, be careful of those chairs with wheels on them. Actually, all chairs are dangerous for me, but I live on the edge when I'm in a chair. We get into Jimmy's office for meetings, I immediately tilt back.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, you're ready to fall down. You're seeing you choosing like X-Files music.
I was just thinking of something creepy. I don't know.
No, it's creepy. It's creepy. He's going to go with Halloween. He's going to go with Friday the 13th. X-Files is equally creepy.
The unknown.
Marlon in Walled Lake writes in, gentlemen, it's time to make the trade with the Titans and get Snead here. Arnold is coming back and Reed has no timetable on his return. You'll have a nice 1-2 punch at corner with Robertson in the slot. Makes too much sense. I know he's out a few weeks, but when he's healthy, he would fit perfectly.
So Snead's contract, he's got an out after this year, but he's signed for a couple more. He's making $18 million this year in base salary. So you're talking probably $10 million to acquire him, because you'd have his salary for the rest of the year.
What's his cap hit next year?
His cap hit next year is $20 million.
Okay, so this might not matter to Marlon, and it might not matter to the previous caller, Dave, Kevin, whoever it was. It matters to Brad Holmes. I don't think he wants to take on cap hits beyond this year.
I don't think he does either, because he's got players like Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell that are first-round picks that have the fifth-year option that they're going to have to pick up. and they're going to start working on extensions for them probably as soon as this offseason, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got guys that you're going to have to extend, like Sam Laporta and Brian Branch.
More feedback here to the Carson. And now I'm not. I think you listen, but
would I rather have Brian Branch at $20 million or Ladarius Sneed at $20 million?
I would rather have Brian Branch.
I would rather have Brian Branch as well.
They gave Hutchinson the contract extension so they could hide behind the fact that they're not going to make a big boy move, so the public thinks, yeah, we're serious. Look how we paid our guy.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
When in reality, there's so much more to be done. That's from Duffy.
Yeah, the big boy move. So giving somebody $180 million or whatever it was for Hutch, that's not a big boy move.
No.
That's just a cover-up for not making a big boy move.
Yep.
So making the big boy move is a cover-up for not making a big boy move. Thanks. Great. That's great insight. Do I think that the Lions could add more to this team? Yes, and they have the cap space to do it on rental basis. I think the Lions are going to be active between now and Tuesday, and specifically, I think they're going to be very active after their game on Sunday when they see what else is going on in the NFL. What this texter doesn't know is the same thing that you don't know and that I don't know, and that Jared Goff told us yesterday that nobody knows. Nobody knows who's available. Only the GMs do. And they're talking to each other. They're not talking to the press. Only they know what's going on. So as much as you may covet some big-time defensive end that you think is available, they may not be available because you don't know. I don't know.
Headline from November 5th, 2024. Howie Roseman and Eagles sit out 2024 trade deadline flurry. Okay? You don't have to make a trade to necessarily be a Super Bowl contender. If the right trade didn't come along for Howie Roseman and the Eagles last year, so they didn't pull the trigger, the same thing can be true here. There's no doubt that Brad Holmes is working the phones.
Look, there are different ways of doing things, and the Eagles made their big moves in the offseason prior to last year when they added Saquon Barkley and others. Those were big moves that they made, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably why they didn't make a move at the trade deadline. There are so many factors that go into it. How much money you have to spend, what you're looking at in future caps. And if all this sets up for the Lions not doing anything, I think the reason that they wouldn't be doing anything is because the player that they would want is not available to them. But wait, I don't like these preemptive, this is this, and set it in stone. That they're not putting their big boy pants on and making a big boy move when they literally just did that.
Well,
and then the person is going to say, and don't tell me, which is the worst argument ever. No, that's the number one argument. Don't tell me I can't use the number one argument in an argument.
The thing about it is, I am also very, very intrigued. We never had a GM draft like this.
Never.
And so the idea that he keeps adding draft classes is really intriguing to me. I'm not against just letting Brad Holmes cook and do his thing. I'm not convinced he's not building a very sustainable Super Bowl contender for a long time. Draft, develop, sign. Draft, develop, sign. Then let walk. Eventually he's going to have to start cycling guys out. But
at some point you think they would have to cycle some guys out.
Jason on a cell, you're on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, thanks for letting me thanks for letting me on.
Sure.
I just wanted to bring up the point that another caller made about the backup quarterback situation and wanting to trade for someone. It doesn't matter because if Jared Goff goes down, Kyle Allen's our best option. You know, you're not going to find someone that's going to be a better option at this point in the year. Kyle Allen knows the offense. One of you guys recommended Russell Wilson. That guy's a dumpster fire. It's just a name at this point. And also to the point on Brian Branch and Laporta, you're going to have to let one of those guys walk, and you're probably okay with letting Brian Branch walk. I'm okay letting both of them walk. You can find both of those guys in the draft, especially a tight end more so. But I'm okay letting both of those guys walk if it means going after a marquee free agent instead, or re-signing a Jack Campbell to a long-term deal.
Thank you, Jason. Dave in Clinton Township, you're next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, there's going to be moves. There's not going to be some wow moves, and that's surprising to me because if you would have asked me this question 5 years ago, I would have said, yeah, he's going to make some major stuff because Brad Holmes. When I say Brad Holmes was coming from an environment with tomorrow and draft picks be damned.
Yep.
Okay, the reason we didn't get a first round the first year for Stafford, they didn't have one. Okay, that's why we had to wait, and thank God we did because they probably gave us Goff for that. So. Yeah, they'll make some moves, but he's looking for what was the word you used? A sustainable system rather than tomorrow. And again, that's surprising because when he first got here, I thought, okay, here we go. He's going to be a Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, the most all-in GM we ever had was Dave Dombrowski. He went all in year after year after year, and he guaranteed nothing.
Trader Jack,
I'm sorry.
84.
Yeah, and there were some Red Wing teams that were successful in that regard. I strike that from the record. But yeah, the last I could think of that we had was Dave Dombrowski, and it guaranteed nothing. I mean, it's fun.
Right. And if the NFL really wanted some big moves, why don't we move the trade deadline to week 15 or 16 because there's too many damn teams still in contention to make deals?
Interesting.
That seems like a late. But I mean, would I entertain making it later than, week 8 in the NFL season or week 9, whatever this is? Maybe, but I think putting it off until December, I don't like that idea.
Mark in Oakland, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, I know why you fell out of your chair.
Why's that?
Well, it's a lot of physics. So you had a center of gravity when you were sliding over to take a look at the other screen, were you leaning a little bit as you were going there?
I absolutely was leaning.
Okay. What you did is you moved your center of gravity outside the point of the middle of the chair, and you created a couple of velocity vectors, creating a moment of inertia that tended to rotate your body. And then you had a force vector of the wheels going in the opposite direction, and you just rotated about that force vector.
Mark, are you a physics teacher?
No, I'm not.
You have a physics background?
But general engineering and physics, yeah. So,
all right. Just saying a Holiday Inn Express?
I'm sorry?
Never mind. We're good. Sorry.
That's all I got.
No, listen, vector and inertia, I'm all about it. But the reality is, Kang.
It was a ghost.
It was a ghost.
Yeah.
Force vector. It was a force vector.
Is that another name for ghost?
Force vector. Yeah. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Red Wings will take the ice tonight for their second of a 5-game road trip. They're in Los Angeles to face the Kings for the first of 4 games out west. These West Coast road trips can be challenging, but Todd McClellan is not looking for any pity for his team. Said the best teams in the league will find a way to handle it well, and the mediocre teams will struggle through it. He wants to be of the first. Get yourself some late-night wings tonight when they drop the puck at 10:30 tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions offensive and defensive coordinator speaking with the media today. Offensive coordinator John Morton discussing Jameson Williams said, quote, "I failed him. That's what I told him. Quote, I wouldn't have faulted you if you're pissed at me. He works too hard." J-Mo responded with no sweat, said Morton. And Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard said today that he has not been contacted by LSU regarding their head coaching vacancy. Shepard is an alum of the Tigers. The National Basketball Players Association will fight for Terry Rozier to be paid during leave. The league announced yesterday that Rozier's salary along with Chauncey Billups' will be withdrawn and held in escrow for the remainder of the year while the two are on leave. The NBA union told Front Office Sports, quote, "While we are in agreement with the league that upholding the integrity of the game is of the utmost importance, the decision to place Terry on leave without pay is counter to the presumption of innocence and inconsistent with the terms of our collective bargaining agreement." At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
You worry about Devil's Night?
Not anymore. No, I think, and I don't think I've ever had an issue in my my neighborhood. I can't think
were you one of those? Were you a Devil's Night troublemaker?
No, I wasn't.
I find that hard to believe.
I know.
It seems like it'd be on
No, but
brand for
I'll
you
be honest
as a
with you.
teenager. I know you will.
I've got there's some checkered things in my past that I'm not all that proud of. But I didn't, because Devil's Night, I was always disappointed with Devil's Night. That honestly, as a kid, like you see a city burning, and those were all those stories that were on the news back then in the 80s were fires in Detroit, and I'm like, why are they just burning? Why are they burning all these vacant buildings? And it's dangerous and everything else, and it's awful. So, and I'm not a fan of fire to begin with, and that's what I always associate Devil's Night with, was the fires that would happen downtown. And I'm so glad that there were initiatives put in place, people protecting the city, and the fires would be reduced significantly. But now, because of Ring cameras and other security cameras and other technology, I feel that a lot of that stuff is eliminated, and I think it's great in a way, and also in a very small way, I think it's a little sad for like the silly pranks that could be played as a kid, like ding dong ditching
or TPing somebody's house.
Yeah, those are silly pranks, right? But you can't do that anymore.
So
because of the cameras will catch you.
We might not be home tomorrow night, so there might be a bowl left.
Good luck with that.
But we have cameras.
Uh-huh.
And when you walk up at night, the camera goes on. The light lights up. So I'm just intrigued as a little psychological experiment, an ethics experiment with kids. If we write take 1 or take 2 or whatever, and leave a bowl out there, and they walk up and the camera goes on to the kids.
Do you have the ability to talk to them?
Actually, we do.
Would you do that? Use that and say, hey only one.
No, I don't want to be like that grumpy old man house or whatever. The kids.
Yeah,
that's where that guy is.
Within 3 visits, the candy's gone.
Yeah, probably will be.
But a lot of kids wear masks, right?
That's true.
Just
that's
saying.
true.
I mean,
yeah, but they still have the ethical question.
Yes, my kids talk about it often in my household.
Talk about what?
Ethical questions. No, they're like, give me candy.
Okay, so if your kids walked up and saw something that said take 1, you think they just empty the
No, my kids would just take one. My kids are very just passive and honest like
that. They have
that.
ethics.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
plus-
they don't know what ethics is. They're just them.
You're going with your kids.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing.
So-
what you got to watch out for are the 13-year-olds that aren't going out with their parents that are just going to, go trick-or-treating with their friends.
Yep.
and they'll look both ways and then, steal the candy. Not steal it, but take more than they're supposed to.
Yeah. Well, anyway, everybody behave themselves.
Yeah, please do.
Yep.
Please do. But I have to believe that all this technology has really curtailed that kind of activity, and I think that's great.
Probably has, yeah. Big Brother is watching. We actually, it wasn't how the book read that was going to happen, but really, you can't get away with anything anymore. We're always on camera everywhere.
People are so paranoid of answering the doorbell these days. Does that play any role? Like, are more people putting just a bowl of candy out there or finding ways that...
No, we'll go to the door. I can't speak for everybody, I guess, but we'll go to the door. My wife loves the costumes.
Yeah, I always answer the door if it rings.
Didn't you have, some years you've had none and other years you've had a bunch?
Yeah, it's always hit or miss. No matter where I've lived, it's been hit or miss with the candy.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Mike on a cell here on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I just wanted to speak to the last caller that he said he has no problem watching Branch or Laporta walk. I'm sorry. Those are culture guys. And for those that are real Detroit Lions fans, not just a 3-year bandwagon, I remember when we didn't have culture. Yes, they are very talented. And don't assume you can just find these guys in the draft, because you can't. How many times have we missed on the cornerback in the secondary, the first rounder? We got a long history of that.
Well, but if you're gonna ridicule the caller, which I have no issue with, but you also then say we have a long history of blowing the draft. Not with Brad Holmes, we don't. That long history isn't relevant.
That's actually a very good point. But I'm not giving up my culture, guys. I'm just not. BB is a staple. And Brad, I trust. I would love this. I would love to see a move made in the secondary. But whatever Brad does, I'm good with.
Yeah, our man put together this massive project of that it isn't even worth going down the road of, okay, if you're not signing these guys, who are you adding? And then you go, who are you replacing them with the draft? It's all so unpredictable that it was like, all right, I don't want to take on this project of trying to predict and building the roster out from here. But, he does do well in the draft. He can replace expensive players with cheaper ones. We've never had a GM this good. No. If he decides there's no trades worth making, I'm okay. I'll Brad Bot it all the way home. Good for you. You do you, Brad. I'm totally want to see this experiment and how it plays itself out over the next 5-10 years.
I think if there weren't so many players look like they're on their way back from injuries and injury issues, I think we might have a different tone about this. But because it does seem like a lot of guys are coming back, and they were 4-2 without Aleem McNeil. Now they've got him back. Now they're 5-2. It's such a huge piece to that defense that they didn't have to start the season. I like it.
There's operating smartly, and then there's operating with desperation. They have no need to be desperate or act desperate.
A lot of fans just like activity, guys. You know what I mean? Whether it's the draft, right? Did we talk about the draft ever before? We were doing mock drafts in December, right? And then free agency and trades. People like that stuff. What fan base do you think was happier at the moment? The Cowboys fans when they drafted an All-Pro and Micah Parsons, or the Packers fans when they acquired an All-Pro Micah Parsons in a trade?
Which was more excited?
Yeah. It's a trick question because the answer is C. Drafting the guy and then re-signing him and extending him, which is what Brad Holmes just did with Aiden Hutchinson. And that to some people isn't exciting enough because they didn't make all these moves. But that's the goal. Don't you think Cowboys and Jerry Jones would have loved extending Parsons under a relatively good deal, right, for both parties? Yep. Well, that's what Brad Holmes does. I trust in him 100% what happens at the deadline.
Just something to keep in mind. The Athletic revisited 18 trades at last year's deadline. Okay, and I'm not going to read the whole story, but they wrote, of the 18 trades, none delivered game-changing results. So, and Philly made no trades. So, now that just because Philly didn't make trades doesn't mean you don't have to, but it also means you're not doomed if Brad decides to hang on to his draft capital. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Dan Campbell, what two young players have stepped up the most and impressed you? Hear what he had to say coming up today at 12:24 on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take their case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Let's get right back to your phone calls. Dave is next on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hi. I listen to you guys all the time. Long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
I got a comment about your Doug leaving the bowl of candy out tomorrow for Halloween.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to empty the bowl of kale.
Great point.
Well, we don't do that. We actually get real candy. So We don't do that. You might suspect.
Do you got those fake Reese's things?
No.
The feces?
No, we don't.
Yeah, I just know you're a big kale guy. So
it's awesome. So yeah, but I don't give it away.
It's awesome. It's too good to give away, right, Doug?
Come on, man. Give it that away. I give it away that gold.
No way.
You nuts?
Yeah. Jeez, man. He's the voice, but come on.
Hey.
Ken in Detroit, you're next. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I got a comment about the guy who said that Brad Holmes was not going to make no big boy moves. I have just the opposite take on that. Me and my brother were discussing this yesterday, and we thought the timing of Hutchinson's contract was kind of peculiar, that he would complete that right before the trading deadline. So to me, we was thinking that the reason why they done it at the time that they did it is because they planning on trying to add somebody, and they wanted Hutchinson's contract to be complete before they attempted to do that. What y'all think about that?
So we talked about it yesterday. He's probably got a sense for, now a greater sense for how much money he has now and how much money he has moving forward, what they have budgeted out for guys like Gibbs and Campbell and Laporta and Branch, whether or not they can afford them all, which I think they can, or they don't, or they decide that maybe they'll pass on a guy. I mean, the variable that he's probably looking at too is, all right, this coming draft, it's a good one for tight ends, or it's a good one for safeties. So maybe he will let one of those guys walk and start to replenish now. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe he goes, there's no tight ends or safeties in the next 2 drafts. I got to lock these guys up. So there's a lot of moving parts to know on what money is spent now and what money is spent in the future and where he might be able to save money. But these are all things that he's considering. Do I think they can make a big move? Sure, I think they could. It would have to be one of those trade deadline moves that, like, I think the best example ever was at Snacks Harrison for a 6-rounder. Is that what we talked about earlier this week?
5th rounder or 6th rounder, whatever it was.
Yep.
I think what the signing of Hutch does is it defines exactly how much money they have to spend. Mm-hmm. How much money they are under the cap. You don't get to take it with you next season. It's just for this year. And now they know exactly how much they have, and I think they're going to act accordingly. They're going to scour the NFL for players who would be welcome additions to this team and they can fit in for the rest of the season. Because there's no need to just hang on to $20 million of cap space. You don't get an award for that. And like I said, you don't get to carry it over next year. So if you legitimately have $20 million under the cap right now after the Hutch stuff, go spend it.
Isn't there some you carry over? Isn't there some formula you do carry some over?
Not if you're renting players.
No, but I think if you don't, you spend it all. I think you get to take some of it, but I have to go back and look. If let's see here, just one more average defensive end for rotational purposes could put us over the hump. You need to get the top 2 edge rushers fresh in the fourth quarter. They can come in those crucial defensive possessions in the fourth and hold up the 4 fingers. Next one, the great thing about having a Meek is that nickel corners will be the easiest to trade for, and Robertson's ability to play really well outside when called upon we can acquire a cheap nickel corner and move a Meek outside if needed. That's possible. That's a good point. Joe in Clawson, I'd love to see Tariq Woolen in a Lions uniform. He doesn't fit McDonald's system. I think Shep would find a role for him. Speaking of Shep, news today that LSU has not contacted him. If you're an LSU fan, you have a former player and a guy who I think was a GA at LSU, who is in his first year as an NFL defensive coordinator and has coached 9 games as a defensive coordinator. Would that be a guy that would be at the top of your list?
No.
And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Kelvin Shepherd as a candidate.
No, I think he'd be a great candidate, but I don't think he's at the top of LSU's list. LSU considers themselves to be one of the blue bloods, and I'm not going to argue with that. LSU can go out and spend as much money as they want. They feel like that's what they do. So I would imagine that he's nowhere near the top of that list. The top of that list is probably Lane Kiffin.
Yep.
For LSU, or someone like that, someone that has a proven college coaching. Maybe they think they get Mike Elko away from Texas A&M. I mean, this is how they would think. Lure Nick Saban out of retirement, Urban Meyer out of retirement. That's how they're going to be thinking.
Yeah, but does Louisiana's governor have Calvin Shepard's number?
Yeah, well,
that's a great question.
This is a whole topic we may have to get into because the governor is telling LSU your athletic director will not hire the next coach.
So that Donald Trump would hire the next coach before the athletic director does. Which, if you're the athletic director, you're like, why am I here? This is my job. It's part of my job, and you're neutering me in public. Then buy me out.
That whole thing's a mess.
It is a mess. It's LSU, and it's the athletic director's mess.
I mean, he's responsible for some of the biggest buyouts in the history of college sports because he had Jimbo Fisher's buyout at Texas A&M, and now he's got Brian Kelly's buyout, meaning bad hires, and you had to fire them and pay them anyway. Whew. So they should just fire him. It's what they should do.
More bad money.
All right. We said we'd do this. Let's get to it. Dan Campbell on the morning show. How do you get better? They had the bye week, things they could focus on and how to improve. Here's what the Lions head coach said. So I think one area, third downs, they don't rate very high in the NFL in third downs. I think they're in the bottom third of the league. I always find third down conversion percentage to be a really interesting stat. They are 22nd in the NFL at 37.65. I find it to be an interesting stat because I think it's a direct reflection of the to go. Yeah. Right? 3rd and 2 is different than 3rd and 9.
Right.
And so.
And also with the Lions, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I would like to see if they're the Lions. If I look at the Lions and their average third down is it's 3rd down and 3, or is it 3rd down and 8? Because if it's 3rd down and 3 and you haven't converted, you're probably doing something wrong on 3rd down. If it's 3rd down and 8, then it feels to me like your problems are 1st and 2nd down.
But with the Lions, you also have to factor in it's a 4-down team.
That's true.
So 3rd down isn't the same as it is for all the teams.
That's a valid point.
I mean, they look at 3rd and 6 as sometimes it's the same as 3rd and 1. We're trying to pick up positive yards and consider going for it on 4th.
All right, next up. Who's really taken a step forward this year? Which young players? Here's what Dan Campbell told our morning show. I remember when Derek Barnes signed that contract extension, some of the feedback we got was, why?
Yeah, I questioned it. I wasn't convinced that he was a guy that they should bring back, albeit the contract looks very tame when you look at it now. 3 years, $24 million. You're talking $8 million a year for a starting linebacker in the National Football League who's entering the prime years. That's pretty good. I think, but the reason you say that is because you couple that with the guy who's most productive is Alex Anzalone, arguably with he and Jack Campbell, but Alex Anzalone, and Anzalone's making less. and you wanted to make sure that he was happy, and it hasn't been an issue. You know, they found a way to get him a little bit more money. It's not a ton more, but to Alex Anzalone's credit, he hasn't complained since the season began. He's just put his head down and played great football, despite the fact that he's not the highest paid linebacker on the team.
Well, more from Dan Campbell. Also, some breaking news from the world of college football coming up. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, so I said there was some breaking news in college football. First, Central Michigan has been handed down some penalties from the NCAA for Connor Stalions' presence on their sidelines for a game against Michigan State. Agreed upon penalties, 2 years probation for CMU, which it says nothing about any postseason bans or anything like that. A $30,000 fine plus 1% of the football budget, and Jim McElwain, who's the name that most people know, gets a 2-year show cause and will have to sit out some games if he does come back at any point there. So that is that, and some other staffers got some show cause stuff. And now everybody is reporting something that was rumored. Matt Rule gets a new contract at Nebraska. So this is, we talked about people playing defense.
So they're hoping that Penn State doesn't come calling?
Yeah.
So he gets an extension? Or they redo his contract?
They're extending him, it says here. Let's see if I can find any details. 2-year extension with Nebraska.
A 2-year extension. Okay.
Yep. So,
but I'm assuming he's already there for several more years, and it's 2 years in addition to that. Doesn't sound like it's a big thing to keep him away or keep other schools from knocking.
I mean, I would assume that that's the only reason Nebraska would do it.
I wouldn't knock that loud on his door anyway, would you?
Nope.
I mean, Nebraska, they've taken their chances, right? They've taken their shots with guys that were, proven at other places, and they just haven't done it at Nebraska, which seems odd.
Yeah, look,
Scott Frost was very good at Central Florida.
I'm not a huge Matt Rule guy, but I try not, we'll see what happens. I'm not burying him either. If I were a Nebraska fan, I'd probably be a little lukewarm towards him, but I'd also be growing awfully impatient if I were a Nebraska fan, because it feels like they've been spinning their wheels for a long time.
Well, but they have a 19, 20-year-old quarterback they're working with, a true sophomore that is supposed to be great, and he shows flashes. I just wish he weren't such a cosplayer. But
here's the other thing: if I were Penn State, if I were a Penn State fan, I'd be like, fine. Do you know who's become the favorite now to land the Penn State job?
No,
Louisville's Jeff Brom.
What?
Yep. Followed by Brian. This Brett McMurphy has this. Jeff Brom is the new favorite at 40%. Penn State's to be Penn State's next coach. He's citing CalShy, which is some sort of trading site. Ohio State's Brian Hartline, 29%. Missouri's Eli Drinkowitz, 17%. Iowa State's Matt Campbell, 14%.
First of all, a lot of those names, I'm like, really? Mm-hmm. Those are for Penn State's job?
Yep.
So if you believe that,
if
you believe that's the reporting, that Jeff Brom, the former Purdue coach, and current Louisville coach, that he is the front runner, and that these other names are also Rands, and Brian Hartline, the offensive coordinator at Ohio State, who has never been a head coach, and for all intents and purposes, he's a heck of a wide receivers coach, but what I don't know if there's anything else that leads you to believe he's going to be a great coach.
Hartline he's their OC this year, right? This is his first year.
He's intriguing, but he hasn't coached. So what my point, I guess, is going to be: is Penn State a great job?
I would think so.
I would think so too, and yet you're talking about
you're underwhelmed by this group of candidates.
Completely underwhelmed.
Who does the governor want to be the head coach?
I was about to say, we haven't heard from the Pennsylvania governor.
John Shapiro, is that the governor over there?
Yeah, I don't know why Matt Rule was like, I feel like Nebraska, you didn't need to do that, right? Like, why did they? I know there was the rumors and connections, but that doesn't mean that he's going to go there. Or
Matt Rule's going to breathe in. Woo! I'm staying for a little bit. All right. How about you, Patrick? I mean, Dylan?
Yeah, Rule might want to cosplay Andy Reid to keep it.
We want to gain some weight and grow a mustache.
The other thing I saw is this, and this is really interesting. A U.S. congressman from Washington named Michael Baumgartner has introduced a bill that would provide a limited antitrust exemption to cap college football coaching salaries. the cap as a condition of participating in federal student aid programs. Institutions agree to limit total compensation for any athletic department employee to 10 times the institution's tuition and required fees for first-time, full-time undergraduate students. In the most recent year, no loopholes. So if you take federal money at your university, they want to say you can't spend more than 10 times what tuition is. Now, is that in-state? Is that out-of-state? I mean, it makes a huge difference. But let's just go with a number: the $70,000 tuition, with, and fees and boarding, room and board and all that. That would cap coaches' salaries at $700,000. And what it is a reaction to all of the wasted
what was
money.
the percentage?
It's 10%. So if it's $70,000 to go to school there, the most athletic department employee can make is $700,000. Because they see it as a direct wasting of money for institutions that are supported by federal funds. All that does is send all the good coaches to private schools, right?
Yeah, I'm going to need Congress to stay the hell out of affairs with the NCAA right now until they get back to work themselves.
Valid.
Just shut up. Mm-hmm. And how about you get
way
the
more
government?
Important things need to be taken care of.
Let's take care of getting people back to work and doing their jobs and swearing in people, and let's work on healthcare and all these other things.
Issues.
There are so many bigger issues. I get really, really annoyed when they start dipping their toe in. Like they say, we want to talk to Andrew Silver. Shut up. Not yet. You can talk to him at some point, but not right now. The NBA, because of the gambling stuff. You have no business talking to anybody right now other than each other and figuring out what's best for the country. So stay out of it.
Now.
And this idea is preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
You don't like it?
No.
I got to tell you.
And particularly not when the government is indiscriminately deciding to pull funding from universities, too. No.
True. You know what's amazing, though? It's amazing. Everybody is saying in college athletics that there's going to be a recoil effect, that we won't see contracts and buyouts like this in the future. But this reminds me, it reminds me so much of Major League Baseball, where when you're in a bidding war for a candidate, a hot candidate, you can't tell people, you can't say that people aren't going to keep bidding. They're just going to keep handing out these contracts. I think it's a complete fairy tale that there'll be a recoil. They're going to stop doing these contracts. I don't believe that at all. 248-539-9797. Josh and Warren. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Well, I kind of disagree with that, Doug, because I think it's going to be like the old NFL rookie cap where, remember when rookies would come in making $100 million, never playing a snap? And then the NFL was like, no, we're changing that. And I think that's what's going to happen with college with these coaches is they're going to end up putting a cap on these coaches, or they're only going to sign them to probably 1 or 2 year deals. Because you look at Jonathan Smith's situation, he just signed a contract and they already want to get rid of him. So why are schools going to start signing long-term deals in the future when it's win now, when we can go buy a player or buy players and move on from a coach?
Well, there's a lot there, Josh. Obviously, the difference between a player that's drafted is they're not being bid upon. Coaches are being bid upon by different institutions. A player that's drafted has one team that they can negotiate with. So the league could put a rookie salary cap in place because they weren't limiting the bidding for somebody who is an open employee. Coach is. But you do bring up something that I wonder what institution's going to say. To hell with the coach. We don't even care. All of our money's going to players. We'll just go higher. We'll bump up the gratis system.
UCLA did. I mean, they fired their coach, and then they got this wonder kid that everybody loves. And are you going to go like the McVay route where you're getting these young guys, or on these short, you can get them cheaper, and then maybe in the future they get paid if they do something. I just feel it's going to be a big recoil, and you're not going to get paid for what you're going to do. You might get paid in the future if you win, because I feel like Brian Kelly making all this money. What did Brian Kelly honestly win to deserve that money? Outside of making it to games, but then got embarrassed.
He made it to the college football playoff twice.
He built up his resume to the point where it was good enough for some university to come and give him a ridiculous amount of money. Same thing with James Franklin. And It happens. I mean, you're worth what you're getting paid, right? Or what somebody's willing to pay for.
Some school's going to just bump up a GA to head coach and pour millions into their roster and see if that works.
Well, in the UCLA situation, it doesn't even matter because UCLA is going to hire a coach, and the coach is going to make like at least $5 million a year.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere. So do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? It's getting cold out there. Well, the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Okay, Gator. Let's see how much you want this free agent.
Okay.
Said you want him. This guy Gator coveted. How much do you want him? We'll get to that today at 12:50.
Oh.
Yep. First, Dan Campbell.
Oh, 3 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Jamison Williams has been a hot topic this week, it seems, amongst the callers and the listeners. It sounds as though he's going to get more opportunities moving forward. It's hard. It's so hard when you're the Lions. You got so many weapons and you're putting up 30 points a game, but you also want to maximize your assets to get the most out of them. It's topic came up with Dan Campbell. Here's what he had to say to our morning show yesterday about J-Mo's role on this team moving forward. Colton Pouncey just tweeted out at this hour that Lions offensive coordinator John Morton says he had conversations with Jameson Williams about getting him the ball more. Said he understands if J-Mo was pissed at him, but said J-Mo has been great about the lack of opportunities. Morton, quote, I'm going to do a better job with that. What do you make of that?
I think it's interesting. It's acknowledging that they've got this weapon that they just haven't utilized a ton of. But as we talked over with Jared Goff, we start looking at numbers and things like that, and number of plays called and all that. I think a lot of it has to do with, and then you bring up their 22nd and third down conversions. They need to pick up first down so they have more plays.
Mm-hmm.
And so that you can take more chances with a guy like J-Mo. But I think people automatically think of Jameson Williams as being this deep threat because he is, because of his speed. And not enough of just as part of the regular offense and crossing passes. This guy can take it to the house every time he touches the football. Yes, they need to get him the ball more. I agree with it. But I think that the number one thing that they have to do as an offense in general is just have more plays. Because they're not, I would imagine their number of plays run is down significantly, I would guess, just based on Goff passing plays. He's averaged less than 30 passes per game outside the first game of the year. They threw it 39 in the first game, and I don't know if they've thrown it 30 times since.
It's really interesting. I hadn't looked at that till you brought it up. Number of plays when you have either quick strikes or low possession games, which typically aren't quick strikes. Typically, that's because you're running the ball well. You end up with this your number of plays you get to run is down, and a lot of people aren't getting to put up big numbers. All that's irrelevant if you're winning, right? All of it's irrelevant if you're winning.
It becomes certainly, I don't know if it's irrelevant. It's less relevant for sure.
Yep.
But it becomes relevant with some people. But J-Mo hasn't complained.
No.
But it becomes relevant in Philadelphia. Hey, they're winning games, but boy, their receiver isn't happy about it. He wants to be more involved, and he's been vocal about it. So I think it has a relevance. I'm not sure if it's not irrelevant.
I used to do this where I get wrapped up in that stuff and lose sight of the winning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're supposed to win the games. That's what matters. These are things that help you win, but don't call plays to prove a point. I think if you're calling plays to prove a point, you end up losing 13-10 to an underdog Michigan team in Columbus last November. But
you don't want to force anything, but I think we can all agree with that Bucs game. They left a lot of points on the board, it seemed like. And that might be, the answer might be, get Jameson Williams the ball more. They're having issues, like you want more plays, Gator, and I agree, they're low on plays. They're like bottom third in the league in plays. Convert those third downs, and maybe Jameson Williams is that third down guy. I mean, years past it was Tim Patrick or Josh Reynolds. Maybe it's Jameson Williams this year. When it's third and intermediate or whatever, get him the ball and move the chains.
Okay, Gator asked, how much do you want this guy? Jim Bowden came out with his list of free agents and contract predictions. Did you see this?
I did not.
Okay. This is a player you've been talking about forever, and he lists as the number one guy out there.
Kyle Tucker.
Yep. Do you want Kyle Tucker?
Yes, I want Kyle Tucker.
Do you want Kyle Tucker at 10 years, $427 million?
No. No, I don't. He's 28 right now, and I don't think he's a $40 million a year player. You look at his numbers in his career, and I really like Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker has never hit more than 30 home runs in a season. He has 2 years in his career where he's driven in more than 100 runs. This past year, playing in Chicago with the Cubs, 22 homers, 73 RBIs, and hitting 266. 841 OPS. He's a really good player. And he's a career 865 OPS. That's really good. But the $40 million a year player threshold, to me, that's like guys that have high 800s or in the 900 OPS. Guys are going to hit 40 home runs. Guys are going to drive in 100 runs every year. That's where that's relevant to that number. That number is ridiculous. And I don't think that Kyle Tucker is going to get a 10-year, $425 million contract.
127.
Even worse, yeah.
Okay, you don't think he's going to get that?
No.
The Dodgers and Yankees are still out there. The Mets are still out there.
Sure.
Why do you think Jim Bowden came up with this number then?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why Jim Bowden comes up with a number. Jim Bowden has floated a lot of things out there over the years. I think he's entertaining. I think he's got some insight, but I also think that sometimes you just throw stuff up against the wall and see if it sticks. And this might be one of those things. I mean,
it's pretty detailed.
Yeah, but can you see paying a player a 10-year contract over $40 million a year for somebody who really isn't that I mean, he's productive.
What he is? He's just the next guy up as everything goes up. And he'd be getting paid more than Aaron Judge, and I would rather have Aaron Judge than Kyle Tucker. But
that's a whole different. Yeah,
but that's
what Judge will get.
It doesn't matter because it's the next year, and the price of players goes. I was wondering how much you loved Kyle Tucker, and now I know not that much.
No, I think he's a $30 million a year player. I don't think he's a $40 million player. And do I love him for 10 years? Absolutely not. I don't like 10-year contracts for anybody unless they're in their early 20s.
Yeah, at 28, I mean, you get the sense that this is one of those contracts that you sign it knowing that the last few years are going to be painful, but you sign it for the here and the now. The number 2 player is another left-handed bat, who had 56 home runs this year, and one of the potential landing spots is considered to be the Detroit Tigers team with the best fit.
For Kyle Schwarber?
Yep. Do you want Kyle Schwarber for 5 years and $160 million?
So that's 31 a year? Or
32.
32 a year, whatever the heck that is. That's a lot more intriguing to me than...
he's just a DH.
Yeah. He is just a DH, but he's a very productive DH. Here's what he's done over the last 4 years, starting in 2022. 46 homers, 47 homers, 38 homers, and this year with 56. The last 4 years RBI totals, 94, 104, 104, 132. His OPS, 827, 817, 851, 928. His strikeout totals, 200, 215, 197, 197. But he's a guy that gets on base over 100 points higher than his batting average in his career, and has come up with monster home runs, big left-handed stick. And I know there's some metrics that show that it's because the ballpark that he hit in that he hit so many home runs that if he were at Comerica Park, it wouldn't be near that total of the 56. But he's still north of 40. And for a guy who's 32 years old, how many years did you say this deal would be?
5 years.
I'm interested. It limits you what you can do. I mean, can Schwarber play any kind of first base in a pinch? Would they need that? Looking at his fielding throughout his career, he's played a bunch of games in the outfield in his career, and he's only played 11 games at first base. So I think his days in the outfield are done. So he's a full-time DH. That limits you with what you do with, like, Kerry Carpenter, or if you get an extra outfielder or whatever you're going to look at there. But there's no questioning that production. It's massive.
It is. And of the teams listed that could be going after and best fits, Phillies, Mets, Tigers. Now, are they on this list because everybody sees that they have money to spend? And
no, they're also a very good baseball team.
They are a good baseball team.
Does he have Pete Alonso on the list?
He does.
For the
He's the number 3 free agent.
For the Tigers?
He's not.
Okay.
Mets, Phillies, Red Sox, Mariners, Rangers, 6 years, 182.
So another $30 million a year guy who has put up massive home run totals throughout his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's 30 years old, and in the 7 years he's played, that's 264 home runs in 7 years. He's been great. Another high strikeout guy, but not as high as Schwarber. But there's some inconsistencies there. But he does play first base. He's right-handed. For all those people clamoring for that right-handed bat, there it is.
People are clamoring for less strikeouts, though.
Yeah, less strikeouts, and looking at his on-base percentage, it's 90 points over his career, 90 points over his batting average, which is good. Not great, but good. Solid. Would I rather have Alonso or would I rather have Schwarber? Schwarber seems like more intriguing to me, but I don't know. I kind of like both of them. I'm not sure the Tigers should go after either one of them, though.
Right. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at that jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Must apply private boost token on select market. Prize pool will be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You wrote in your notes about the World Series. Does any of this make you think the Tigers shouldn't care about money for Skubal?
Yeah, because you see the monster contract that Toronto gave Vlad Jr., which was 14 years, $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Shohei Ohtani had his deal, was it 10 years and $700 million, whatever it is. And there were some reports on Twitter last week or the week before that the Dodgers have already made up that money in its entirety because, Shohei is just such a phenomenon. That you start to think, okay, that's crazy money, but watching Vlad Jr. do what he's done in the postseason with 8 home runs, and I think he's got 15 RBI in the 16 games. He's like 27 for 65 in the playoffs. It's amazing. And obviously Ohtani being the dual threat that he is, he's incredible too. That these are the best players in the league. Tarek Skubal is one of the best players in the league. Should the Tigers give real consideration to say, okay, you know what? Screw it. This is the best player at his position in Major League Baseball. Why not give him an 8-year, $400 million contract?
You know, it's interesting because and John Heyman did some reporting about what the Tigers' offer was, and he's gotten in on this, and it sounds like it's all Boris. It's probably information that's coming from Boris, and Boris is floating this stuff out there. And the more I'm resigned to the fact that he's never re-signing here, unless they go above and beyond. Like, I'm not even sure 8 years and $400 million gets it done. You know, when you cite seeing what Vlad Guerrero does in the postseason, it's the first time I've circled back and said, yeah, but he didn't even get to the 7th. And I haven't been in that camp. But when you cited that, I'm like, it'd be a lot easier if he went 9 inning complete and threw 125 pitches and they won the game.
Yeah, but that's not today's baseball.
It's not.
We've seen guys go complete games in the postseason, but they've thrown like 100 pitches to do it.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, don't let your pitch count get driven up. Says guy sitting in a chair who hasn't thrown a baseball anywhere close to 99 miles an hour. But, you know, that's certainly one of their goals is to drive up the pitch count. And I don't know.
I think a lot can be made of that floated contract out there that the 4 years, $80 million extension that they were talking about going into last year.
Here's what my gut tells me. My gut tells me that Boris is giving reporters this information to make the Tigers look bad.
I agree with you 100%.
And my gut tells me that there's no way in hell Boris is going to let him sign here.
Maybe not. But at some point, you wonder if a deal is just too good to pass up on. And would 8 years and $400 million, would that be too good to pass up on?
No.
If you're Tarek Skubal.
I think he can pass on that.
And if he does, then you have to say, okay, enough. And then we'll either ride the season out with him or we're going to trade him in the offseason.
You realize there's blank check people out there.
No, I know. And I'm curious how many blank check people there are. And this is why I'm watching the World Series and you see 2 of the best players in the game have monster contracts. And you can understand, okay, is Guerrero worth it? Hard to say he's not, you know, with what he's done. Hard to say. Obviously, Ohtani's worth it. They've already recouped their money, according to some reports. But this reported offer, do I think that Boris leaked it? 100%. I think Boris leaked it. And yes, I agree with you, to make the Tigers look bad. And in reality, you can have a discussion about what that contract really was, if it was, 4 years, $80 million deal that would have gone into effect starting this past season.
So we got 2 years of more money up front than he was going to get. Yeah, it's still a low offer in my view.
But it's also a first offer, right? So, he was getting paid $10 million. He got paid $10 million in 2025. Arbitration is likely to get him $20 million for 2026. So that's $30 million. And they offered him 80 over 4. So giving him another 2 years. You do the math on it and see what, it'd be whatever. Obviously, it works out to $20 million a season, but he would have gotten a raise over this first year and then probably back end on the contract. But it also would have given him a chance to get to free agency in a few years and maybe really explode. But right now, if you're Scott Boris, it appears that what he is doing is positioning, I think, and I agree with you, he's trying to make the Tigers look bad. And he wants his client to get to free agency. And if that means that the Tigers will have to trade him in the offseason, he knows that there are only a few suitors out there that have the players that can offer that up to the Tigers. And those are teams that are likely future clients of Scott Boris.
This isn't the way to operate, but I've been asking myself, what's the worst case scenario in all of this? And the worst case scenario is that you keep Skubal. He goes through this season. You don't win the World Series, you lose into free agency.
Yes, that is the worst case scenario.
If you keep Skubal, if you decide that you can't get what you want from the trade market for Skubal, I feel like the only choice is to really go all in. Like, this is different than the Lions, who I feel like I don't feel like they have a clock ticking down.
Mm-hmm.
If the Tigers can't trade Skubal at the winter meetings or whatever, I hope that they get. I think it's incumbent to be very active in free agency.
So I would agree with you. So to do something like, say, sign Dylan Cease or a pitcher like Framber Valdez or whatever, one of the top free agent pitchers out there, sign one of those guys and then go out and go give Schwarber a contract,
something,
get them both,
something,
because you're not going to have to pay Skubal $40 million because you're going to ride the season out, try to win a World Series this year, lose Skubal at the end of that of next season, but you've prepped that by signing his future replacement, one of these other pitchers, and then you've got a big bat in the lineup too. I mean, I can buy into that, but will the Tigers? We'll see what the Tigers do. We don't know what the Tigers would do. We don't know if the Tigers are going to throw a serious offer at Tarek Skubal. We don't know for sure that Tarek Skubal will reject any offer. Like I said, sometimes an offer comes and you're like, wow, that is way more than I expected. Yeah. Okay. And if the Tigers put a time limit on it and say, we got to know by the end of the week.
It's
not, I mean, do I agree with you that it's not likely to happen, that Scott Boras would advise him otherwise? Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
I think the last Skubal will pitch here for this coming season at most, and that's it. Because no matter what the Tigers offer, he will always run back to Boston, LA, New York. And look, he's just doing his job as an agent. He's got a reputation, and he does well for his clients financially. Gotta hate this side of the sport. But.
Yeah, it's the business side, and it's like any other business where you can have an agent negotiate on your behalf. You're asking that agent to get the best for you.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you can set your own parameters. You know, he could say, look, the offer is you can get $53 million a season from some other team, or you can get $48 million a year from the Tigers.
Yep.
Does he want to stay here or not? Or does he want the money? If he wants the money, then there he goes.
Tim in Livonia. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
On Skubal, I agree with you completely that I think this all this information on the contract comes from Boras. And whether it's true or not, who knows? They made him essentially a short-term offer to stay a couple of more years. But I don't think Boras is trying to make the Tigers look bad. I really don't think this has anything to do with the Tigers. Boras is trying to make his client look good, Skubal, for not turning down a market-setting offer, for turning down what he calls a lowball or non-competitive offer. And he's playing to the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, and whoever else with the big deep pocketbooks. He is historically does not allow his players to talk about new contracts until he has the big fish on the line, and the big fish are the Yankees and the Mets. There's no point in him talking to the Tigers right now, and it really has nothing to do with the Tigers. If he was a Miami Marlin or a Colorado Rocky or a Seattle Mariner, it would be the same exact approach. The Tigers.
Well, it's not specific in what you're saying. Actually, I think we're saying the same thing. You're saying it's not specific to the Tigers. You're saying it's specific to the Tigers class of teams. If you're not the Yankees, the Red Sox, Cubs, Phillies, Dodgers, whatever it is, if you're not in that top tier, he's going to treat you the same. So maybe it's not specific to the Tigers, but I think we're pretty much saying the same thing. We talk some NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. sometimes Gator stories are doom and gloom, and sometimes sports gets us all worked up. I have a newfound respect for a guy. I don't know how many people heard what Brad Marchand did, but Brad Marchand has a good friend by the name of J.P. McCallum. J.P. McCallum's daughter passed away from cancer at the age of 10. Brad Marchand is good friends with him. J.P. McCallum coaches high-level under-18 hockey in Canada. And I believe Marchand is a co-owner of the team. He requested time off from the Florida Panthers, flew up to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and coached his friend's team, J.P. McCallum's, the team he coaches, in the wake of him losing his daughter. Marchand took the time off from the Panthers. The Panthers granted it to him to go do a solid for a good friend of his who just lost their daughter to cancer. There's no tragedy like that. And I have spent a lot of time railing against how much I can't stand Brad Marchand.
Right.
And now I feel like the biggest boob ever because that is a class move.
You don't have to feel like a boob. You can just acknowledge that this is a.
Let me have my boob moment.
But you're not. It's you can be respectful of what he's done, which is awesome. It's a great. This is a great story, and these are stories that need to be told. Because it does take some of the sting off of rivalries and everything else, the things that you don't like. And okay, these are human beings, and what he did is pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yep, and there's a fundraiser, and he's donating a bunch of his stuff,
and good for the Florida Panthers. Saying, yeah, go take the time off. That's fine.
Yep. So tragic story, and guy from sports that I think a lot of people in Detroit are giving a hard time. Looks like he really did a class thing here. So good for Brad Marchand. And look, sports communities can rally around tragic stories.
They do a lot.
Yep. And that's probably the best. Brings out the best. There's a lot. The athletes do a ton of stuff that doesn't get acknowledged.
Right. So when it happens, you like to acknowledge it.
Yep.
Because a lot of these things happen behind the scenes. So many of them don't want the publicity about it. They like to keep it private, and then some will make it a little bit more public, and that's fine too. I saw a great video yesterday, in fact, of it was Jackson Dart, who had visited, I think it was a hospital, and visited some kid in the hospital who's got cancer, and it was awesome. It's heartwarming. Yeah, it brings a tear to your eye, and it just reminds you how great people can be, and athletes certainly. They can make a kid's day, make a kid's life,
and those are tough situations when you're a young athlete. The college kids that do it, that go visit a children's hospital. I know in Ann Arbor it's at Mott all the time, and those are tough situations. Those are tough rooms to walk into, and it's amazing how many athletes come out of there saying, "I feel like." By knowing them, I'm a better person, and they, have done me a favor for perspective and all that. So, anyway, look, in a world where we at times spit vitriol and get mad, and I've got mad at Marchand by a class move,
but not now.
Not now.
Not he gets a pass for a long time.
He does. He does. I'm gonna put away the disdain for a minute.
Yeah.
By a minute, I mean a while. Gator, do Vegas odds mean much?
Oh, they mean everything.
Do they?
No.
Because our friends at betonline.ag just did the if traded, their next team. And guess who's favored to come to Detroit if traded?
All right, say this again. This is...
If he gets traded, what are the odds for each team that player lands up with... Say our Lions.
All right.
The Lions are favored for one player.
Is it Jalen Phillips?
No.
Oh, good God. If it's the capital letters IF?
Yep.
Trey Hendrickson.
Yep. 2-1.
Uh-huh.
Tampa's 3-1, Washington 4-1, Dallas 5-1, San Francisco 6-1, Seattle 8-1, Philly 10-1, Carolina 12-1.
You know, it's funny to me because if you look at it,
which is
if you're,
I'd love to have him.
Yeah, of course. But let's say you're Cincinnati and you decide to trade him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to take the deal from the Lions, or I mean, you're going to find which team you think is going to have the best draft pick, and you take it from them? You're not going to just, Detroit, sure.
Well, it depends, right? If Detroit might have to up the ante. We're going to have to give the first round pick when somebody else offers a second.
Yeah, it all depends on the offer, but I think a big part of that offer is where you suspect that team's going to be drafted.
Yep, that is correct.
And a lot of those teams, I think, if Hendrickson came to the Lions, I would think the Lions might be drafting in the 30s.
I think there'd be a good chance, yeah.
So other teams, maybe not.
Well, we'll see if this happens to be just one of those times where the value of the player is overstated and the draft pick is one that's agreeable to Brad Holmes. Here is Rico Beard. What's up, man?
He's talking Trey.
Yeah.
Okay.
2-1, according to betonline.ag.
Is he?
If
he gets traded.
Of here?
If he gets traded, we're the 2-1 favorites. Detroit's a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, somehow I don't see that happening.
You don't see him getting traded.
Either party.
Yeah, I'm
Cincinnati is just not going to do anything, and I don't think that's what Brad Holmes would do.
It has to be a Snacks Harrison, Randy Moss type of return where you're like, that's all they gave up, and that does happen every once in a while.
It does.
I'm not trying to create that as an expectation, though. That feels like it's the outlier.
Yeah, that's no, because Hendrickson is coming off back-to-back seasons with 17 sacks or whatever. It's not like, Randy Moss, who was going through the motions and with the Raiders. And if Hendrickson is moved, he's going to be for a first-round pick. I have to imagine.
See, I just looked at. I think that they're just saving up money to pay off their last of their core players, and I don't see him as part of their core players where they got to pay Gibbs. They got to pay.
Yeah, but they don't have to pay. This is just a rental.
Yeah, his contract's up after this year.
But I'm saying I think that Trey wants some security.
Oh, he might, yes. And that's
Trey
the other
would,
part.
but Trey's got nothing to do with him getting traded.
Well, I mean, he could say, well, I don't want to go there. I want to go to a team that they're going to actually give me some security.
Yeah, I don't know what say he has about it, but I think you're right. All right, what are you guys got planned coming up next?
We had a question for people out there. Lions becoming good. Has that taken away your college football care?
Interesting. All right. Have a great show, everyone. Stay safe. Hey, have a great show. Rico, sorry. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other.
Stay safe, too.
You stay safe, and you treat people with respect. Rico Beard, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Central Michigan football has received 2 years probation for the Connor Stallions incident. Former head coach Jim McElwain receives a 2-year show cause as well. The NCAA case summary revealed that former Chippewa assistant Jake Costner formulated a plan for Stallions to be on the sideline against MSU. He asked the equipment manager to provide Connor team-issued gear without providing a reason as
Took you
well.
3 years to figure that out.
Yeah, not bad.
For what we said on the air, a week later.
Nebraska football coach Matt Rule has inked a 2-year contract extension, taking him through the 2032 season as well. Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard spoke to the media today. He was asked whether to be interested in the head coaching opportunity at his alma mater, LSU. He said, quote, "I can't be interested in something I have no idea about. I'm interested in beating the Minnesota Vikings," end quote. The Lions were without safety Kirby Joseph again on the practice field today. The Wings back on the ice tonight against the LA Kings. No Patrick Kane for this game and the next at least. Cam Talbot will start in net for his old team. .30 puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, I've just discovered the morning show's page on the Dropbox. I'm going to have to reinvestigate that. There might be some... David, we may have some nuggets to mine.
I was like,
huh?
wait, is that me talking about cookies?
Apparently so.
Huh. Okay.
You can tell Otto's not in the mood to be doing updates today. Oh, boy.
He didn't know that what you were going to hit him with.
That was some C- work.
Well,
All right,
you hit him with a couple knuckleballs. He wasn't ready for those new drops.
We're going to get... I've got something I think interesting for 3 o'clock because on the heels of yesterday's show, we talked about, all right, how did the Tigers kind of elevate, get to this World Series level, talk about, what people wanted. And everyone is like, look, they got to have a bold off season. We got to add some serious players. I've got the cost of admission to do that. So we'll do it at 3 o'clock. I wanted to start with something you and I were talking about a few minutes ago. I think it's a good conversation.
I thought the breakdown of Megalopolis.
Nah. Did you actually watch it?
I did not.
All right. Once you do, let me know. I want to see how Coppola lost his fortune. But no, I think it's a good conversation. I think it's an easy way to start a Thursday, and I think everybody can participate. Guys, when we plan the show every day, obviously our job is to talk about the things you guys want to hear about. You put a show together with the idea of what does the audience really want to hear. And then, you got to blend it a little bit with the stuff you want to do. Much more the former than the latter. But we were talking, and I said, man, Rico at different points in his career, and certainly in my, 21 years down here, you've seen a real forceful change in the last couple of years regarding the placement of college football on the airwaves here at 97.1. And what I mean by that is, as the Lions have gotten good, really good, and the changes in college football have kind of coincided with that, there's this, Venn diagram here of Lions interest here. College football feels like we're attempting to talk double-A baseball. And I don't even want to say the old days. A couple years ago, remember how our Tuesdays used to be a college football day?
Yeah.
It's not anymore.
Because people would be like, well, how come you won't talk college? We'll talk Lions on Monday.
Right.
College Tuesday. Well, think about Michigan State week.
Nothing. And some of that is because MSU can't live up to their end of the bargain, but point taken.
But, Mike, there's been years where MSU didn't live up to their end of the bargain, but we still were able to talk about them during that week.
Yes. But even now, today is kind of one of those in-between days. Tomorrow's a football Friday. You have the World Series, but no one here really cares. But, you're searching for a college football topic, you can't. I mean, we have a couple of talkers, Matt Rule's extension, or, another day of punching the bag of Cool Whip that is Jonathan Smith. That's fine. I'll do that every day. I don't give a damn. That's like a morning bran muffin for Estelle Getty. Oh, we get to make fun of Jonathan Smith? But here's my question.
Has the Lions getting good been the thing that has hurt your interest in college football? The fact is, for decades, the Lions were toilet paper. They were awful. So you loved college football, especially Michigan. I mean, certainly Don Canham's arrival in the 60s, coinciding with the Lions basically disappearing. Michigan became the pro team of Metro Detroit. I think that's a very reasonable opinion. But Michigan State, look, the Lions getting good. It just feels like college football. It's not even in the back seat. It's in the trunk. So I wanted to hear from the people, because if you're going to tell me your interest hasn't waned, I think you're in the minority. Now, if you want to say your interest has waned more because of the changes in college football, I can accept that. I can wrap my mind around that. But I do think the Lions, the excitement, the premium product they are, the fact of they have players good enough to hand $180 million to routinely, the fact that they get all the primetime games, the fact that America loves them, the fact that your coach is as big of a celebrity coach in this town. He rivals Chuck Daly at his peak. He rivals Bo Schembechler.
Bro, he's in national commercials telling you to go for 2.
He is that guy. I really would like to know how much the Lions getting better has taken from your... How much has Sundays taken from your Saturdays? I knew I'd figure out the words eventually.
There we go.
Look, I need the caffeine. I'll get there. Let me catch up.
Okay.
You're you're living the 313 life. You're rocking this aggressive sweatshirt. You're mean. You're projecting. You call David some horrible names. This is a very exciting Thursday.
Hey, man, it's that grit life, man.
Grit life.
We don't come out after the 6th inning.
Okay, we're not doing that again today, are we? 248-539-9797. But, again, if you want to tell me it's the changes to the college game, I am not going to yell it. In no way. I'm not yelling about any of this. None of this is serious enough. But I think the Lions getting better is a big part of it.
I think the Lions getting better is the biggest part of this, Mike, because normally it used to be the Lions were, well, it was same old Lions. They'll find a way to disappoint you. And you got your highs on Saturday. Your team would win, and then you cross your fingers on Sunday. Let's pray to God. Let's see what dumb thing the Lions would do just to tick off your weekend. But then all of a sudden it flipped, and it went from, look, because Michigan had its time where it was good. State was time where it was good. But the Lions, through it both time periods, not so good.
Rico,
Maybe they
Michigan
make the
has a chance to make the playoffs, and they get no airtime on this station. We employ their play-by-play voices.
Yeah.
They don't get talked about. You know why? Nobody cares.
Right.
Because you know who the master of the straw poll is? Doug.
Wojo.
No, it's Doug. Doug is all about getting people, like, what topics are going to cap. That's why they do stuff we don't do. Look, the whole point I'm making is they know they can't bring up Michigan football.
No, because you know why? The Super Bowl trumps the college football playoffs. And right now, you have a Detroit team that's doing something, Mike, that Detroiters have lived their entire life waiting for. And they're good. And now the Lions have your total undivided attention. You're dialed in, you're focused. And college football, man, I hate to say it, but man, it might as well be Friday Night Lights.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
It feels like you're trying to bring up a high school game. I mean, look, Michigan State, the only reason we bring it up is firing the coach. Now, that'll always play. But if you're just joining, I feel like whether it's 1% or 100%, you're somewhere there. I don't think anyone has the same passion for college that they had even 3 years ago. Today. So how much has it affected you, and what is that? Because I think the Lions I'm with Rico on this. You could talk changes in college football, but it's the Lions, because the Lions are premium. The Lions are one of the best teams, maybe the best team in the NFL. They have star power.
They're fun to watch.
They are fun to watch. You know the players.
Right.
You don't have to worry about somebody transferring in the third quarter.
Right. And there's celebrations where you got Superman leaping over Spider-Man. It's like all types of stuff going on with this team. Heck, and even when they lose their coordinators, the new ones come in and they're just as good or even better.
Versus college, which has become largely a nameless, faceless product.
Yeah.
And it's okay, now I don't want to make this about me going Clint Eastwood, Gran Torino, and bitching about college football. I don't. But can we just say from a quality standpoint, I think the quality of college football has fallen off a cliff. Why? Too many new faces in new places, no scheme familiarity, no continuity, no development. It's crap.
I'm not.
No, not you.
No,
I mean,
I'm not,
just,
Mike. I'm not fighting this battle. But
I don't want to
think-
hurt the audience.
No, but I think that adds to the fact of I think the Lions winning and winning big, and you've never seen this before. If you lived in this city, that's at the top. But two or B is, you know who Gibbs is, and he'll be on the team next year. And the year Aiden just re-up. He'll be here for what, 2030, 2040, 20, whatever.
2040? What kind of deal did we just sign?
2032 or whatever. But what I'm saying is you don't know if star player will be star player for your team next year. So where it used to be, okay, we got this freshman. I mean, Michigan was the king of wait till you see this guy. Wait till you see this guy. Now it's, okay, we got a guy, and then he may not be here next year.
248-539-9797. David, you tell me.
See, you just spoke on the reasoning for me. Because NFL has always been number one for me because of the quality of play, because they're professionals. They look better at what they're doing. And college has never been to that level to me. And now that you're paying them, I'm expecting that level. I'm never going to get it. So I would rather have NFL on Saturdays and NFL on Sundays. Give me Lions both days. That's really what I would want. I can't ever
get Roger
that.
Goodell excited.
But
He's probably got designs on it.
I want
that happens
quality.
starts December. You get Saturday games.
Quality has gone downhill since the transfer portal.
So because they get paid, you expected them to play better.
I'm expecting NFL, and I'm not going to get the play like the NFL because they're college. I'm never going to get that play.
David, if you pay Cass Tech, they still Cass Tech.
But they're Cass Tech. It's always been quality of play for me, and it's gone even further downhill. So that's my deterioration.
Get your kid out of Canton with quality.
No, I'm not doing that. Although a conversation.
David, I can broker the deal in 10 minutes. We can get him up out of there.
No. Of what the coach is doing there.
Your kid has outgrown that program.
We're not doing this. He's not going to call me. That's enough. We're moving on.
I think we got Coach Marv on line 10. If you know, you know.
That's what Rico and I are going to do. We're quitting radio. We're just going to become NIL agents. We're just becoming like matching velour suits, and we're just going to hand bags of money to kids. Whee! All right. We'll get to your phone calls, get some ticket texts. I have got a cornucopia of ways for the Tigers to spend money this offseason. You have to tell me whether you want any of it. Okay. And we're going to have Rico guess the values of some of these players. That's going to be a treat. Lots to do. Shout out to Kenny for whoring us out today. Rico?
All right. Well, you know what? The other day, over at a friend's place, pumped to watch some football, but his setup, well, it was a total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find the game. Claimed he's a big fan. Felt like I was being fan-fished. See, look, if you call yourself a football fan, it's very simple. You got to get Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way that I watch, it is next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room. Plus, Xfinity's best picture and sound with an enhanced 4K. So clear it feels like you're right there at the stadium watching the refs blow a call. Sometimes I got 4 games going on at once. Why? Well, why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that your big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.
David just flipped me off. That means it's time for me to tell you about Stadium Swim. Listen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. Circa, right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, just getting started on a Thursday. Hope Kenny's enjoying we're terming it a day off. No one believes he's sick. But David, ticket text from you. I'm also, if you would like David's son to transfer to your football program, you can contact Rico Beard at foundersclub.com.
Oh,
That's
no,
Rico
nope.
Beard
I'll
at
just read ticket text.
foundersclub.com.
Nope. Ticket text here from Mark in Carlton. He says, hey guys, the less you talk about college ball, the more I'll listen. College ball is trash now.
Yes.
With all these kids transferring all over the place, it's simply not appealing.
That's why we don't do it nearly as much. And when you think about what was actually talked about the last couple of years, it had nothing to do with the game. It was all cheating scumbags in Ann Arbor. It wasn't even the game.
But wait, we have the end of that, by the way, officially today. But yes, you're right. This is one where if college really wanted to help itself, they would actually control it. And you know what? You get one transfer, period. Give people a little continuity because it's very difficult to get excited about your college team when
your
week,
NFL team's awesome.
Well, and
that's the problem.
And when every week you have to sit there and be like, wait, who's number 37?
I don't know. I'd like to forget all the players
No,
on state.
but not just state, Mike, just across the board. It's like when you nail, like with Michigan, with Justice Haynes, okay, you got that guy, but other than that, it's like, all right, well, name me 3 of your wide receivers. There's a Marsh and a guy from Indiana.
But again,
it's difficult because you didn't grow up watching these guys.
But again, the center of the topic is the Lions relation. I agree with everything you're saying. It's just I don't want to do that show again. Believe me, I could go 4 hours with everything. I would need a 6-hour show to tell you everything I hate about college football.
Right, but the Lions, good, fun, winning, on track to maybe win a Super Bowl. It's what Detroiters have waited their entire life for. And in this city, like I said in the break, we're very focused in this city.
Yes.
We can't focus on more than one thing at once. That's why only one restaurant can survive at once. It's Lions and it's nothing else. And that's where everybody's attention. Heck, they follow the team across the country and spend tons of money. Why? Because it has just sublimed from being just a regular football team to an event, to a place, a status where you have to be a part of this party or else the party's going to pass you by.
Let's go to Albert to lead things off today. Al, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey.
So I think, obviously the Detroit is a Lions town. They've always loved the Lions, and obviously now with them being good, it's going to take away from college football. But I think, like Rico said before, the lack of continuity that college football teams have now, especially because even before NIL and before the transfer portal, you had 3 to 4 years with your guy if you're lucky. And now you get 1 year with a guy, and you should be happy because now you should be worried one of your best players is going to get poached by Miami giving him $6 million or Alabama giving him millions of dollars. And it's like, now you can't cheer for those guys knowing that there's a likelihood that they leave. Or Bryce Underwood, you don't get him wide receivers this transfer portal, he's going to leave. He has shown no real loyalty to this team when he had so many chances to commit and he said, LSU's my place. You hand him a bag of money and he says, okay, I'm a Michigan Wolverine. Who's to say that's not going to work with every other recruit?
So you sound like it's the changes to the game more than the Lions.
Well, I mean, of course, I think that's the majority of it, but I do think the Lions being a perennial Super Bowl contender year after year has helped. And I think even just the continuity, like I said, even with the Lions, where, the players they're all likable players. They all seem to get along with each other really well. And I think it's just a good environment that fans want to be a part of. Not to mention that they're an NFL powerhouse,
Yeah. Well, and Albert, you're bringing something up. I think Rico's hit on it too. It's an event. And the NFL is continuing. This is, Kenny gets mad at me when he decides to show up for work. Gets mad because I make fun of the NHL. It's like, dude, you have to understand the NHL, the NBA, MLB, they're all under attack. And the Death Star is the NFL. The NFL's taking up more of the calendar. It's taking up more of your time, your money, your attention. And it's taking away your available time to watch sports. Everything they're doing is tactical. And amidst college football, which was great and unique and different, what college doesn't realize is by homogenizing the product, and you're killing the golden goose to get money today that won't be there tomorrow. They're killing it. And I think it's pushing more people, myself included, to leave it behind and just go with the NFL. And that's kind of the genesis of the topic. David is up next, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, David. What's on your mind, bud?
So, I was going to say the Detroit Lions being good has helped me not really care about college football because, I'm not from Michigan. I'm from Kansas. So my team's Kansas State.
All right, but, the Little Apple.
The Big 12, hell yeah. The Big 12 is completely different from when I was, I sound like a boomer now, but, you don't get to embarrass OU and Texas anymore.
Yep.
Playing Arizona State and BYU and Cincinnati, like teams I don't really care about.
Correct.
And, I'm a Lions fan by circumstance, really, because I was a Chargers fan. And, I just happened to move right around the time when the Spanos family wanted to, the city of San Diego to pay for their stadium, and then they moved to LA, and I hate LA. So it's just, I don't care. And, it's just, I still care. I still root for my team.
Yeah, but it's also hard to care with Avery Johnson as your quarterback. I can't. I can't do it with that guy. David, that guy drives me nuts. Terrible. I can't handle it.
And, he's probably going to be gone next year.
You know what? That may be a good thing, David. Yeah. Just send him away, please.
But you know what? That's the thing.
Go ahead, David.
And that's just the thing. Like, there's I think it was loyalty here. No loyalty to your team anymore, and
it's why, David. It's why I can't figure out how. And there are still people who love it, but I can't get an understanding of what they love. Everything they loved is gone.
You know what I think they love the fact of what it is. It's nothing there. And Mike, here's a good example for you. What college football has turned into is The Walking Dead. Remember, it was everybody watched it all the time.
I thought you were talking about MSU secondary.
Okay, can you stay focused?
Sorry.
Please. I got a point here. I'll land the plane.
Land the plane.
It's but it's still on.
No, it's not. The Walking Dead?
It's not only is it still on, it's now broken off into different things. Yes, where Daryl is off in, I think, Europe or Spain, and it's like,
what?
Yes.
How the hell did he get to Spain?
On a boat. But that's just it. It's like, wait.
I'm in disbelief. That show's like 15 years ago.
Right, but it used to be like, oh my goodness, everybody was all in, and then it kind of played itself out because it went for the money instead of for the good storylines. And I think that's what's happened here with college football. And at the same time, the Lions got really good. They become cult-like where people follow them across the country. And it's like, you know what? I'm just going to stick with this product because I think this is a winning product.
And by the way, I want to shout David out because it's not like I prompted David. You hear what he said?
Little Apple.
This isn't even the Big 12 anymore. Like, where's Nebraska? I don't want to play Arizona State. Good for you, David.
Oh, yeah. But you didn't know that was still on the air. Yeah.
No, buddy, I didn't. I mean, I left after Zombie Carl became a thing.
Yeah, Negan and Maggie are in New York.
Excuse me?
Negan and Maggie, they're in New York.
They never killed that guy?
Mike, he not only didn't die, he became the new leader of the group.
I give up. Okay, you know what? I'm glad I dipped when I did. All right. Every Thursday, your chance with FanDuel to hit the jackpot. It's FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot. Win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. You got to predict the first or last touchdown of the game. If you do that, you enter the bonus pool for your share of $2 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. your chance to win a share of that $2 million. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Holy hell, this legal copy. Bonus bet shit is non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. MSU sucks. Gambling program. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so we're asking the simple question. Has the Detroit Lions and the love that you have for them taken away your love for college football, whether it's Michigan or Michigan State?
You want another one?
Yeah.
Evan just said something, so what do we have to hide? There are two other factors. And you can be a fan of this team or a hater of them. I think it plays in. Michigan's cheating impacted people. I have friends who like Michigan. They don't like them the same way. I didn't get a single text about the game this year. And if you're a Michigan State fan, well, when your team...
So self-induced.
Right. The best play MSU runs is the one where they forcefully try to shove their head up their own ass.
Interesting.
So when you... Yeah.
Can you bet on that?
You can. You can. It's called every third down. But no, like those two factors hurt college football locally too. Who are we kidding? If you're a State fan, you watch Michigan get away with it. You're a Michigan fan. Everything you staked your fake reputation on, that's all gone. You're not holier now. You're not better than anybody. You're not the leaders and best. You're cheating filth. Which is, I mean, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. I get that. But my whole point is that impacts people. With the Lions, we don't have to worry about any of that crap. It is pay to play. And they play real well.
No, you're right. So, yeah, with the two college teams kind of shooting themselves in the foot for various reasons, that could have taken away
I
from
just
it as well.
wonder. But I do think when you have a great NFL team, it is very hard. If you have that block of time once a week, you're busting your ass, you got a couple of kids, you're paying your mortgage. Yeah, you know what's getting left at the roadside? College football. I'm going to watch the Lions. At least I know what I'm getting.
Maybe that's why it just means more in the SEC.
Well, I'm telling you.
Because I don't think a lot of people are big Falcons fans.
Tell Gretsch we need her to talk about Jonathan Smith like the Louisiana governor.
Yeah, Falcons, Panthers, yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I think you guys hit on a lot of stuff, but I think it started earlier than the Lions getting good. I mean, the Lions getting good really helped out, but I think the NIL killed the biggest continuity we used to have in the state, which was our head coaches. I mean, once Harbaugh and D'Antonio took off, there was a little bit of interest with Tuck, and that was, an exciting couple of years, and then, that shot itself in the foot too. So the continuity that we talked about with the players starts at the top, and NIL has really killed any coach wanting to really coach in college. It's just a stepping stone to going to the pros.
Matt, it's funny. We had the conversation yesterday or the day prior, and somebody had brought up a name from the NFL, and Rico and I both were like, listen, that guy's staying at the Four Seasons eating shrimp scampi. You think that guy wants to enter the hellscape of college football?
Was it Saleh?
It might have been.
Yeah.
I mean, no, Matt, I'm with you. I mean, when you look at your coaching pathways and quality of life, you have to be a crazy person to leave the NFL for college.
Yeah, and there's no guarantee you're going to be there any more than 2 or 3 years because recruiting doesn't matter anymore because of the portal. No. So you can't build a program and establish unless you've got
you know what it is too?
Huge donors.
Matt,
the SEC does.
I don't want to sound like corny, so forgive me if this comes off that way. The Lions feel like they play for the city of Detroit. They play for us. Mm-hmm. They play for this town. There's a connection, right? College football, when I'm watching it, it's just players dressed up as Wolverines or Spartans. They're not playing for the school.
And to add to what you said, Matt, and I know we're Lions focused, but yes, when you have to explain to kids what the rivalry means, that's problematic.
And hope there's not a brawl at the end of it every year.
Well, yeah,
you know what? I would at least take a brawl because that means there's some pride there.
Oh, dear.
No, I'm saying, David, at least there's some pride. Like, you know what? I don't like you. And now it's just like, I think we're supposed to fight each other? Question mark?
Do you agree that, like, Halloween is the perfect description? Like, college football just feels like your kid dressed up as Troy Aikman. Like, it doesn't even feel authentic nationwide. It just doesn't feel real. You know the funniest part? We were talking about, like, the Lions taking it away. You know things are screwed when the biggest sponsor of college football thinks they're being funny in their commercials, but they're just dropping truth bombs. It's Dr. Pepper with Fansville.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the quarterback's hitting the portal. Ah! The latest one they did where it's like, I'm a big booster, and the guy buys like 20,000 cases of Dr. Pepper. Like,
okay, I haven't seen that one yet, but yeah.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Like, you think, like, oh, we're being funny. It's actually like these are searing truth bombs of why people hate this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the boyfriend that shows back up. We're not even rivals anymore. Yeah, your quarterback's. Yeah, right. I'm with you. It has taken away, and you're right. I think the Lions, man, they've taken over the city, and they are Detroit,
and they're authentic. It feels real,
right? Where they literally embrace that whole Detroit versus everybody. You come after one, you come after all. It's why they all wear the Brian Branch jersey because he got suspended. And I don't think they were doing it because they were being fake. I think they genuinely believe, you know what? You attacked one of us, you attack all of us.
College football, boats and hoes. prestige worldwide.
I cannot argue whenever you say that. I wish I could.
It's wild. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, what's up, man? Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So for me, the reason so I'm from Missouri, but I live in Michigan. So my team's an SEC team. But there's a couple reasons. One, and it's not just local teams, I'm sick of the cupcake games. It's ridiculous. And then the second reason, Jonathan Smith, because I root for the Spartans, and he is destroying my team. I wish he would go away. I really wish he would go away.
I think you'll get your wish. I mean, barring some wild winning streak, I don't see it. I mean, and here, Matt, I'll open myself up to the criticism. I hope they go to Minnesota, get their doors blown off, because then they can fire this guy and have the bye week and some serenity and peace and quiet. The worst thing they could do is win.
And, you know, Mike, I know it'll never happen because you'll never do it. But, you know, if once he's gone, you know, the coaching position is open for you, man.
Listen, I'll be the CEO of Spartan Affairs. I'm down, Matt.
Matt, I'll say
Let's
this.
roll.
If Mike became the head coach, I would just work on the staff for free. Just all I need
What
is
a party.
I need a leather chair in the back of the room for all the meetings. That's it. That's all I need. And some popcorn.
I mean, the first thing I do is fire everybody. That whole athletic department, gone.
Son, you dropped a pass.
Oh, dude, I'd be gone in 10 minutes. The NIL would be wild.
You getting paid by the play. Wait, no. You owe me $50. You dropped a pass.
It's like the Kurt Warner story. What's this $100 for? This is your touchdown money. Wait, I get one every time I score a touchdown? You betcha. Oh, yeah, dude.
That would be so funny.
We'd be throwing Bitcoins at kids. It's crypto night at Spartan Stadium. Whatever you want. Dude, be a disaster.
Oh, the handshake afterwards.
But the problem is, Cookies would go on the air wanting me fired because I wouldn't do a lot of the analytics garbage.
But if you win,
I know.
No, think about it. To bring it back to when Dan Campbell came in, he was mocked. Oh, this whole biting kneecaps. Who's this idiot that the Lions got?
He's actually one of the smartest guys in the league.
And then because he came across as this dumb jock, and you realize, oh, he's just going for it all the time. He uses the analytics, but he also uses the feel of the game. And sometimes he goes a little too far, like in Dallas.
Yes.
Dan, just kick the extra point, man. Let's live and fight for another day. He started gambling, but all of a sudden you realize
Gambling with his calls, not gambling.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
David, you know what? Thank you for that correction. Gambling
Live
with his
from
calls,
Chauncey's
people.
poker table.
Gambling with his calls.
David Hall, is that you?
You know what?
David was gambling with Antonio Gates? You took the general fund from Greater Life, didn't you?
No.
He's like Wayne Gretzky.
Fun game, though.
He's like Wayne Gretzky. He never splits nines.
Wow. Thank you for that. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. And again, it's a good conversation. It just shows you the ascension of the Lions, college football's erosion, and we've arrived at a place where college football feels like it doesn't have much of a place. Now, part of it, too, both college fan bases seemingly don't like their coach. Obviously for Spartans, but it has been this weird relationship with Sharon Moore where I'd say a majority, not vast, but a majority of Michigan callers do not like their head coach.
I wonder if either team had a legitimate shot at the playoffs.
Michigan does. Michigan does.
I said and winning, Mike. Not just to get there and be a piñata, but I mean to actually, okay, if you got a chance at winning, like if either team was sitting where Indiana was, I think there would be some more buzz. But when your team has no shot, then why do you care?
Well, the other problem for us here, and this is where Cookies, it drives them crazy. Big Ten's awful. When you look at the Big Ten in the aggregate, okay, we have Ohio State. They're outstanding. We have Indiana. I think Oregon's a cut below. The point is that's 3 teams in an 18-team conference, right? Who the hell else is any good? And moreover, how many free squares are there? Purdue's a free square. State's a free square. Wisconsin's a free square. Like, you want to keep going? This is
you know what? You probably have at least 10 free squares.
And that's my point. So if you're like, let's say you're a Michigan fan and you want to be excited. Wow, the thrills never end. We go from playing UW to State to Purdue. Huh? Oh, to Maryland. I loved hearing NBC lie through their teeth about how Maryland was this big game for Michigan.
Malik Washington, man.
Maybe in basketball. By the way, are you gonna be okay, buddy?
What?
They may call your guy's number. It may be over for your man.
No, it was over. You know what? He
Or
found,
Mike Loxley.
No, he found a quarterback, and it looked like he had a chance.
Are we gonna do a Loxley funeral day?
No,
Are you gonna?
No, because Mike, there's so many job openings. They may say
No. You fire Mike Loxley, and I have the perfect guy for the job.
James Franklin,
Bob Chesney, James Madison. Recruits the DMV, 48, energetic, winner. He's won at every stop. And again, don't act like he built off of what Signetti did. Signetti gutted that program. He built it himself. That's who Maryland hires. James Franklin goes to VTech. Now we got a war on the Eastern Seaboard. Meanwhile, MSU's hired a glue stick. 248-539-9797.
It always comes back.
This football season, elevate your tailgate. I can't fix your team, but we can fix your truck. 2625 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab right now, $179 a month, or the 25 Buick Envista, $259 a month. Both deals, 24 months. Inventory rolls in every damn day. Plus, when you need service, you get the free loaner. All you got to do is go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David. While I continue to get NIL offers for your son, why don't you hit the button and we'll get some music here, shall we? This is NFL. This is good. What do we got?
Weekly power rankings.
Oh, I forgot.
Is it still good?
No.
Okay.
No, come on. Let's. And
All
reminder, these power rankings are for at this moment in the world of Rico Beard.
Right.
Not where they're going to be, where they are now.
Right.
Now,
Not where
I'll
they-
still disagree with him, but understand how he does it.
Right. Not where they used to be, not where they're going to be. Right here, right now, at 14, and the final spot would be the San Francisco 49ers.
David, I need you to step in. You just lost to the Houston Texans. You do, and you're going to lose to the Giants. Why do you deserve to be in the top 14? You are not making the playoffs.
Because what did we just say?
I
It's
don't like
not
it. I want to change the rules.
It's not about the future and the fact that they've beaten everybody in their division. Has to count. They beat two of the teams on the road, and they just lost. There are tons of injuries. And, Mike, there's not a lot of great teams in the NFL.
So let me ask you this question, because I'm sure you've gone through it all. Do you have number 15 to kind of tell me who was just outside of it?
15?
Yeah.
Would have been Jacksonville.
I'm not going to sit and die on that.
I wouldn't put them over the 49ers. So, okay.
Watch them go to Vegas and lose this
Jacksonville.
week.
Probably.
Jacksonville, Bears. So at 13, the team that beat them. Surprise team with the Texans.
Winners of 3 out of 4. Elite defense.
Wait a minute.
Offensive line.
Are you about to say something nice?
Yeah. Offensive line has gone from vomit-inducing to horrific to simply subpar. And you're getting Stroud able to cut 3 or 4 really nice throws down the field a game. Yeah, I can roll with it. And by the way, they're favored over the Broncos this week.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At number 12, and I think this team is going to be rising fast, but they get Alt back. I got the San Diego, Los Angeles Chargers.
You should call them San Diego forever. They'll always be the San Diego Chargers to me. I'm with you. When Pipkins and Alt are healthy and playing, it's a completely different team. They need their tackles. Without him, remember we had the 3-week span? Herbert got pressured 56 times. Getting Joe Alt back alone made such a difference on Thursday night. So, yes to this, provided their O-line is healthy.
Correct.
With him, good. Without him, it's just horrific.
This team...
You remember, David, when you played the air guitar during the picks? Man, those were the days.
At number 11, I have the New England Patriots. They're about to hit a tough part of their schedule where they're really going to show how good they can be, or they're going to fall off a cliff.
Yeah. You know, this has been my darling team since preseason. Drake May is awesome. I'm good. I would have been fine if you had them up to 7 or 8.
I think they should be 7 or 8, yes.
Okay. David, here's the thing. The fight between 7 and 11 is kind of a dealer's choice because there's no big difference between these teams.
It's kind of like MSU's O-line. They all suck.
Can I just get one segment?
I can't.
One segment.
The minute he's fired, yes.
No, you won't. All right.
Probably not.
At number 10, I have the Denver Broncos. You lit up the Cowboys, but everybody lights up the Cowboys.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
a lot of
very true.
volatility with them.
So
when they're good, they're great. When they're bad, they're awful. I think obviously they just suffered a horrendous injury with Patrick Surtain being dead. They're in a tough spot. That's a weird deal. They're 6-2, and they are underdogs to a 3-win football team in Houston.
Yeah, because Houston defense is
nasty.
No joke. All right.
DeMeco Ryans looks like he could still play.
He does.
Him and Dan Campbell are the two coaches in this league. They look like they still play. Like Vrabel's starting to look old, and then the rest of these guys are like guys like Brian Daboll or whatever. I mean, come on. They
How
look
funny
like
would that be
going
if
to bowling league.
If all of a sudden the Lions got down tight ends and Dan was just like, screw it.
100%. I'm half convinced.
I'm player coach today.
I'm half convinced that Pete Zylstra is not a real person. That all those years it was Dan Campbell putting on a Zylstra jersey. The guy's traps go to his earlobes. He could still play.
That's why the camera showed Ben Johnson making the play. They never showed where Dan Campbell was.
That's
Get
right.
a Bobby Valentine mustache. Oh, visor on the face mask.
Yeah,
this could work.
It could. It could. You could also have sold me that Dan Campbell might in fact be the lead singer from Nickelback back when he played. He was a dead ringer when he played with the Lions and the Cowboys. The long hair. They might be the same person.
Right.
Because Nickelback disappeared and then Campbell started coaching the Lions.
And then for the Texans, you know what? D'Amico's like, guys, I need you to, you know
He
what?
could play.
Give me a jersey. Give me a helmet. I'll show you how to do this.
He could start for the Giants at linebacker. He could still play.
All right, at number 9, we got the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, you beat the Panthers.
No, I'm good with this.
You're losing Ed Oliver. That's going to hurt.
Defense blows. They got a showdown against the Chiefs. You win, you're in the top 5. You lose, you're probably at the back end of the list. I'm fine with that.
At number 8, I have the Los Angeles Rams coming off of a bye week.
That's a little high to me, but I'm not going to be mean. David, I'll let you grade this one. That's a little high for me.
I'm fine with this one. What I would have done is I would have flopped the Bills and the Patriots. Okay. But other than that, it's fair with the Rams.
And at number 7, another team coming off the bye week, but I like what their defense is doing, and that's the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and by the way, they don't lose on the road.
Sure don't.
Mike McDonald, basically, I think they've won 9 of 10. Is it 9 of 10?
I believe it is, yeah.
Now they're on the road again this week to D.C. I think Daniel's going to play. They win this game, we have to start to take them real serious. They're a short favorite on the road, cross country. They did it once already, going down to Jacksonville and winning, or Tampa.
Yeah, I've already started to take them serious because I'm like, did Darnold just luck into another great spot for him?
Yeah, and by the way, look, they'll win lots of regular season games, but you know you're not winning games of consequence with a ginger quarterback. How many times do I have to tell you
They have the 12th man, Mike.
Yeah, they've won 10
That'll
of 11.
balance out the gingerness.
No, it won't.
10 of 11 on the road. The only road game they lost last year was Detroit.
There you go.
All right, at number 6, I have the Buccaneers.
Good with it. Got to get healthy. Needed the bye week desperately, but I'm good with it.
At number 5, I have a team that, you know what? The more criticism you throw at them, the more they just find ways to win, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles.
I have to be good with it. I don't get a choice.
You can't run. Watch this. You can't pass. Watch this.
Okay.
We don't like the tush push. Okay, don't care.
You want me to respect them as a top 5 team, we'll see you in a couple of weeks when you play the Lions.
That's true.
Go ahead. Come here and try to push this team around.
At number 4, we got the Green Bay Packers.
Ugh.
Okay.
No. The Packers are the kings of, like, they start these games, they have like 160 yards of offense. The other team is 3. The game's tied at 0. I understand that Jordan Love caught fire, but the first half of that game, they looked like they were going to get their ass kicked by the Steelers. Mm-hmm. They just don't play 4 quarters of football, and it drives me nuts. You can have them there. I put the Eagles ahead of them because at least I can trust them a little bit more.
Yeah, it's like they should be there, but they shouldn't be there. It's like, I don't know what to do.
Going on the road, going against Aaron Rodgers, knowing he wanted that game.
I don't care. You got old balls wanted to win. To hell with him.
Number 3,
60.
We got the Indianapolis Colts.
We're living in a simulation.
Yeah, we are.
Daniel Jones is elite. My life is a hellscape. Yeah,
Jonathan
awesome.
Taylor, maybe
I got to
MVP.
tell you, too, did you see the press conference with the owner? Irsay's daughter?
Yes, this week, yes.
I'm kind of starting to like her. Like, I thought it was a joke when she was on the sideline the first week.
She's well-informed,
But then
man.
she's up there and she goes, yeah, pretty much. I just got to know if anyone's BSing me or not. I got to understand this thing known as a football team. I actually didn't hate it.
I'll give her credit. Like, yeah, you know what? I got to make sure. What exactly do you do again? Hold on. What's your name?
She was even talking about, you're going to tell me somebody ran the wrong route. I want to know if it's the coach's fault or the players. I go, she's kind of got like some Steinbrenner in her.
I do like that.
I'm kind of digging it now. It's ridiculous, but I'm digging it.
At number 2, I have your Detroit Lions.
You disrespectful bastard. It's fine.
No, because at number 1, Mike, we talked about this.
Script writers.
No, I think I was talking to David pre-show. When did the Chiefs get good again?
It happened through. Well, I'll tell you.
I mean,
I'll
because
tell
we
you
all
why.
we all wrote the Chiefs off
Because you didn't do your job. Because the Lions could have killed him, and now they're Jason Voorhees, and they're back. You had a chance to kill him, and you didn't do it.
And now all
Now
the
they're
pieces
back.
are coming back. They'll probably make a trade and bring in a top running back.
I'm just waiting for Alvin Kamara to descend upon old Bundle Rooski.
I've been seeing Breece Hall.
Oh, great. What a blessing. It's going to be Lions Chiefs.
That's your.
It's going to be weeks of this Travis Kelce farewell tour.
That's your NFL power rankings. 90, 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The NCAA has handed down punishments to Central Michigan for the Connor Stallion sideline incident. It includes 2 years probation, a $30,000 fine, and 1% of their football budget. Former Chippewa assistant Jay Costner worked with several individuals to get Stallions team-issued coaching gear and a sideline credential. Costner receiving a 4-year show cause plus a 50% regular season suspension during that 4-year period. Michigan Stadium is set to host another big concert as they welcome country artist Morgan Wallen next July as well. How many different ones can you mix in at once? Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard was asked whether he was interested in coaching his alma mater LSU today. Safety Kirby Joseph was not at practice today. Edge rusher Al-Quadin Muhammad returned. The Red Wings will continue to skate without veteran forward Patrick Kane tonight against the Kings. They'll start Cam Talbot in goal. Hear the late night 10:30 puck drop right here on the ticket. Detroit has recalled Austin Watson here today. The Tigers have also inked Tomas Nido to a minor league deal. He served as one of the big league catchers last April and May. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, for more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Thank you for your patience on the phone lines. We're going to get right to you. I do want to welcome our audience. And it's a conversation. And it's just, we do this every day. And the way we plan the show, it is a real thing that college football and the amount of time we dedicate to it has fallen off a cliff. And it coincides with the Detroit Lions becoming a monolith. Must-see TV, an event, as Rico put it, and it's premium. And one of the things we talked about was, look, the Lions getting good, I think directly impacts how much you can care about college football. Now, college football's made a lot of mistakes. I don't talk to a lot of people who still love college ball. So it's this weird thing when, you hear like a network try to pimp their ratings, and it's like, well, who? Because no one I know cares. But here's the thing. The Lions feel like college used to. The Lions feel they do rep this city. They do play for this town. They play for the fans. It's real.
Their style fits Detroit's style.
Right. College football, it's Halloween, and you've bought the I'm Dan Marino Halloween costume for your child.
The plastic mask.
Yes.
With the rubber band around the back.
Yes. That's what college football feels like.
Yeah.
That you are dressed up today as a Wolverine, and tomorrow you're playing for Wake Forest. It doesn't feel real. That's right. Before we get to the quality.
No. But Mike, you're absolutely right. And that's what I think is the biggest thing that's taken away from it is just that care factor, because it's such a transient sport now. Whereas
Boats and hoes.
You can look at the NFL and this team is winning. And I do believe that this would be different if Michigan actually had a chance at winning the national title. If they were one of the 10 best teams in the nation, I think there would be some juice here. David cut his mic off for a second. Or if Michigan State was one of those teams, I think that there would be some juice. But I think the fact that we've said, look, if you don't at least make the playoffs, your season is worthless. And now you're seeing two worthless college fan bases right now who like, all right, well, I could root for my team, but I'd rather stick with the Lions because they got a chance at winning the Super Bowl. They got a chance at being the best team in the NFL. They have a chance at going out there and beating the Eagles on the road, and you get excited about those things. Whereas, yeah, you're right. But there's no games that you're going to get. I guess Michigan-Ohio State is a game you'll get excited about.
Let me tell you something. David is currently wearing a diaper. He's so excited for Michigan-Purdue.
But the games between
they're
now,
awful.
The games between now and there's only one game that means anything college-wise to anybody in this city or in this area, and that's Michigan, Ohio State, and that's just for bragging rights. That's it. Because even if Michigan wins the game, they ain't winning the national title.
Hater. 248-539-9797. I want to get to the people. David, can we push ticket text 315, please? Thank you. Let's go to Kevin, who's been very patient. 97.1. Kev, what's going on, man?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, this is a great conversation. And, this actually kind of came up in a conversation I had with a buddy of mine a day or two ago. And I'm a Michigan State fan. I still care about them, but now I measure how the lack of my team playing and how the lack of my coach coaching measures up to how Dan Campbell gets the Lions to represent the city, the state, to fight as one. Now I'm looking as a fan, I'm hoping and dreaming that Michigan State gets a coach that's like Dan Campbell. He owns the state of football in Michigan. The Lions do.
Yes. No, I think that's a great way to put it. You have a celebrity head coach who's also arguably the best head coach in the sport. And it's real. It's believable. It's authentic. Like, when he does things, there's authenticity. It's like the opposite of, I'm here today in a blue collar shirt because I want my team to work hard.
Yeah, we're hard working.
Right.
Really?
I mean,
we've kind of seen that before.
I'll rearrange my schedule for the Lions, but at this point, because Michigan State's not, because Jonathan Smith and the Spartans are not anything like the Lions, I will not rearrange anything in my life for Michigan State.
No.
And I mean, think about this too, Kevin. I mean, you see the passion with Dan Campbell. You see the passion with, Shepard on the sideline. And as far as Michigan State, look, we all got excited because, hey, there's Joe Rossi looking like he gives a damn. Wow.
Right. Yeah. An AI-generated head coach, Jonathan Smith. Well, and if you call him a week ago, he doesn't have any energy.
I mean, but think about that. We got excited just because the DC came down on the field and showed something. And that's how low the bar is.
See, Kevin brings something up, and it's a separate topic.
I know.
So, no, I'm just careful about mixing the topics. But, we've seen it with Ticket Text when we would criticize Jonathan Smith, and it's like, you're being unfair. What does the personality matter? If they were winning every game, well, hold on. First of all, they're not winning every game. Second of all, true. But second of all, the team generally emulates the attitude and persona of their coach. I find it very difficult to believe that this team's energy level is raised by having a glue stick in a quarter zip. I do think the person, and in today's college football, I think your personality and demeanor matters even more. I just don't think you can be that way. And and like some Spartan fans are like, "Oh, this is unfair." Okay, then tell me I'm wrong. Like, do you think that guy is going into the living room or the portal and energizing anyone? You're lucky if the mother of the player doesn't get a concussion from her head slamming against the table because she fell asleep.
Well, he talked about it in the press conference after the game, like, well, I'm a different person when I'm in meetings. But I don't think that you are, because if you're constantly saying the same thing after every game and saying, I got to pare this stuff down, that means you're not there's no connection. You're not reaching your players. You're not reaching your staff to say, why the hell do we have to go through this week after week after week? There has to be a little bit of a fear factor. There has to be something. I don't see that with this man.
No, and it's just to address the caller's thing. The personality alienates him. I think that is a big part of coaching. You got to connect with the fan base. Dan Campbell's connected with the fan base, and now there'll be a statue of Dan Campbell when it's all said and over. Mm-hmm. I mean, I do believe at some point he's going to win a Super Bowl here. I do. Okay, I can't believe you said that. I did. Oh, well. I thought they were going to win it last year. Injuries took it away. The reality is Dan Campbell connected with his customer base. Mm-hmm. Now these fans will go to war for this guy. That's even before he started putting on a headset and doing Applebee's commercials. The whole idea is, the opposite of it is, bag of mayonnaise. That's MSU. It's a Ziploc bag filled with Cool Whip with a headset on it.
But
that's what we have.
Yeah.
Well, why is it that Dan Campbell and his personality gets to be talked about and how it connected with fans, but now, there goes Mike and Rico again being unfair? No, if it can work over here, you can knock it over here.
You want the answer to that?
No, I'm talking just in ether. Yes.
Well, I mean, I didn't know if it was a rhetorical question or
it's
not.
Not rhetorical.
That's all. Why aren't you projecting? You quit your projecting. Here's what they'll say.
I hate them so much.
Here's what they'll say.
All right, what?
You would have fired Dan Campbell after 18 games.
He almost was fired. Fun fact.
You got to give him some time. What if you gave him? No,
if he didn't beat the Packers here and they were going to roll to 1-7, 1-8, he was done.
Let me stop you. I had this conversation that you're having right now. That's how I know. Because I'm like, people wanted to run Dan Campbell out of town, and look how that worked out. There are people who just want this to work to say, see, I told you it would work.
Okay, well, I have a name for those people.
I know. Read your spot.
Okay, then David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same thing about experience, results, etc. The difference is it's not a very personal experience. You're just a number. You're basically other attorneys, they kind of treat you, it's like college football's relationship, players and coach. They're just on to the next client. Boats and Hoes. I said it. For David, it's personal. It's about delivering for you. It's about getting you the money. So here's the deal. You get in an accident, you call them 855-65-CRASH, or you go to getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, David, few of the ticket checks, please. Jesus, Rico. Go ahead, David.
The Lions have affected the love of college football because college football has become NFL light wasn't about the money before, and there was passion there. It has totally shifted now, and I might as well care about the better pro team.
That's
that is
right.
from Jim.
Why-
David from the producer's booth.
Why care about the sport trying to be like the real sport? Just go with the real thing. It's the difference between Hydrox and Oreos.
Why we don't embrace the XFL.
Amongst other reasons, but yes, you're right. I realize I'm in the minority, but I still watch more college football than the NFL. If MSU was better, I'd watch even less NFL besides watching the Lions weekly.
Yeah. I think that's a rarity, but okay.
College football is like the crappy.
Oh boy.
The crappy, at the wedding, and the NFL is like the dinner. I only watch college to hold me over until the NFL is on. The Lions flipped the script. NIL and transfer portal unregulated has turned FBS college football into glorified travel ball.
That's what it feels like.
Yep.
That does. All right, let's get back to the people. Rick has been very patient. He's up next. Rick, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Excellent show as always.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
I think the NFL has always been a better product, and you can argue that. And I understand that NIL and portal have changed the landscape of football. But in my opinion, the biggest underlying issue with college football, regardless of NIL or the portal, and I know those are big, are the schedules. I mean, you have games like OSU versus Grambling. You got Georgia versus Austin Peay. I mean, you have a game coming up in 3 weeks, Alabama versus Eastern Illinois. I mean, when you talk about deciding 3 or 4 hours of seat time, it's hard to find a good game to watch as opposed to taking advantage of like the last few enjoyable Michigan fall weekends. I mean, for me, college football has become, or really has been, a glorified beauty pageant with or without the playoffs, right? It's like my 10-1 is better than your 11-0 schedule. When you look at these schedules year over year, it really only comes down to 1 or 2 games that really mean anything or define who these teams are. So you contrast that with NFL, where I think 80% of the time the opponents are worth watching. I just can't stand college football schedules. Never have.
Yeah, and look, I know the SEC thing takes a lot of heat for the second bye week, essentially, a.k.a., hey, I'm playing Mercer. But, Rick, let me throw this your way, because I get in this argument all the time with Jim Costa. In the SEC, you don't get free squares. You don't get a break. Look at where we're at in the Big Ten right now, okay? And then I want you to look at, say, you brought up Alabama, right? And, they're playing, Eastern Homeless Shelter. They just got done with a run of 4 straight ranked opponents and then a road game at South Carolina. You don't have that here. So, in essence, I'm almost okay with them taking another week off. Now, I'm with you in this. If they're going to do this crap, playing a softie late in the year, they got to go to 9 conference games. Now, if they do that, the problem is you go to 9 in the SEC. Rick, look around. Look at here. Do this. I don't know, when you're bored later. Go look at Oklahoma's remaining schedule. Go look at it.
No, I'll give you the credit,
You'll
man.
see Brent Venables get fired.
There's not a ton of free squares, whereas over half the Big Ten it's a free square. If you're a good team, you're going to win those games unless you just go out there completely drunk. It's why James Franklin got fired. What do you mean you lost to Northwestern for home?
But that's why I think people can fall in love with the Lions, because when you look at it and you go, okay, every week there is no free square. People can.
Well, you got one this week.
JJ McPick 6. But here's the thing. 99% of the time, no freebies. This league is a death march. By the way, Oklahoma's last 4 weeks. Now, they just played, okay? They just played number 8 Ole Miss. At Tennessee, at Alabama, home for number 19 Mizzou. And then, yes, the home game against LSU doesn't look nearly as tough. But that's the back end of the schedule. They started the year, played U of M in the non-con, played ranked Auburn, played ranked Texas. You know what? If they want to go ahead and play, doo-doo-doo State, what am I going to do? State. Let's go over to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Good show today, but I kind of view it, the NFL versus college Sunday affects your Saturday like Michigan. As a Michigan fan and a Lions fan, Michigan winning the national championship has kind of put down my level of affection or interest in college. That's just kind of where I look at it. Like, if you're a fan and your team, especially in, for a team like us where we haven't won a national championship forever, now all my interest is going to lie with the Lions, because for a majority of my life, the Lions were terrible. Michigan was pretty good or above average, and all of a sudden won a national championship. Well, now I can shift majority of my interest on Sundays or just football as a whole to the Lions. So I view it like, we won a national championship. All right, I have accomplished that mountaintop. Let's move on to the next one, which should be hopefully Super Bowl.
Yeah, that makes sense. Matt, it makes sense. And let me ask you this, though. As far as the rest of college football, do you have any major disagreements with where Rico and I are, the points we're bringing up about why Saturday takes that back seat? And look, the Lions are just the thing. I mean, the sport of college football. Do you still enjoy it the way you used to?
No.
Yeah. It's tough. The quality just is. I'm mad at quality's bad.
And
Matty.
it sounds like Matt, like me, you want to.
Yeah, we all do.
You really want to say, okay, I'm going to get excited for this game, until you don't.
Like great example. Like Matt, 5 years ago, would you? I don't want to say would you have been excited, but like, would you have made Florida, Georgia, the world's largest out there cocktail party? Would you have made that a part of your Saturday versus coming up this Saturday? You go, whatever. The whole thing's fugazi.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. But, I mean, sure, NIL has a part of that, but I think it's more to do with, I don't know. It's more to do with who you're a fan of, and if you've been like Vanderbilt, well, you better be excited this year. So
No, true. And now that brings me to something else. It is, none of this feels authentic. That's the problem. As I said, Halloween is the holiday of note. It does. It feels like a lot of people playing dress up. The Lions, they play for this city. They identify with this city. There's a consistency. The Lions are a restaurant that you love or a bar that you love, and you know what you're going to get, and it's really good, and you keep coming back. College football is like asking your worst enemy to shoo you in the nuts. That's what college football is. What?
Wasn't ready for that one.
But it's true. Okay. Tuning into college football and expecting what you used to get, that's what it feels like. You line up and you're like, all right, this week it'll be different. Ding dong. That's all it is.
What? It's you showing up to Big G's house.
Yep.
After buying the Sunday
Hey, Dad,
ticket.
I got you NFL Sunday ticket. Thwap. Like the very old Batman thought bubbles.
Right.
Like, yeah. Whiz, bang, pow. Dead. Another blessed year of Sunday ticket for Big G. This year's Sunday ticket features your favorite player dying every week. Malik Neighbors, bam. Cam Scatabo, pow.
You know what? Maybe I should just watch the games with Big G, and we could sit there and just cry on each other's shoulders.
I can't wait to see what happens next year when I get him Sunday ticket.
Maybe I should put that in the prop bet casino. Which team has a horrific injury this week, since the Giants are playing the Niners?
Oh, we'll have another one. I'm waiting for like Abdul Carter to be like fall off a ladder on the sidelines. It's going to be ridiculous. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. I do have a Tiger topic later. Yesterday, people said, look, we see the differential. Obviously, we are nowhere close to World Series good. How do we get there? People want moves. Let me show you the cost of moves. So when you guys yell at me about wanting trades versus free agency, I want to see if I could change your mind. I have a list of projected contracts for free agents, and the Tigers are listed on these. So we're going to have some fun. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll continue with your calls. We'll touch the table on some football. Here's Rico to tell you about his basement.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Edge rusher Al-Qadim Muhammad returned to Lions practice today. Safety Kirby Joseph remained out. Aiden Hutchinson was at the podium to talk about his extension as well. Central Michigan has handed a 2-year probation and approximately $100,000 in fines for allowing Connor Stalions on the sideline to steal signs. Stalions, who went by the name Matt McClellan that day, was dressed in Chippewa coaching gear requested by former assistant coach Jay Costner, according to the NCAA case summary.
Here's my shock face. Really? That was actually him? It only took you 3 years to figure that out? Well, we told you 3 hours after it happened. Go ahead.
The Wings have called up Austin Watson from the Griffins. He slides in that empty roster spot. Detroit plays against LA tonight, right here on the Ticket at 10:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Bobby! All right. I'm sorry. I can't control myself. We love Bob Muhammad on this show. David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind. And I have received a second offer for your son to transfer from the Catholic League with heavy financial compensation.
Ticket text here says Alabama blasting Michigan State in the playoffs started the downfall, and letting Michigan cheat their way to a natty was the nail in the coffin.
What the hell does Alabama blowing out State have to do with the price of beans?
I guess he's saying that he lost.
For him.
Yes, for him. He lost interest.
Yeah, I mean, if that's listen, this is a bigger issue than just It's Spartans and Wolverines. It's if you live locally. The Lions have taken up, rightfully, all the oxygen. And I think it has taken away, along with coinciding college football doing everything wrong. Look, if you're a Spartan fan and you look at the decade, you know, if you could name the decade a book, the book would be called Poop, a story about Spartan football. And sure, that night, maybe it started.
Foreword by M. Tucker.
Well, boy, which drop? So many drops. Mel, please. All right, David.
And my football weekend was all about Saturdays for most of my life. The Lions were useless after Halloween. My emotions were spent by Sunday. 2 years ago, Michigan won a natty, and I was barely emotionally engaged. It was just killing time until Sunday.
Yep.
Someone else says the Lions are doing what college used to have, a full development of a team over years that you become attached to.
And it's also, you feel like the team plays for this city. They emulate this town. Look, what programs used to be, playing for Michigan used to mean something. Now, whether it's all a lie or not, stick with me on this. That each program had a thing, a series of beliefs, or a series, it had an identity. That's gone. In the NFL, it's rare to have that. You have it with the Chiefs. You have a love affair with places like Buffalo, Green Bay, Pittsburgh. You have it with the Lions. Right. They emulate this town.
You know, the funny thing is that the Lions, their aura is kind of what States used to be, the underdog. Nobody ever believed in you. You were constantly the butt of jokes, and then you rose up during that time period through D'Antonio, and you're seeing that now with Dan Campbell, where the Lions were the joke. They wanted to take Thanksgiving Day games away from them because you guys don't win them. And how about we just spread the wealth to other teams? And now
you're the highest ticket price in the league.
They can't get on TV enough. No. Like, people are fist fighting. No, we want the Lions on Monday night. No, how about Sunday night? What about Thursday night? Yeah, they've come up, and I think a lot of it is the fans and the team identify with each other.
Let's go to Craig, 97.1. Craig, what's going on, buddy?
So I think the big thing that has really devalued college football for me lately is the ever-changing playoffs. That it doesn't make the games fun anymore, because a team can lose 2 or 3 games and still make the playoff and possibly go for the national. So 10 years ago, like, for example, when Michigan last year beat Ohio State, that would have ruin their whole season.
Yes.
Now it's like, whatever.
Yeah, Craig, and you know what? That kills a lot of the interest that, let's say you're not having a good season, right? Like Michigan had Michigan season last year was like my whole life as a Spartan fan. But you could take pleasure that if you rose up and, hey, we got John Cooper fired, like that's all gone. It's basically you got to lose 3 football games in order to be eliminated. And don't worry, they're going to expand the playoff, and 3 losses is going to have to be 4.
Yeah, so I know pro, like you can lose a couple games and still make it, but it just used to be you have to win to make the big bowl games, to make the national championship. And now it's like, all right.
Right.
Maybe next week.
No, and the difference, too, in quality. I know what I'm getting when I watch the Lions. Lions is Blue Magic. That's a brand name. Like, you know what you're getting.
I don't care what you call yours.
Now, when you chop my dope, no, but it's the truth. You know what you're getting. You can settle in. How many times
not only that, Mike, to add to what you're saying, hold on. You not only know what you're getting, you're willing to pay money to travel across the country to see the traveling road show that is the Detroit Lions, because you can't afford the tickets here. It's cheaper for you to fly out to L.A. and get tickets there.
Let's go to David, 97.1. David, welcome back. What's going on, buddy?
Not a whole lot, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, brother. What's up?
I wanted to expound on what you guys are talking about. Obviously, being down in Ohio, I can't really talk about the Lions and stuff like that, but I can correlate with the fact of I think it's bigger also. Not only is it what the last caller brought up about how like Michigan beat Ohio State last year and it doesn't have the same effect. Well, I also think the expansion of all these conferences and taking away from the other conferences is affecting it too, because it goes to the scheduling point. My point on that is, instead of like basically Oregon and USC fighting the other teams in the Pac-12, and then you got Oklahoma and Texas fighting the other teams in the Big 12, you have Oklahoma and Texas getting beat up in the SEC, and then yes, it's building up the SEC lore and everything like that, but it's also the Big 10. Instead of having the lower teams building to fight the Michigans and the Ohio States and the Penn States and now the Indianas, they're trying to stay even pat with the teams, and it's actually hurting them even worse than what it was before, where all they had to do was, say, win the Big Ten West and your butts in Indianapolis, and if you had the same 12-team playoff, well, then now you could be in the playoff by just beating those teams in the Big Ten West. Now you're trying to keep up with the Joneses by doing all the NIL, by trying to do all the money grab and all the other trying to get all these players that don't fit your system, aka Wisconsin, and then all these other teams, and it just keeps diluting the product. Going to your point, Mike, where when you sit there and you turn on the TV, you don't know what you're watching every Saturday, where the product is absolutely atrocious, and you're sitting there, and I'm sitting there watching the Michigan Wolverines, and I'm sitting there going, this stuff 5-10 years ago wouldn't even be on the field, and now I got players tackling running backs, and I got players fair catching balls at the 5-yard line, and I got all kinds of other crap going on that just wouldn't even be on the field anymore. But because of where we're at now, because of injuries and NIL and transfer portal, you're down to your last 4 wide receivers on the roster that can actually play.
There's no doubt.
So you take it.
I think you've nailed it. It's like, David, a lot of these teams in college, they're just shells. They're a starting 22 and nothing. And that's not how football's meant to be played.
No, and it just like you take it all together with the fact that the Lions are better in Michigan. So now you're taking away viewers there, and so that way you guys are sitting there trying to come up with your show topics and everything like that. Why would you talk about college football? Not only, Mike, because you're despised at it and it makes you sick and makes you want to puke every week. It's just the fact that why would you not talk about the Lions?
Right.
Or go back a month ago, I wanted to talk more college football with you guys, but I fully understood the Tigers are in the playoffs. You guys got to talk about the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just college football used to be a 1A, and David, we're up against it. Appreciate always. Your calls are always welcome, brother. It used to be 1 and 1A, and now it has fallen off the mantle to like I don't know. I kind of compare college football with Red Wings hockey. All right. NFL Thursdays. Boy, what a banger we have tonight. Ravens and Dolphins. Whee! All right. You can guess the first or last touchdown tonight. You get it right, you get it put into a pool of $2 million in bonus bets. So visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Take a shot at the jackpot. FanDuel.com/ticket. And whether it's a Derrick Henry, maybe he gets the first one, or Achane, I don't know. You guys figure it out. Talk to Jim Costa. He's the anytime touchdown expert. Play your game with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll get to a football today coming up probably at the top of the hour. Right now, talking have the Lions taking all the oxygen out of the room for your college football love. for Michigan or Michigan State. Dave, a couple ticket texts, then we'll get back to the phone lines.
The quality is the problem. These kids transfer and get a few months in a program to learn the offense or defense, when in the past it was 3 to 4 years. That, juxtapose that with the Lions, when I know we have the guy we drafted for at least 5 years, and the way Holmes operates, it is their entire career. Such a difference in college football. The Lions have absolutely no effect of my interest in college football. Bring back the college football from the early 90s, though.
Okay, hold on. Now, even I have to stop the train here. You can't be asking for something from 35 years ago. There's a difference for asking for something from like 5 to 7 years ago. 35 years ago? What's next? You want baseball from the 40s like Rico does? I like bunts.
Intentional walks and bunts. It's like boats and hoes.
It's embarrassing. David, go ahead, buddy.
College players move around too much. I remember hoping to see a freshman play as a senior at Michigan. Now it's hard to keep track of who is playing, and this goes for all schools.
Yeah.
Matt listening from Houston.
When's the last time they just introed a player and didn't have to tell you where he comes from? By way of here, by way of here. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that first Senior Bowl helmet. All the different logos.
Yeah.
I think it's a combo between Michigan State being terrible, not knowing the rosters year over year, and a team cheating with no punishment. That has killed the interest.
Now that one, listen, it's probably more localized. Now, when you leave the vacuum of Metro Detroit, which I know it's impossible to do, but there's a big world out there. Everybody was mocking Michigan. Now, whether that hurt people non-local, I can't be concerned with it. We don't do shows there. But locally, you had, look, if you're a Michigan State fan, you have a right to be pissed. Or just say, well, the hell with it. If you can just basically pay $30 million fine to win a natty, fine. But it kills the sport. Plenty of Michigan fans, not that they will dare call in because they will be excommunicated from the flock. Plenty of Michigan fans were like, I'm really bummed out by this because everything I liked about my school is a lie. It's gone.
Yeah, I think because when you were a Michigan fan, it was always you were above that. You talked down upon the SEC because, well, they cheated. And look at all the things that they had to do. And you wanted to win it legitimately. You won it, but it was dirty. And you got to own it. And I think you're right. That hurt a lot of people.
Not all. I don't want to have people get all bent out of shape.
I said a lot, but it did hurt some. They're like, you're not going to turn down the title, but you know it came with consequences.
Right. I mean, that it was basically like Michigan fan, like, oh my God, can you believe Donna cheated on her husband? Cutscene. You are too.
Right.
You were both nailing the same guy. What do you want me to tell you? You are hypocrisy is thy name.
Mike, here's one for you. You were Thanos. What did it cost you?
Everything. Can you imagine if Thanos was played by Jonathan Smith? Would have wrecked the whole movie.
I don't think that he would have put fear in anybody.
You imagine him wearing that glove? He would have got no jewels in it.
Basically, he would have got beat up by Ant-Man.
Wow, that's saying a lot.
No, Hawkeye would have took care of him. Oh, you have no superpowers. Why don't you just go handle him?
But I can shoot arrows.
All right, good for you. You and Black Widow, you guys go handle this. We're gonna handle real hero business.
Let's go to Ray, 97.1. Ray, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you, boys?
Excellent.
Happy pre-Friday. Press. Oh, okay. No. You guys are. Bless you. Thank you.
I got you. I knew what you were doing. You were creeping Rico out, but I knew you were requesting a drop.
I was
Don't
like,
worry.
who hit the drop? Jake, was that you?
I'm glad to be on the second deck. Okay, you guys. I can't imagine a better sports talk show than you guys. You are gut busting funny, way insightful on sports.
We try.
Like me. No, you deliver, and it's just you guys are interesting characters.
Thank
okay,
you.
I'll try to be very quick. Thank you. The authenticity of Brad Holmes and the intellectual, the football knowledge that he is unprecedented with any Lions coaches. Tommy Hudspeth said the Super Bowl isn't even a must game. Ex-Lion coach. Another flying coach, Daryl Rogers, from certain East states, Michigan, said, what does the guy got to do to get fired around here? Okay, so we have a truly encompassing, capable coach that I'm still not used to it because I've been scarred. I'm 57, and I don't believe in the SOS, and
I tried. I did everything I could, but I have to stand up for the city of Detroit and all our listeners. You got to be more concise. You got to land the plane, baby.
He was having his own drop tournament.
I just, listen, I am not angry. You know what?
We gave you the first 5.
Hold on. You took a free throw and you missed. Try it again down the line. I got nothing. I just can't. I can't do it. That was tough. I appreciate. Right. Okay. Oh boy, David, what are you doing?
Gave you the first 5 drops.
I played ball. We're in a good mood. We're having a good time. You got to get to it. Mel Tucker, is that you?
Oh, boy.
Yes. See, something good came out of that.
I was wondering, like,
that's why I was here. Don't worry. I'm focused.
Rico looked at me like, did you press that button? I'm like, no.
Was it Jake?
Can we just one more time? No. Run down this trio you've created. I'm going to need that. Automatically, that has to be on the board. It just has to be. That's tremendous. All right. We have to touch the table on some football. I have been handed a missive. And I am just going to term it if it's true. It's so shocking. I can't believe it's true. On what the Tigers may have actually offered Scooble.
Oh, that is a Karshian tease.
Actually, David, it's more of this. Exactly. We'll get to it. Football first, though, okay? 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Lions defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson spoke to the media today after his $180 million payday.
Man, just say it. I'm rich, bitch.
Woo! The Lions were without safety Kirby Joseph again on the practice field. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker and edge rusher Al-Quadin Muhammad were practicing in full.
I mean, just say it. You got paid $180 million. Just say it. Where are all the broke people at?
Well, Central Michigan is a little bit more broker here today. $100,000 after the Connor Stallions incident. 2 years probation as well. Former head coach Jim McElwain.
Is the program still there?
They are, yes.
Okay.
Former head coach Jim McElwain receives a 2-year show clause. The NCAA case summary revealed that former Chippewa assistant Jake Costner formulated a plan for Stallions to be on the sideline. Nebraska football coach Matt Rule has inked a 2-year contract extension, taking him through the 2032 season. The Wings are back on the ice tonight against the LA Kings. No Patrick Kane for this game and the next. Cam Talbot will start a net for his old team. 10:30 puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal was named Tiger of the Year today. Got 20 of 23 first place votes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get a little football, David. Music, please.
All right, guys, so we are hitting the second half of the NFL season here in 2025. So I am going to give you some bold takes. You let me know if you agree with them or not.
Your son will transfer from Canton for a lucrative NIL offer.
Let's start right here in the AFC South with the Colts still having the Chiefs, the Jags twice, the Texans twice, the Seahawks, and the Niners. The Jags will win the AFC South.
I can't. Not only that, but you can't have your coach dressed in a fishing vest. It just can't work. Look, it was a fun story when they beat Kansas City on the Monday night and Chris Jones quit, but they've played awful since then. And look, newsflash, here's what they think about you. You're a 2-point favorite in Vegas this week. That's about as bad as it gets. I can't do it, David.
No, I can't. I think that the Colts are for real. I think people want them to fail. They want them to fall, and they're not. Why? Because they've been the Colts for years.
That's why they're bold. Let's go through another
you're not,
one.
David, you're not a bad person.
I know. AFC East here. The Bills.
Yes.
Will miss the playoffs. Here's why. If the West
you're a bad person.
If the West gets 3 and the South gets 2, then the AFC East only gets the division winner.
Yeah, but on a record basis, I would need to look at the schedule. You're saying that what? The Bills would get left out at 10-7?
That's because they would lose the division, yes.
I can't see that. David.
I don't see them losing the division. I know you're high on the
Patriots. Think the Patriots.
Yeah, no, and he's not wrong to hold that take. I'm not mad about that in the least, but missing the playoffs. Look, I have concerns about their defense. This is a bold flavor. It's a little too high on the Scoville scale for me. I'm out.
I'm trying to come strong here.
Well, hey, that's how you had 4 kids.
All right, let's move back over to the AFC
Congrats
South.
On number 5, by the way.
And
I know
the
you were keeping that under wraps.
And the bold one I have here is the Colts will trade Anthony Richardson to the Raiders.
Sure, for what? A bag of balls? Yes, bold flavor. They will trade Anthony Richardson to the unemployment line.
Right, to the Michigan Panthers.
Here, he's working at Home Depot. Fit him with a vest. Yes.
He's headed to Canada.
The Toronto Argonauts.
Right.
All right, next one on the list here. Caleb Williams will become an NFL MVP finalist.
I think the bolder take will be he'll be benched for Tyson Bagent.
David, how is he going to be an MVP? Now, I know these aren't yours, but I'm saying how.
They actually are mine.
Oh, okay. Then I will make fun of you.
Listen.
Caleb Williams, you can't.
Go either way with him. Right?
You can't run video game offense in real NFL games where
there you go.
It's hike, run back 20 yards, scramble around, and then try to find open receiver. That works in video game, doesn't work in real life.
He's right. Look, Ben Johnson is a timing and precision coach. It's not working. Now the team's winning. This week represents a fork in the road for Caleb and Ben Johnson. If they don't go to Cincinnati and win, and I'm not talking about winning in spite of Caleb, I think you're going to hear some murmurs here because Bagent was paid a lot of money, and Bagent, that locker room loves that kid. So just keep your eye on it. But I'm going to say no to that. That's a crack opinion.
Next one on the list here. Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan will be the only coach fired during this season.
This isn't bad, David. The McDaniel thing hasn't happened yet. When will it? Dayball's not going to get canned because Jackson Dart. Correct. Pete Carroll, you can't fire him in 1 year.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, that guy's 80.
You're the right.
Not during the season, though, Rico.
You can't
during
treat
the
old
season.
people like that. That's ridiculous. You know what, David? I'll buy. Good for you.
I think McDaniel is basically day to day. Not even week to week anymore. He's day to day. Every day when he shows up to Dolphins facility and holds his key card up to the scanner, he holds his breath, light turns green. I'm still employed today.
So this next one here that I have is not really second half, but it really begins the off season for this team.
Great sales pitch.
And it is regarding Joe Burrow. He has not played. He probably won't play for the rest of the year. That's what I'm guessing. And because of that, come the beginning of Wild Card Week, there will be a rumor out that Joe Burrow wants out of Cincinnati.
I love it. He wants to be a New York Giant. Yes.
You don't have room for him.
Shut your whore mouth. Do what I want.
Wait, no. Mike, think about this.
I love Joe Burrow.
No, I understand it. But if you have Jackson Dart under a rookie contract,
I don't need him.
You can build around that and take advantage of not paying him anything.
Why don't you worry about your little rat who drives a combine? This is New York. We want stars. I agree with David. That organization is cheap. It's malfeasant. And if I rep Burrow, first thing I'd be doing is trying to get him out of there.
I mean, what do you do with your...
Don't worry about
me.
me.
It's not like you haven't had... Wait, where did Saquon come from? Oh, wait. He was a Giant. You got rid of him.
David?
This is another
one. Running backs?
Oh, we didn't... There we go.
Bang.
I'm sorry. This is another one for Wild Card Week.
Yes.
A headline that's going to happen. The Steelers continue their collapse in the second half and part ways with Mike Tomlin.
Agree.
Wild Card Weekend.
Agree. And again, weirdest spread of the week. Colts are only laying 3 in Pittsburgh. If you lose this game, I think you're going right over the edge like Thelma and Louise. Yes, I agree.
No, I don't think so because Pittsburgh, the one consistent thing, Mike, is they don't fire coaches.
Yeah, but it's time.
It's time to move on.
Tomlin's been here for 20 years.
He has, but for Pittsburgh, you almost have to have a 5-year process before they move.
Oh, that process already started 5 years ago.
Rico, they don't win playoff games. They don't do anything.
I understand, but
they sit there and they talk funny because people from Pittsburgh have a weird accent.
They are the one organization. They are loyal to a T to their. What do you guys say? Like 4 coaches in your history.
So would you like it better if I say there's a decision to start moving on, to push him out, trade him, possibly?
Right, I could see that.
Fargo, but wood chipper,
Pittsburgh
gone.
Does not do reactionary. Like, seriously, you guys don't fire coaches. Ever.
Next on the list here, Kyler Murray will play himself out of Arizona.
Agree.
In the second half.
Total agreement. I think there's a regime change. I think he needs a change of scenery. Go ahead, say he needs heel boosters or something. I know there's a short joke in there.
I'm not Wojo, so no.
You're definitely not. Yeah, I agree with this.
Yeah, I can see this.
He'll be somewhere else.
I just think, it's a bad. Maybe they trade him for Anthony Richardson.
And then my final one here also relates to a quarterback. The Vikings will be ready to draft a new quarterback this offseason.
Agree.
I think they ran cover for JJ. He wasn't hurt. I never believed it. If he doesn't play well, they're absolutely in the market for it, because if they're not, Justin Jefferson's going to kill somebody.
I'm just wondering, in this litigious age that we live in, do the Vikings get sued for what they did to Carson Wentz and just kept putting him back out there knowing?
No, that's what Gingers deserve. Don't you get it? They were carrying out justice.
You know what?
Yeah.
No. Just no. Bad Mike. Bad Mike. Bad Mike.
That is
justice. No. But I mean, he
say it.
This man was out like put JJ in the game. He's hurtling over players, doing the first down sign, and this man is getting beat all to hell.
Yep.
His arm is falling off, and you're kind of looking at him like, you're okay.
One less Ginger for the league to worry about. Justice.
Mike, no.
That is in football today.
All right, winter will be here soon. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical are going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it is running properly. And right now, it's only $79, $30 off the regular price. So call today. Spots fill up. And don't forget, Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. Do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, gather round. And I mean this. Just turn the radio up a dial here for a second and just raise that volume. I'm going to be using phrases like if true, if accurate, etc. Because this report is so absurd. It's so wholly unserious. It's insulting that I think, if true, it will have set you on a course starting a year ago that you probably alienated your best player to leave town. So I'm going to read this to you, and it's not like I'm doing the reporting. It's from John Heyman. The Tigers and Tarek Skubal appear to be drifting apart. After a report last week in the New York Post, which we talked about, that the sides are $250 million apart in contract negotiations, a follow-up report revealed the Tigers' shockingly low offer to Skubal a year ago. Now, a year ago, I want you to remember, the only thing that came out was the Tigers made a, quote, non-competitive offer. Now, we talked about how generally that would come out from the agent's side, and most offers would be termed that way. When I read you what this offer is, if this is true, it's a complete embarrassment to this franchise. It's an embarrassment if it's true. The Tigers, according to this report from John Heyman, offered Tarek Skubal 4 years at less than $80 million. 4 years, sub $80 million.
You mean $80 million per year?
4 years for a total of less than $80 million a year ago.
Didn't get any better. Wow. Okay.
Okay. Now, a year ago. So if you made that offer a year ago, you had the Pixar movie. You had decided not to trade him. You made the playoffs. And your offer was pocket lint. 4 years at less than 80.
So
do you want context? Let me offer you context.
Less than $20 million a year. Yes.
Right. Just so you don't think this is just, well, Mike's bloviating again. That is less than half of what the Red Sox paid Garrett Crochet, which was 170 over 6.
Huh?
I have to say if that's true because it's such an absurdity. If you offered that to Skubal, honestly, you're lucky he didn't use the mound as a urinal.
Bro, that's the contract version of the chair drop right there. Because that's the second number. My agent whoa. Say that number. They're offering, because I would have said, wait, they're offering me $80 million over the next 4 years? Wow.
That it's going to kill me, I have to say, if that's true. But out of respect to the team,
you know what? I like that.
So unbelievable. I have to throw that kind of
caveat. Yes,
yeah,
I
because
do believe so.
Rico, we talked about this a year and a half ago at the deadline. I'm going, guys, it's going to cost you $400 million. And sure, I got ripped. Hell, I got ripped by people at this place who have only circled back to tell me I was right. The point I'm making is $400 million. Even if I was off by a robust, I don't know, $200 million. The Tigers didn't, if true, offer even half of that. How did you ever think you were going to kick off negotiations with Tarek Skubal with that? If true, you bleeped in the punch bowl.
That ain't even a respectful.
You bleeped in the gazpacho. Yeah. You sat down to dinner and bleeped. There's no dinner.
No, that you stood up on the dinner table.
Right. Can I offer you some bread service? Too late.
While everybody was watching, you just stood up on the table and.
People,
that's not even a good faith because he's going to turn down the first offer. That wasn't worth a phone call. That wasn't worth an email. That wasn't worth, if it's true.
If true.
Not even a text message.
6 at 180 would have been shot down but I could have made sense. We're going to start here. You're going to start there.
Right.
And we're going to meet in the middle at somewhere around $250 million.
This tells me if this is true, there is no chance he's coming back.
Well, first of all, you're lucky he ever showed up to work after that.
Well, you know.
I mean, honest to God, look.
If this is true, and maybe this is why, you know what? I'll get 6 innings, and that's it.
I know there's a bleep hole radio host who's been saying for a while that when AJ talked about a, quote, mutual agreement, how many times have I come on the air and talked to you that, look.
You're that bleep hole.
Nailed it. And guess what? Guess what happens if you keep him here next year? And he's lame duck.
5 innings.
My point is, look.
Yeah.
Guys, I want your initial organic response to this. If that's the offer they made a year ago, 4 years at under $80 million, how can you purport to be a serious ball club? I mean, that's not even an offer the Pittsburgh Pirates would make. That is so... Show up to a car lot and offer $10 for a car. That's what that is. It's not even real. Let me throw the number out. It's the first time in a while we've had open phone lines. And guys, react whatever way you want. If you think that offer is so bad, that it's so unrealistic, that you refuse to believe it, I will not be mad at you in the least because I am there with you. But John Heyman's reporting, look, everything makes sense if we look at the big picture. We got the report they made a non-competitive offer. Check. We got the report last week from the New York Post that they were $250 million apart. Check. If what Heyman's reporting is true, that they offered a 4-year deal at less than $80 million over.
You know what? Let's just give them the $80 million.
Fine, 4 at 80. Then you're trading him
for the best pitcher in baseball.
Then you're trading him
because that's beyond insulting.
Well, it also really makes me believe what I've said for a while is they want to operate like a small market team.
No, I think the phrase lemonade stand.
Yeah. Now again, they have the 17th or 18th highest payroll this year. They have about $60 million coming off the books. I can't estimate arbitration, so forgive me, but let's say they've got about $95 million on the books, okay? They're going to have money to spend. It's not an issue in not having the money to spend. Again, I'm not telling you to carry a $255 million payroll like the Blue Jays, which is top 5, much less $356 like the Dodgers. What I'm saying is, how could you have even gone into this season that if you were only offering $480, why did you keep him around in the first place? Why didn't you just deal him last offseason? You were never serious. Because if
this is true.
God, I hate that we have to say
if this is true, looks like, seems like, feels like, maybe, I don't know if it's true.
Right, it's like if you told
Disclaimer.
It's like if you told me today MSU spent $50 million in NIL on this roster. I would be like apoplectic.
How? Yeah.
This is the same thing because Scott Boras is not that guy. You can't do that with Scott Boras. This isn't Master P negotiating the deal for Ricky Williams.
This is truly, if I'm Scott Boras, I fly in for wherever I'm at, down to the headquarters in Detroit, ball up the piece of paper just to throw it back at them.
And get back in your car and leave.
And fly back out of here.
Either that or drop a grumpy at the Tiger statue.
Right. Boras is in the lobby. There you go. Bing. And leave.
So, John Heyman report, the Tigers offer a year ago to Skubal. We're just going to give the Tigers benefit of the doubt. Forget the less than $80 million. Just call it 4 at 80. Basically, they wanted to pay him like Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty's vested option next year's 21. You wanted to pay Derek Skubal less than Jack Flaherty. I can't even say that with a straight face.
This can't be real.
But, Rico, here's the problem. The reporting is consistent in that, think sequentially. Non-competitive offer a year ago. We never got the numbers. If you told me this was the offer, I would have fallen out of my chair. Into their $250 million apart. We naturally went, all right, they offered $250. Boras wants $500. Right. Into, they offered $4 at less than $80. Garrett Crochet got Double that. 6 at 170.
So this sounds like they were looking at maybe a $300 million, like even $400 million, $300 million, and yeah, you're less than 250 apart. If this is
I cannot tell you the level, and please, I beg of you, there's only one phone call that will upset me. Only one. There's only one. Okay,
let it play out.
No, Doctor Strange. The whole like, how many scenarios will Mike end up spiking a chair?
There's 14 million scenarios.
There's only one. If you call up and say, well, it's still $80 million, shut up. Just shut up. That's the only one. There's just one.
So in the middle of the call, I could just hold up one finger.
That's
and
it.
be like, Mike,
That's it.
This is the one.
Because when I say it's insulting and I get somebody calling and going, I'd kill for $80 million, you're not seeing it clearly. This guy is a 0.01% of the 0.01% in his given profession. It is not the same as you selling copy paper at Dunder Mifflin. It's not. It is so insulting. I can't even believe, if it's true, the professionalism of Tarek Skubal to come here and to not out you in an interview, to not go into that clubhouse when asked about his contract, and for us to be talking about his contract and to not at some point say, well, you know what, guys? I wanted to be here past tense. And then they bleeped in the punch bowl. They insulted me. It actually makes me respect Skubal so much, if this is true.
Bro, they did it in the middle of Thanksgiving dinner.
If it's true. They
it's true.
bleeped in the turkey cavity.
While we were all watching.
The mashed potatoes are done. That's what they did.
You want gravy?
I made them myself. That's what this offer is. If true.
Take my strong hand.
If true.
You know what? How about this? You're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models. Only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction because Andrew and his staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, or spacious SUV, Hamilton has the inventory. Not only that, the selection is best right now because they're stocked up and loaded to get you on the road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and, more importantly, your budget, including the new October Rico deal. Still a few days left. You can lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for as low as $199 a month, but you need to get into Hamilton today. You'll get that for 24 months. You just got to walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mount. Man, go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details, and you'll find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right. Now let me just add a few things to this. And again, I continue to say if it's true.
If
we talk about these things all the time. One side is going to leak things out there, okay? Who would leak this out? Okay, Scott Boras. Just like last year with the non-competitive offer. Teams are not going to leak this out. If the Tigers had made a majestic offer and got shot down, you then get to be the leaker, okay? John Heyman, a lot of baseball writers are friendly with Scott Boras. The point I'm making is, if this isn't true, the Tigers have to get out and debunk it. They just you gotta.
I don't know how you can debunk it.
I don't know, but look, whether it's Rico, even if I play pretend and I say 4 at 100, Zach Wheeler makes $42 million a year. There's no scenario a 4-year deal short of 160 would have been considered. But there's no scenario a 4-year deal at large for a guy who's headed towards 28, whatever he is. Pitcher signed for term. If this offer was made a year ago, Max Fried at the very same moment signed 7 at 220. How could you make that offer? And here's the thing.
Can't.
This is what you're in for, by the way, that you let it get this far, because now Boras can pull the strings from behind the scenes. And what's coming up in about a month? The winter meetings.
Can I put on a tinfoil hat?
Whatever the hell you like, brother.
No. Maybe this is why on the final batter, when he goes out of the game, he throws 100 miles an hour, strikes him out, and says, yeah. And you want to pay me how much? Yeah, I'll see you next game.
Yeah. We'll go to the people. And I'm just cautioning you. I wouldn't take it as gospel. You got to be careful. But it paints the Tigers in a terrible light, whether it's true or not. It does not help negotiations. And I just think it furthers the belief that they're trading this guy. Because if anything remotely close to this offer was made, you don't have a starting point. You don't have anywhere to even begin from. We'll go to the people. We'll lead it off with Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys. I got to admit, I'm hot, and I'm trying to. I think it's completely ridiculous, and there is no way, any way, shape, or form that they made that offer. And basically, Boras has got his lackeys out there, carrying his water for him. There's no way. Listen, they may not have offered him $400 or $500 million, but are we really going to believe that they're going to offer him just $3,000 or $3 million more than they offered Cobb or what they paid Flaherty? You know what's going on, in my opinion? And listen, tell me if you think I'm wrong.
Sure.
I think this guy is watching public opinion turn against his pitcher because he called himself out of the game, and there's guys throwing 115 pitches in the playoffs. There's a guy that threw a complete game that's warming up 2 days later in the 18th inning to go in and pitch. You got a rookie that basically is in his first year of pitching that went 107 innings, and he's watching his guy and public opinion in Detroit, where, of course, he wants there to be some public pressure on the Illiches to do this, and he is throwing it out. In my opinion, the mistake he made was the offer that he said was made was so ridiculous and so far off. I'm telling you, it's not believable. It's not believable.
I'm with you. I love the angle. And again, that's what agents' jobs are. Paul,
well,
I don't.
Done, man.
I don't.
You know what? Mike, I'm sorry, Mike. This guy he had one guy fire him last year. 2 years ago, he had 3 or 4 guys that he so mismanaged, they ended up with crappy deals. I'm not believing this under any circumstances. And you know what? I pray to God that Tarek Skubal says something to his agent and says, listen, I know you represent me. I know you're doing the best. You think you're doing the best for me, but you know what? You might not be.
Well, Paul, here's your problem. Paul, ultimately, now, listen, first of all, you're not crazy, and I love the call. Let me tell you what I think it leads to. It's a part of a plan to get him traded between December 7th and 10th and get that new contract done with a team that will grossly overpay. Now, that is the agent's job. We don't have to like that as fans. But I'm with Paul in that it is such an absurd sentence to read. I can't believe that. I just can't.
No, you're right. I don't know how the Tigers can get ahead of this.
You paid Estelle Getty $15 million. You were going to pay Scooble 19?
I mean, this is
not possible.
Right, coming off of a Cy Young, and here you go.
But here's what it means. It doesn't mean. Here's the conjecture.
If it's true.
Winter meeting. No. This is a strategy. The strategy's true. The Tigers didn't leak that. So who did? The agent. Why would he leak it? The winter meetings is the end. He wants out. He wants to get his client out of here and get the deal. You know why? Scooble can only hurt himself by pitching next year because he's going to win back-to-back Cy Youngs. He can only hurt his value.
See, that's the thing with that caller's theory of he's throwing it out there because the public opinion on Scooble is so bad that he's trying to get ahead of that. And my thinking is, well, why would an agent do that? Because you ruin your relationship unless he knows he's already out of there and it doesn't matter about the relationship.
Hello.
Well, $80 million is still a lot of money.
I want to hit you with a car. We'll go to Cameron, 97.1. Cam, what's going on?
Well, hearing this news, I'm absolutely incensed. If it is true, I want to go up to Chris Ilitch and yell at him like Al Pacino in The Insider and go, are you a businessman or are you trying to win? Because, I mean, I don't.
But that's why we can't view it as true, Cam. It's so insane. But do you agree with where I've arrived? True or not, this is Boris at work, and I think we're on a collision course that he's going to be traded the first week of December.
Yep, I've already accepted it as a foregone conclusion. And furthermore, I'm on the cesspool known as Tigers Twitter, and you've got people there my age. I'm 24. Feeding this propaganda machine with the salary cap and being like, "Oh, $80 million. He wants more than that, and he's playing a kid's game." I'm just.
God.
If I hear that one more time, I'm going to sock him in the nose.
What a babe in the woods viewpoint on the world. There's people actually saying that?
Oh, you would not believe it. And some of these people, I'm ashamed. I used to call them friends. I mean, for other reasons, but still, it's asinine opinions like this.
I mean, Cam, Vladdy signed for $500 million. You think Scooble's signing for less than 20% of that? I mean, what world do people live in?
It's worse than living in idiocracy. It's living in the movie Southland Tales.
Brondo, it has what plants crave. It has electrolytes.
It's got electrolytes.
All right, Cam, look, what I would tell you is I wouldn't put your anger towards the organization because that report is so crazy and has to come from the agent's side. I can't believe it. And it's, you know what? You were right with what you said. How could the Tigers debunk it if you plan on negotiating with the agent's the devil? Fine. If you go out and go, they're liars. The Tigers come out and release a statement. How are you going to sit down at the table? If you sit down at the table and they go, how dare you leak that out there? I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. John Heyman's a boob. The reality is this is not about signing with Detroit. This is about getting him traded December 7th through the 10th and getting that deal done with a Dodgers or a Yankees or a Mets.
This is either that or, you know what, we just ride this till the wheels fall off and you just walk at the end of your contract. That's how I see it. He'll be Erod all over again. Because there's really no way if this is true, there's no way of coming back.
Oh, and there's no way coming back for somebody who works at this station. You've got to be kidding me with what Rieger just sent me. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a good person. I'm not even going to spotlight the idiocy of what somebody at this station said. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to read you something else. If you purchase your own health insurance, you need to listen up. Time to renew for 26. Open enrollment only 45 days. You got till December 15th. And the only time you can renew or change your coverage is no questions asked is right now. So don't waste time. Get with Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He will shop everything, every plan available on the marketplace, off the marketplace. He'll show you a variety of options and guarantee you the lowest price. So If you got to make changes for 26, now's the time. You're not happy with your plan? Now's the time. Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Weekly power rankings.
Oh, I forgot.
Is it still good?
No.
Okay.
No, come on. Let's. And
All
reminder, these power rankings are for at this moment in the world of Rico Beard.
Right.
Not where they're going to be, where they are now.
Right.
Now,
where
I'll
they-
still disagree with him, but understand how he does it.
Right. Not where they used to be, not where they're going to be, right here, right now. At 14, and the final spot would be the San Francisco 49ers.
David, I need you to step in. You just lost to the Houston Texans. You do, and you're going to lose to the Giants. Why do you deserve to be in the top 14? You are not making the playoffs.
Because what did we just say?
I don't like it. I want to change the rules.
It's not about the future and the fact that they've beaten everybody in their division. Has to count. They beat two of the teams on the road, and they just lost. There are tons of injuries. And, Mike, there's not a lot of great teams in the NFL.
So let me ask you this question, because I'm sure you've gone through it all. Do you have number 15 to kind of tell me who was just outside of it?
15?
Yeah.
Would have been Jacksonville.
I'm not going to see die on that.
I wouldn't put them over the 49ers. So, okay.
Watch them go to Vegas and lose this
Jacksonville.
week.
Probably.
Jacksonville, Bears. So at 13, the team that beat them. Surprise team with the Texans.
Winners of 3 out of 4. Elite defense.
Wait a minute.
Offensive line.
Are you about to say something nice?
Yeah.
Oh.
Offensive line has gone from vomit-inducing to horrific to simply subpar. And you're getting Stroud able to cut 3 or 4 really nice throws down the field a game. Yeah, I can roll with it. And by the way, they're favored over the Broncos this week.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At number 12, and I think this team is going to be rising fast, but they get Alt back. I got the San Diego, Los Angeles Chargers.
You should call them San Diego forever. They'll always be the San Diego Chargers to me. I'm with you. When Pipkins and Alt are healthy and playing, it's a completely different team. They need their tackles. Without him, remember we had the 3-week span? Herbert got pressured 56 times. Getting Joe Alt back alone made such a difference on Thursday night. So, yes to this, provided their O-line is healthy.
Correct.
With him, good. Without him, it's just horrific.
This team...
You remember, David, when you played the air guitar during the picks? Man, those were the days.
At number 11, I have the New England Patriots. They're about to hit a tough part of their schedule where they're really going to show how good they can be, or they're going to fall off a cliff.
Yeah. You know, this has been my darling team since preseason. Drake May is awesome. I'm good. I would have been fine if you had them up to 7 or 8.
I think they should be 7 or 8, yes.
Okay. David, here's the thing. The fight between 7 and 11, it's kind of a dealer's choice because there's no big difference between these teams.
It's kind of like MSU's O-line. They all suck.
Can
Sorry?
I just get one segment?
I can't.
One segment.
The minute he's fired, yes.
No, you won't. All right.
Probably not.
At number 10, I have the Denver Broncos. You lit up the Cowboys, but everybody lights up the Cowboys.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
a lot of
very true.
volatility with them.
So
when they're good, they're great. When they're bad, they're awful. I think they just, I mean, obviously, they just suffered a horrendous injury with Patrick Surtain being dead. They're in a tough spot. That's a weird deal. They're 6-2, and they are underdogs to a 3-win football team in Houston.
Yeah, because Houston defense is
nasty.
No joke. All right.
DeMeco Ryans looks like he could still play.
He does.
Him and Dan Campbell are the 2 coaches in this league. They look like they still play. Like Vrabel's starting to look old, and then the rest of these guys are like, like guys like Brian Daboll or whatever. I mean, come on. They
How
look
funny
like they're
would that be
going
if
to bowling league.
If all of a sudden the Lions got down tight ends and Dan was just like, screw it.
100%. I'm half convinced.
I'm player coach today.
I'm half convinced that Pete Zylstra is not a real person. That all those years it was Dan Campbell putting on a Zylstra jersey. The guy's traps go to his earlobes. He could still play.
So at the camera show Ben Johnson making the play, they never show where Dan Campbell was.
That's
Get
right.
A Bobby Valentine mustache. Oh. Yeah. Oh, visor on the face mask.
Yeah.
This could work.
It could. It could. You could also have sold me that Dan Campbell might in fact be the lead singer from Nickelback back when he played. He was a dead ringer when he played with the Lions and the Cowboys. The long hair.
They might be the same person.
Right.
Because Nickelback disappeared and then Campbell started coaching the Lions.
And then for the Texans, you know what? D'Amico's like, guys, I need you to, you know
He
what?
could play.
Give me a jersey. Give me a helmet. I'll show you how
he
to
could
do
start
this.
for the Giants at linebacker. He could still play.
All right, at number 9, we got the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, you beat the Panthers.
No, I'm good with this.
You're losing Ed Oliver. That's going to hurt.
Defense blows. They got a showdown against the Chiefs. You win, you're in the top 5. You lose, you're probably at the back end of the list. I'm fine with that.
At number 8, I have the Los Angeles Rams coming off of a bye week.
That's a little high to me, but I'm not going to be mean. David, I'll let you grade this one. That's a little high for me.
I'm fine with this one. What I would have done is I would have flopped the Bills and the Patriots. Okay. But other than that, it's fair with the Rams.
And at number 7, another team coming off the bye week, but I like what their defense is doing, and that's the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and by the way, they don't lose on the road.
Sure don't.
Mike McDonald, basically, I think they've won 9 of 10. Is it 9 of 10?
I believe it is, yeah.
Now they're on the road again this week to D.C. I think Daniel's going to play. They win this game, we have to start to take them real serious. They're a short favorite on the road, cross country. They did it once already, going down to Jacksonville and winning, or Tampa.
Yeah, I've already started to take them serious because I'm like, did Darnold just luck into another great spot for him?
Yeah, and by the way, look, they'll win lots of regular season games, but you know you're not winning games of consequence with a ginger quarterback. How many times do I have to tell you?
They have the 12th man, Mike.
Yeah, they've won 10
That'll
of 11.
balance out the gingerness.
No, it won't.
10 of 11 on the road. The only road game they lost last year was Detroit.
There you go.
All right, at number 6, I have the Buccaneers.
Good with it. Got to get healthy. Needed the bye week desperately, but I'm good with it.
At number 5, I have a team that, you know what? The more criticism you throw at them, the more they just find ways to win, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles.
I have to be good with it. I don't get a choice.
You can't run. Watch this. You can't pass. Watch this.
Okay.
We don't like the tush push. Okay, don't care.
You want me to respect them as a top 5 team? We'll see you in a couple of weeks when you play the Lions.
That's true.
Go ahead. Come here and try to push this team around.
At number 4, we got the Green Bay Packers.
Ugh.
Okay.
No. The Packers are the kings of, like, they start these games. They have like 160 yards of offense. The other team is 3. The game's tied at 0. I understand that Jordan Love caught fire, but the first half of that game, they looked like they were going to get their ass kicked by the Steelers. Mm-hmm. They just don't play 4 quarters of football, and it drives me nuts. You can have them there. I put the Eagles ahead of them because at least I can trust them a little bit more.
Yeah, it's like they should be there, but they shouldn't be there. It's like, I don't know what to do.
Going on the road, going against Aaron Rodgers, knowing he wanted that game.
I don't care. You got old balls wanted to win. To hell with him.
Number 3,
60.
We got the Indianapolis Colts.
We're living in a simulation.
Yeah, we are.
Daniel Jones is elite. My life is a hellscape. Yeah,
Jonathan
awesome.
Taylor, maybe
I got to
MVP.
tell you, too, did you see the press conference with the owner? Irsay's daughter?
Yes, this week, yes.
I'm kind of starting to like her. Like, I thought it was a joke when she was on the sideline the first week.
She's well informed,
But then
man.
she's up there and she goes, yeah, pretty much. I just got to know if anyone's BSing me or not. I got to understand this thing known as a football team. I actually didn't hate it.
I'll give her credit. Like, yeah, you know what? I got to make sure. What exactly do you do again? Hold on. What's your name?
She was even talking about, you're going to tell me somebody ran the wrong route. I want to know if it's the coach's fault or the players. I go, she's kind of got like some Steinbrenner in her.
I do like that.
I'm kind of digging it now. It's ridiculous, but I'm digging it.
At number 2, I have your Detroit Lions.
You disrespectful bastard. It's fine.
No, because at number 1, Mike, we talked about this.
Script writers.
No, I think I was talking to David pre-show. When did the Chiefs get good again?
It happened through. Well, I'll tell you.
I mean,
I'll
because
tell
we
you
all
why.
we all wrote the Chiefs off
Because you didn't do your job. Because the Lions could have killed them, and now they're Jason Voorhees, and they're back. You had a chance to kill them, and you didn't do it.
And now all the pieces
back.
are coming back. They'll probably make a trade and bring in a top running back.
I'm just waiting for Alvin Kamara to descend upon old Bundle Rooski.
I've been seeing Breece Hall.
Oh, great. What a blessing. It's going to be Lions Chiefs.
That's your.
It's going to be weeks of this Travis Kelce farewell tour.
That's your NFL Power Rankings 97-1.
Okay, 5 o'clock. We're going to dive back into this, and I think we've handled it pretty responsibly. I need you to understand that this is leaking from Scott Boras. It has to be. And I need you to understand the offer is so absurd that I am choosing to not believe this, because I would have a complete inability to take the Tigers seriously as a Major League Baseball team. And no matter what you think about them, you don't get to say they're not a Major League team. You don't get to say that they don't have a clue what they're doing. So here's the report. And again, I'm not spinning any of this into a positive. In fact, I view this as the beginning of the end. I view it as a calculated move by Boras and company that they're going to get Skubal traded at the winter meetings, December 7th. Tigers and Tarek Skubal, as per John Heyman, appear to be drifting apart. Report last week, New York Post, two sides were close to $250 million apart. The follow-up report reveals the Tigers' shockingly low offer to Skubal a year ago, less than $80 million over 4 years. I mean, that's barely above what you paid Estelle Getty, a.k.a. Alex Cobb. That's less than half of what the Red Sox paid Garrett Crochet at the onset of this current season, $170 over 6. I believe, again, the team would never leak that. The only thing we had a year ago was, Rico, they made a non-competitive offer. Mm-hmm. We never got numbers. Now you're getting the numbers. Mm-hmm. Now, the interesting point made by a caller about 15 minutes ago. There has been a seed change here locally with what people think of Skubal. Not all, some, but enough for it to be a topic. Yeah. People were pissed about the Seattle game and coming out of that game on 99 pitches, right? Mm-hmm. If you're Boras, there's no value in Skubal pitching this season here without a deal.
Correct.
And you go, how could you say that? There's no upside from winning 2 Cy Youngs in a row to 3. It's just, you've reached God status. Mm-hmm. There's no extra God. Like, there's no extra pizza topping.
No, not at that point yet. You're at Greg Maddux status.
Right. So
you just win it all the time.
Why would Boras do this? Well, A, he has no intention on negotiating with the Tigers. Now, we're all hypothesizing, so let's just be clear. But he has no true intent of negotiating with the Tigers, and in fact, wants to get his client traded. Why? Because the trade would trigger a good faith negotiation on his terms with a massive payroll team. I want to remind you, the two teams that are in the World Series right now have a combined payroll of north of $600 million. 356, 255. Okay? Those teams are the ones that would partake. And again, let us be even more clear. I don't think it's a good idea for the Tigers to sign an 8 to 10 year deal with a pitcher who's had 2 catastrophic arm injuries. I love Skubal.
Right.
But this is why, and again, you vilified Rico 2 years ago. It's why trading him made sense. Now, we got to live a Pixar movie. Did it result in anything? No.
And you had fun,
that's
but
fine.
It was limited fun.
Great. That's like going out and drinking. What did it get you? A hangover. All right, so now you come back this year. After you couldn't come to terms, you kept him around again. What did it get you? Stugotz. You didn't win the division, and you didn't make the ALCS. I don't want to hear about how you got within a game of it. You didn't make it. Mm-hmm. So now his value is as low as it gets. Boras can play the game and go, well, okay, well, now I'm going to put you in a real bad spot. You played stupid games, and you're going to win stupid prizes. So what does he do? He vilifies the organization, where I refuse to accept that this is real. He can say it because he knows the organization can't come out and deny it.
Can't defend itself whatsoever. Because if you say something, it's right. What are you going to say? We actually offered him that. Wait, did we say that publicly? Probably shouldn't.
So I can't take Ford under 80 seriously because it would force me to never speak of the Tigers again. But here's what I want to say to you. My conclusion that I've been trending towards, I've now arrived at the train station. He's gone. They're trading him.
He has to be gone, Mike, because the value does get worse. If somehow the winter meetings go through, he's still a Tiger. At that point, you just ride him till the wheels come off because you can't trade him mid-season.
No.
Because now he's a rental player, and you're going to get nothing.
Here's the other part. Hope you enjoyed him coming out of that game on 99 pitches. Well, guess what? My client will not go to the 7th inning this year. My client will not throw 100 pitches. I mean, that's
part
guys,
of the gentleman's agreement.
Except there's no gentleman involved in this with Scott Boras. I want to throw the number out to the people. You tell me your initial response to it. I'll just caution you about harpooning the organization, because what I'm saying to you is I have put the qualifier in front of it if this is true, because it's so absurd. If Rico came in and said Duster Blonely had reported this, I mean, Buster Olney, oh no, I got duped. Like, I would be like, dude, there's no way.
Kind of like yesterday with the governor of Louisiana.
Oh my God, I thought you got duped.
Right.
But you didn't, and it was beautiful. The whole point is, Ford under 80 is such an insulting offer that I can't even believe the Tigers would have offered it. But I think I know where it comes from. I think I understand the strategy behind it. And I think it's going to put the organization in a spot they got to deal this guy.
Let's also look at the other side. Let's reverse engineer this.
Sure.
Why would you, if it wasn't true, and I don't know, we don't know, but if it wasn't true, why would you come up with such ridiculous numbers that people wouldn't believe it? Sometimes, Mike, when something is so ridiculous, that's when you can fool people because they'll say, that's not real. Why would you come up with those numbers? Because now, to me, if he said they came out with a 4-year, $120 million, okay.
And it's still nowhere close, but the AAV, you could negotiate off of it that if you're offering 30 and they want 40, we'll see at 35. I hear you.
That makes,
but the term doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. But to come up with something so ridiculous as this leads me to believe, look, I don't know what happened, but I'm leaning towards this actually happened because I can't even make this number up if I'm just doing pretend. Because it's like, no, you really? That's the, okay, wow. I'm not even going to give this to my client because I know what he's going to say. So we're going to act like this never happened?
Yeah.
And we're going to move on.
248-539-9797. You can tell me your initial response to it. I want to get to some of the people. Let's go to Mike. He's been very patient, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
Good, Mike. What do you make of this?
We should have traded him a couple years ago. I've been arguing with my buddy at work about this for the last couple weeks. He thinks they're going to pay Skubal because he's worried about the fans not filling up the stadium. I think that this guy is one pitch away from being wrecked. I think we should have got rid of him when the Orioles were pretty close in the playoffs, and we could have got a nice overload for him. And I think as the years go by, the value is wearing off on him. And when he walked out on that 99-pitch inning on Game 5, that basically told me that he does not want to be here. And I've always had that feeling that he's never really wanted to be a Tiger in the first place.
I mean, Mike, I hear you. I don't want to make too much of the last game. You heard what I said probably a few minutes ago, that I know a lot of people have kind of soured. But you're right, is that if he wanted to be here, I think we would have heard it more if you wanted to be here. I don't know that you would have got a deal done, though, because you have to remember, Boras will allow his clients to sign. I've given almost 10 examples of his clients signing and giving up 2 years of team control. But the deal has to be a grand slam. Now, the Tigers were never going to offer that kind of grand slam deal. What's a grand slam? 8 years. What's a grand slam? 40 a year. Now, you want to blame the organization for not offering that? That's a different conversation. You have a right to. Look, someone's going to pay Tarik Skubal an unbelievable amount of money. It'll end up being a bad deal. So it's no different than like what Kyle Tucker is going to sign for. Kyle Tucker has 2 years in his life of north of 30 home runs, but Kyle Tucker is going to sign a 10-year deal. Watch. It's going to be stupid. So you have a right to get angry. What I'm saying is at least identify where this message is coming from. And do you come to the conclusion I do, the winter meetings is the end?
Yeah.
Hey, I might be wrong, but I'm not going to lie to my listeners and be like, no, I don't think that at all. There's still hope. I'd be lying to people. What am I supposed to tell you? I tell you how I feel. We're not curing cancer.
No,
we're
we're
talking
not.
sports.
Mike, I don't think that the winter meetings is the end. I think that this is just going to fade into the sunset.
What do you mean? Just all year?
Yep.
The problem would be if you, and they do have a winning ball club. This is a terrible division. Do you understand the distraction that this would cause all year if you're not going to sign him? And oh, by the way, you get nothing for him. Don't talk to me about a comp pick, please.
Correct. I know this is in New York media or LA, but if I'm a beat writer, I'm asking every day he pitches after that game about the contract.
Well, you've just described Jeff Rieger.
Good for him.
All right, Hungry Howie's, Detroit-style pizza, and for a hell of a lot less than Scooble money, $12.99. And whether it's for the football this weekend or World Series, whatever it is, dinner on the table in 20 minutes. In-house made dough, real mozz, and high-level ingredients. $12.99. Get over to hungryhowies.com and celebrate boldly with Detroit-style pizza. Only at Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com. All right, wild reporting in the last 24 hours about the Skubal stuff. You know what side it comes from, and it isn't the team. But does it lead you to believe this is going to turn into a standoff? That Boras is going to do everything in his power to slander this organization and get his client traded, and the organization has to make a decision whether they're going to give into that or not. And maybe Rico's scenario plays out. Maybe they just say, you know what? Hey, Scott. And they pitch him all year. Hell, I could see it playing out that way, but I just feel like in order for you to do what's best for this team, you cannot have that distraction. And I do think in the post-haste of a trade, the Tigers would get to tell their side. We tried. Here's how we tried. It was clear the player didn't want to be here. And then you let Boras and Skubal, they got to live with that sting. David, what do the ticket texters have to say? At least that you can read on the air, of course.
80 to 100 million with a guy who at the time had a career ERA of 4 and has had 2 arm surgeries before 28 isn't exactly crazy.
Yeah, okay, timeout.
Wow.
Timeout. He had won the Cy Young, and you made that offer. Come on, man. Please don't carry water. Because first of all, you're validating the report by saying it's a good offer. You're already off to the wrong start there.
They offered arguably the best pitcher in baseball less money than Javi Baez. Makes no sense. That is Dom in a truck. There is no chance that's true. They gave $16 million to a guy who never pitched for them. Zero chance this is true.
Thank you for being a friend. Bum, 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 bum. Alex Cobb is dead again. I mean, honestly, that's the best text. You paid Estelle Getty almost as much as you
Alex
offered.
Cobb.
With that offer, we now know. With that offer, we now know why he took himself out of the game. He gone. Trade him now.
I think it's the absence of a contract. Go ahead, Rico.
No.
I quit.
It's where you can't get mad at the tinfoil because it's also like maybe a middle finger. You know what? My last batter, let me throw 100 miles an hour, strike them out, and show, I could go further.
Am I just allowed to
not.
believe that Skubal's a complete red ass and a competitor, and he gave it his all in the 6 innings? That as much as I believe he could have gone out for the 7th, I wished he would have. I'm not for a second going to sit here and think he was playing reindeer games during the game. He struck out 14 people.
I'm not saying it was reindeer games, Mike, but it's just something when your final pitch is 100 miles an hour, strike, and then you're tipping your cap. I'm good. And then a few days later, there's Scherzer out there saying, I dare you to take me off this mound.
Max Scherzer's a serial killer. There's a difference.
And has his deal already.
Also true.
David for the win.
If this is true, I can't take this organization seriously. The Tigers are a major market AL charter team, and they operate like a AA Moneyball team. Utterly embarrassing.
Well, that's going to be a story in this offseason is that, look, they have less than $100 million in commitments. They have ample money they can spend. If this offseason featured a Skubal trade and no major expenditures, you, sir, win, and I'll drive the parade float. But I have to allow them to show me what this offseason is. I agree with you that trading your best player is never a good start. But if there's not a good faith attempt by the agent to have his player get a deal here, and what I mean by that is you can't go to the Tigers if they're offering 5 and you're talking about 10 and they're offering 200 and you want 500, you're never getting a deal done. Well, then as an organization, you got to do what's best for you. But if they don't make some trades, and if I have to hear about all these stupid kids, these prospects, then I'm going to agree with the texter. But I in the words of John Chancellor, let it play out.
Is that how he sounds?
To me, he does. At least he speaks. If you talk about U of M, he sounds like Helen Keller. He doesn't speak. He doesn't say a word. Charlie Chaplin. John, how about that cheating?
Well,
what?
No competitive advantage.
Charlie Chaplin.
With the CBA set to expire at the end of 26, Skubal's agent is probably trying to get a new deal via a trade rather than facing uncertainty of the CBA negotiation.
Nailed it. 100% nailed it. And look, if you believe the Tigers have any leverage point, that's the one. Will there be baseball in 2027? Magic 8 Ball says unlikely. So the Tigers go, well, listen here, Spank. If you don't sign with us, you could be headed into a nuclear winter.
We ride this out, finish the season, we take our chances.
These negotiations can probably be summed up in one drop. One. And it's both sides. Oh, the offer was delivered? Really? It's both. It's Alonzo both ways. Let's go to Corey, 97.1. Corey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm kind of in between hope and fear.
Okay.
I hope, Mike, that you are correct, that this isn't true, that Heyman forgot to hit the 2 before the 8 on the text. I'm hoping that's what it is. My fear is that Rico is 100% correct, and the more I think about it, the more I think he is. This story is so crazy, it has to be true. Again, like you said, like you mentioned earlier, I didn't think the governor of Louisiana did that, but he did.
It's 2 stories in 2 days. That's completely insane.
I know. I mean, and again, this is a horrible thing, but you look at Sterling didn't say that, did he? Oh, yes, he did.
Big
and
magic.
I look at it like, I know, and that's why I'm like, they did this because I have very little respect for Scott Harris. I think he's an unserious general manager. It worries me when my general manager gets a chubby for talking from the world headquarters. But my fear is there's been reports that executives have said he's a nightmare to deal with in contract negotiations. He asks for things that are way out of left field. He doesn't live in reality. And when I think about that, I'm like, this sounds like something this bird brain would think of, because he is the smartest guy in the room. He is from Yale or Harvard, or I don't care. You could be from Baker College. You know this is a bad idea. This is a bad deal. And I think this numbnuts doesn't know what he's doing, and he made that offer. That's my fear, and my fear is that that's the reality.
And and Corey,
even if half of that's a reality, that is scary.
It is, and my hope is that that's not the case, because I would lose all faith. I have to just.
But it's because it's so ridiculous.
Because
that's what gets me.
It's something the Marlins wouldn't attempt. I just can't believe they would do that. And I know this is coming from Boris, because Heyman has always kind of been seen as a Boris bot. So I just can't, as many differences of opinion as I may have with Scott Harris, I just can't. I could not possibly believe he put 4 years and $78 million on a piece of paper and offered it. I just can't.
I can't either. But the fact that it's
he offered Rue McClanahan $15 million a year.
But the fact that it's those numbers is like, I don't even think you could just make that up and expect people to believe you. Like, come on, man. They're not that cheap. No, you got to do better. Like if you would have said, forward 125. All right.
There could have been a starting point there. The bottom line is, and you're seeing this with some of the projections, and we can do this tomorrow perhaps a little bit, even though it's a Football Friday. Like, you're seeing the term of a lot of these deals for the free agents being 6, 8, 10 years. You're never going to sign a guy like Skubal for 4. So the question would become, okay, if Max Fried is the comp and he signs 6 at 220, if I'm repping Skubal, I go, great, 6 at 320. But if they want 10, there's nothing to talk about. If they want 8, there's nothing to talk about. I could go to 6. I could go to 40 a year. 42 a year to match Wheeler.
Right, I was about to say,
but
6 at 250.
Now, again, after this plays out, the team will do what hey, look, teams have friendly journalists, water carriers, and then agents have friendly journalists, water carriers. It's a battle of the water carriers. Only in the post haste are we probably going to get a modicum of truth.
Okay. Fair.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Tell them all about your basement.
97 one.
All right, guys. So we are hitting the second half of the NFL season here in 2025. So I am going to give you some bold takes. You let me know if you agree with them or not.
Your son will transfer from Canton for a lucrative NIL offer.
Let's start right here in the AFC South with the Colts still having the Chiefs, the Jags twice, the Texans twice, the Seahawks, and the Niners. The Jags will win the AFC South.
I can't. Not only that, but you can't have your coach dressed in a fishing vest. It just can't work. Look, it was a fun story when they beat Kansas City on the Monday night and Chris Jones quit. But they've played awful since then. And look, newsflash. Here's what they think about you. You're a 2-point favorite in Vegas this week. That's about as bad as it gets. I can't do it, David.
No, I can't. I think that the Colts are for real. I think people want them to fail. They want them to fall, and they're not. Why? Because they've been the Colts for years.
That's why they're bold. Let's go through some.
No,
another
you're not,
one.
David, you're not a bad person.
I know. AFC East here. The Bills.
Yes.
Will miss the playoffs. Here's why. If the West
you're a bad person.
If the West gets 3 and the South gets 2, then the AFC East only gets the division winner.
Yeah, but on a record basis, I would need to look at the schedule. You're saying that what? The Bills would get left out at 10-7?
That's because they would lose the division. Yes.
I can't see that. David,
I don't see them losing the division. I know you're high on the
Patriots. Think the Patriots?
Yeah, no, and he's not wrong to hold that take. I'm not mad about that in the least, but missing the playoffs. Look, I have concerns about their defense. This is a bold flavor. It's a little too high on the Scoville scale for me. I'm out.
I'm trying to come strong here.
No, hey, that's how you had 4 kids.
All right, let's move back over to the AFC
Congrats
South.
on number 5, by the way.
And
I know
the
you were
question,
keeping that under wraps.
And the bold one I have here is the Colts will trade Anthony Richardson to the Raiders.
Sure, for what? A bag of balls? Yes, bold flavor. They will trade Anthony Richardson to the unemployment line.
Right, to the Michigan Panthers.
Here, he's working at Home Depot. Fit him with a vest. Yes.
He's headed to Canada.
The Toronto Argonauts.
Right.
All right, next one on the list here. Caleb Williams will become an NFL MVP finalist.
I think the bolder take will be he'll be benched for Tyson Bagent. David,
how is he going to be an MVP? Now, I know these aren't yours, but I'm saying how.
They actually are mine.
Oh, okay, then I will make fun of you.
Listen.
Caleb Williams, you can't
go either way with him. Right?
You can't run video game offense in real NFL games where
there you go.
It's hike, run back 20 yards, scramble around, and then try to find open receiver. That works in video game, doesn't work in real life.
He's right. Look, Ben Johnson is a timing and precision coach. It's not working. Now the team's winning. This week represents a fork in the road for Caleb and Ben Johnson. If they don't go to Cincinnati and win, and I'm not talking about winning in spite of Caleb, I think you're going to hear some murmurs here because Bagent was paid a lot of money, and Bagent, that locker room loves that kid. So just keep your eye on it. But I'm going to say no to that. That's a crack opinion.
Next one on the list here. Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan will be the only coach fired during this season.
This isn't bad, David. The McDaniel thing hasn't happened yet. When will it? Dayball's not going to get canned because Jackson Dart. Correct. Pete Carroll, you can't fire him in 1 year.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, that guy's 80.
You're right.
Not during the season, though, Rico.
You can't
during
treat
the
old
season.
people like that. That's ridiculous. You know what, David? I'll buy. Good for you.
I think McDaniel is basically day to day. Not even week to week anymore. He's day to day. Every day when he shows up to Dolphins facility and holds his key card up to the scanner, he holds his breath, light turns green. I'm still employed today.
So this next one here that I have is not really second half, but it really begins the off season for this team.
Great sales pitch.
And it is regarding Joe Burrow. He has not played. He probably won't play for the rest of the year. That's what I'm guessing. And because of that, come the beginning of Wild Card Week, there will be a rumor out that Joe Burrow wants out of Cincinnati.
I love it. He wants to be a New York Giant. Yes.
You don't have room for him.
Shut your whore mouth. Do what I want.
Wait, no. Mike, think about this.
I love Joe Burrow.
No, I understand it. But if you have Jackson Dart
Garbage.
under a rookie contract,
I don't need him.
You can build around that and take advantage of not paying him anything.
Why don't you worry about your little rat who drives a combine? This is New York. We want stars. I agree with David. That organization is cheap. It's malfeasant. And if I rep Burrow, first thing I'd be doing is trying to get him out of there.
I mean, what do you do with your...
Don't worry about
it's
me.
It's not like you haven't had... Wait, where did Saquon come from? Oh, wait. He was a Giant. You got rid of him.
David?
This is another
one. Running backs?
Oh, we didn't. There we go.
Bang.
I'm sorry. This is another one for Wild Card Week.
Yes.
A headline that's going to happen. The Steelers continue their collapse in the second half and part ways with Mike Tomlin.
Agree.
Wild Card
Full
Weekend.
agree. And again, weirdest spread of the week. Colts are only laying 3 in Pittsburgh. If you lose this game, I think you're going right over the edge like Thelma and Louise. Yes, I agree.
No, I don't think so because Pittsburgh, the one consistent thing, Mike, is they don't fire coaches.
Yeah, but it's time.
It's time to move on.
Tomlin's been here for 20 years.
He has, but for Pittsburgh, you almost have to have a 5-year process before they move.
Oh, that process already started 5 years ago.
Rico, they don't win playoff games. They don't do anything.
I understand, but
they sit there and they talk funny because people from Pittsburgh have a weird accent.
They are the one organization. They are loyal to a T to their. What did you guys say? Like 4 coaches in your history?
So would you like it better if I say there's a decision to start moving on, to push him out, trade him, possibly?
Right. I could see that.
Fargo, but wood chipper,
Pittsburgh
gone.
Does not do reactionary. Like, seriously, you guys don't fire coaches. Ever.
Next on the list here, Kyler Murray will play himself out of Arizona.
Agree.
In the second half.
Total agreement. I think there's a regime change. I think he needs a change of scenery. Go ahead, say he needs heel boosters or something. I know there's a short joke in there.
I'm not Wojo, so no.
You're definitely not. Yeah, I agree with this.
Yeah, I can see this.
He'll be
as
somewhere
well.
else.
I just think, it's a bad. Maybe they trade him for Anthony Richardson.
And then my final one here also relates to a quarterback. The Vikings will be ready to draft a new quarterback this offseason.
Agree.
You know
I
what?
think they ran cover for JJ. He wasn't hurt. I never believed it. If he doesn't play well, they're absolutely in the market for it because if they're not, Justin Jefferson's going to kill somebody.
I'm just wondering, in this litigious age that we live in, do the Vikings get sued for what they did to Carson Wentz and just kept putting him back out there knowing?
No, that's what gingers deserve. Don't you get it? They were carrying out justice.
You know what?
Yeah.
No. Just no. Bad Mike. Bad Mike. Bad Mike.
That is
justice.
No. But I mean, he
say it.
This man was out like put JJ in the game. He's
No.
hurtling over players, doing the first down sign, and this man is getting beat all to hell.
Yep.
His arm is falling off, and you're kind of looking at him like, you're okay.
One less ginger for the league to worry
You know
about.
what?
Justice.
Mike, no.
That is in football today.
See ya. Truck Month, Moran Chevrolet. Perfect time to elevate your tailgate at Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game day start, the 26 Silverado Crew Cab. Lease one at Moran, $179 a month, 24 months. Or you can lease the 25 Equinox LT, $299 a month, 36 months. The entire team at Moran, they want it to be stress-free and easy. You don't want to get your balls broken trying to buy a truck. Go to MoranExpress.com or stop by in Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David, a few ticket texts. Hell of a job today. We got a Football Friday tomorrow, but really it's about Breeders' Cup Juvenile Day. So while
JJ's coming.
No, it's going to be you betting the Breeders' Cup live on the air tomorrow.
Nope, I'm not betting any more horses unless I can see all the lineage and with the owners and everything.
I got you
that they
covered.
have.
Listen,
because the last time I made a horse bet,
You supported a human rights violation.
So
because you're a low rent individual. How's that blood money?
Ben's the same way.
If you know, you know. It was a hell of a story after Triple Crown season when you should have seen Rico's face when we explained who owned sovereignty.
It's like I need to donate to a charity.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm just walking around. Just here, take money. Here, just take money. Here.
From
You need 20. Here you go.
From Ryan, that offer is embarrassing. This franchise is a joke. He should leave if that's true.
There you go. You got to throw the if it's true in there. The offer is so absurd. It's not possible.
Rich in Berkeley says, if that was the deal, I'm surprised he even took the bump a single time in Detroit again after that.
Right. He would have treated the mound like a urinal if they offered 4 at 78. There's no way. This is Boris busting balls.
Dennis in AP says the Tigers can debunk it by just saying the reporter needs to double check his sources because his report is not accurate and doesn't have to mention the agent or Scooble
I like
at
that.
all.
Yeah. I like that. That's really nice ticket text.
High
I like that.
class. Yeah, you're not.
Opposite of the guy who bets on sovereignty.
You told me to bet horses, so
I got you covered.
Nah, you're not setting me up for another rake.
I'm catering lunch for you tomorrow.
And I bet the horse David, and he's like, "Oh, but let me tell you about this owner." Really? Okay. Wow.
Because you were so excited about winning.
And I'm like, man, I did this horse racing thing, and I picked the winner, and I'm all excited. Oh, really? You're proud of yourself? Yeah.
David?
You know what, Jake? It's not about. It's what you can prove.
It's a great movie. It is.
Tigers are not a serious organization. Oh, they tried to pay Bregman? Cool. Should we build a statue?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
All right, hold on. Okay. Look, I'm going to say it again. The Red Sox did something egregiously stupid. They paid Bregman more than Aaron Judge this year.
Yes.
There was nothing wrong with your offer.
What's more egregiously stupid?
Jonathan Smith.
The Bregman contract, or if this is true, the offer you gave to Scooby.
This.
Okay.
This.
Okay.
This. If this were true, this is
If
worse
this
than
is true.
This is worse than the captain on the Titanic if it was true.
This is true, or Jonathan Smith coming back.
Ooh, push. No, it's coming back?
Coming back.
Oh no, it would be Smith.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Really?
Yeah, at least this would be offensive and it would end. That's offensive and you have to live it.
One more year.
Oh no.
One more
No.
year.
Mikey, you got to give him another year.
I don't have to do
You got to
nothing.
give him another year. It takes coaches 3 years to get all their players in.
Yep.
Rico's on the money.
And Wojo agrees
Yep,
with me.
give the
Wojo
guy a
has seen
chance.
more football than we have.
Yeah. Why don't
This bag of manure is the same guy every time there's an opening. He patronizes state fans
Jason
like we're
Candle.
UTEP. Oh, they should hire Jason Candle.
Well, I was against all your hires so far, and they haven't worked out.
You got to back away from the mic, dude.
Now here's the funny thing: what if they hire Candle and he worked out? We would have to just eliminate him.
No, honestly,
You
what,
would.
what
You guys
I,
would kill
what
me.
I
We
would
would have
do,
to just, you know what, just
what
go
I would
ahead
do
and
for Bob
murder
is
for hire.
I would buy him a lifetime supply of gin to just pay my debt for making fun of his take.
No.
He would never. No,
I
you would
wouldn't
simply
accept that.
text me, and a bottle of gin would arrive
No.
every time you were empty.
I wouldn't do that because you would make sure I didn't live that long, so you wouldn't have to keep paying.
No, I would. I would absolutely because there's
I know
no
you're a
scenario.
trick.
I think
That bum can't even win the MAC.
Wojo would get a satin starter jacket with just a candle on it.
Yes. Yes.
Honestly, I don't think your boy Jonathan is going anywhere this year.
No, and that's fine. You
Okay.
have to recognize.
Okay, all right.
I don't have to give an F.
Oh no, that's true. You can have a different.
Keep
hope,
no.
dream.
Keep them if you want. Enjoy losing 20,000 season tickets. Enjoy no donor money. And by the way, good luck when you debut the $500 million fundraising pitch that Jay Batt's going to do in the spring.
Yeah.
God bless with that.
I mean, you already got Magic speaking against you. Magic,
I know, but
Magic never says anything bad about
But
anything.
you're assuming if you
He
were
also
to
doesn't
fire
cut
him
any checks.
like immediately, you would be able to get a really good hire. I'm not saying you can't afford it. I'm saying you still have
Yes.
to get a really good hire.
Bob, that's the job. Like these guys who run athletic departments, not the governor of Louisiana, of course, Your job is to make a good hire.
See, that's what always gets me. Like, well, where is this going to come from? I don't know. That's not my problem. That's his problem.
And
that's
there's
why
also,
you hired this
and Bob
guy.
will agree with this, there is no archetype that's a guaranteed hit.
No, none.
It could be a successful head coach. It could be a coordinator.
I mean, look
It
at
could-
LSU. They just keep spending money.
We knew Brian
Well, I
Kelly
think we
would.
knew Kelly would fail.
Right. And Michigan State has tried all a coach from a little bit lower level, D'Antonio, a little bit, but you haven't. D'Antonio. You have not tried the hot shot coordinator one, have you?
Well, give it a spin. Rock and roll.
Spin the wheel.
I can't believe
I
we've
don't
done this
think they
entire
have.
I don't think
crosstalk.
so.
You guys haven't brought up McClellan.
You know what? They did.
Yeah.
Harlan Barnett.
Oh,
Counter
that's
Stallions
right.
alias?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. What are you saying?
I just thought it interesting.
He's just a
What would you-
professional troll.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
wait.
guys didn't bring up McClellan,
Hold
the
on.
alias for Connor
Wait a
Stallions?
minute. Rieger just texted us something.
Yeah. Oh, is it about that other show? Yeah.
You guys are dead to me.
He's such a troll.
I'm like the mob. It's over.
He's now.
Hey, you see this sign? Your number, Mike's number, blocked.
What I'm going to say is going to piss off Mike, but I mean it.
What?
I think the Spartans could win this Saturday. The spread against Minnesota is
I know.
only 3.
No, you're right.
How is it 3?
And it opened at 5.
Because Minnesota just got bombed, 41-3.
Yeah, I
But
don't
they haven't
care.
lost at
I don't
home.
care. Bob's right. And they're gonna trick around and win, and then that glue stick and a crew neck.
You know
maybe
what?
they'll carry him off the field.
You know, if you do anything, if I'm bat, you know what? Before the game starts, how about we just do this?
Yeah.
You're fired.
Yeah.
Now go coach.
I thought he was a bag of mayonnaise.
You want your
That was
final
a-
check. Go out there and finish the game, but you're fired before the game
I
starts.
just wanted to go on until Mike runs out of analogies to describe.
Yeah, what's next?
Smith. Yeah, what is
So,
next?
bag of
Glue
Cool
stick
Whip,
with a
bag of
turtleneck?
mayonnaise.
Yeah.
You want to hear the ones I don't say on
Yeah,
there?
please.
Oh, boy.
These two,
Somebody text him to him.
These
boy.
two are next.
Yes.
We got a football Friday, and it's Breeders' Cup Juvenile
TJ
Day.
And it's Halloween.
To hell with that bag of garbage.
Oh,
Rumble,
and
rumble.
Bag of Cool Whip.
I don't believe any of the
Grumble,
school.
grumble, Brian Flores. Oh, I was on the golf course. I'm late.
I don't believe any of the Scooble stuff, but we'll try to figure out what the strategy.
No, we're going to solve the Scooble issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Boom. Bam. Bang. Boom. Bam.